Who's ready to get this party started? What is up, one and all, and happy Friday to you all as the weekend approaches. So too, there's another week of the midweek muster. That's right, 4 down and still 26 to go, but we are already ready to go with week number 5. Brackets on your screens, folks, so you can paint the pictures and anticipate the results. We are going to have some bloodbaths fast and early here. By the round of 16, a lot of popular names are going to be clashing. Going to be Clash of Titans in some cases, right? Like Vortex, John Doe, Core Dragevann. That'll immediately clash and crumple between the 4 of them. Vortex definitely favored there. Other side, FFA legend, AoE, phenomenal striker, going to be up against a grand finalist if he's able to bypass Mirren in that first round. Unless Shuckle can, of course, slay a back-to-back grand finalist in Wham. And, wow, so many other stories to be painted. We're going to be opening up with Core versus Dragevann, though. That's right. A matchup that could end up with Core in my chat molding. Dragevann is a very unconventional bugger, as I'm sure I do not need to explain to people in my chat. He doesn't really play by the logic that many players would when it comes to the meta. He likes to create his own meta, and I respect that. Draft is in, actually. Let me update that straight away. We are going to have Transhumans, Kalauga, and Dry Arabia. In fact, I better make sure I've downloaded a mod because we have actually implemented a mod to stop the shenanigans around the Marlians right now, just because Hosen, the wonderful Hosen, actually went and created one, so it's quite simple for us to enable that in the end. He worked quicker than the devs. Big shout out to him. So, we will import draft as well because that just got cooked up, which means we should be able to get almost immediately into game here. Let me prep the mods, if I can find it. Like elevator music, right? So yeah, downloading the Mansa Javelineer fix now, and we also do have Transhumans, which is our new map. And what we don't need is cheap viewers, because I have valuable premium viewers. So maybe suck on these ones and enjoy a permanent timeout. Boom. Yeah, honestly. I mean, I get it if I was a person who had bought them previously, you know what I mean? That's the dented part of it. Sorry, I just had to respond to something. Payments to do with one of my workers, one of my influencers. So, anyway, I believe we are getting straight into game 1. Yes, fantastic. Superstars. Dude, I hate it when I right-click and it doesn't have observed straight away. I'm like, they didn't make it viewable. No, they did. We're fine, guys. So, opening map is going to be Transhumans, Byzantines versus Delhi. This is going to be a little bit experimental for players because they've only had such a limited amount of time to get hands-on with Transhumans. I'm wondering if we maybe, after Christmas, we'll try to plot out our home maps a second week in advance just so that people can take the extra time to prep if they want to. I want to a certain degree, reward that preparation, right? I think that makes sense. So, we'll figure that out and if it's sustainable. Minute and a half out. By the way, these are live games, which I know, you all know what that means. That means you get to be dirty little gambaholics. So let me get that set up in a second. By the way, really big highlight of the day for you guys should be getting your hands on some Protein Works, because I just heard in from them directly that the Black Friday sales are absolutely peaking at this stage. Up to 91% off on some of these deals. Definitely go check them out. The replacement meals are insanely cheap right now, as are the whey proteins and the vegan options. So if you were thinking of buying, like this, I think this is genuinely the peak, right? We're on Black Friday. We're literally at Black Friday. This is it. So go there, grab some now. Remember, they're looking to see if they want to re-up with us in 2025. So sales matter a lot now because A decides if they want to come back and B decides how much they want to come back for. So definitely tap into that while you can right now. But things that are going to be happening right now, we should be getting ready for the game in a matter of moments here. Oh yeah, use the code KillerPigeon because you still get 10% off on top of it all. But let me switch over to the casting view now. So, Byzantines versus Delhi. I mean, this is a bit of a different map because we've got fishing, so I don't think it's going to be a one-to-one expectation of what you'd normally see. Let me start predictions as well, because we've got Dragevann versus Core. Yeah, Dragevann getting Byzantines. I mean, Core did get Delhi, right? I love this, though. It's just polarizing picks coming out. These are two very, very potent picks right now, the meta. So it's a bit hard to actually just instantly say who's going to win. Let's get ready, though. Hype it up. First series of a new week. And why, oh why, does that chat... Like, what? You ban someone and it doesn't even wipe. That's so weird. Let me do this quickly. That's so weird. I didn't notice that before. How the hell you can get banned and not get purged doesn't make sense to me. But whatever. We're good to go. Yo, what's up, Yellow BYQ? Thank you very much, mate. Appreciate the bits, you absolute legend. Thank you, thank you. Hopefully having a good day too. New week, new map. That is right. Welcome back to another edition of the Midweek Muster. And check out this treat we've got for you folks. Transhumans, a map created by actually one of the EGC admins making an appearance in the weekly esports circuit. You start on an island. You have a river to access the center of the map. It's a little bit like Canal, I think is the way I've described it, because it's like Canal without that chase of ships down the center. Instead, there is water here, but there's also a lot of potential in the center of the map that is far, far away from said water. And we're going to be opening up with Dragevann versus Core. With some potent picks. Byzantines and Delhi in their hands to open this series. I mean, it can be brutal. Understandably, they're bringing out their most powerful civs in a new map that really not many players have had too much time to get hands-on with, right? So it's going to be an element of experimentation. So they don't want to risk it. They want to have their most powerful pick because with best of threes, there's not much room for forgiveness here. And I am seeing a lot of Core fanboyism here. Or maybe it's just Delhi fanboyism because this civ looks nigh on unstoppable right now. However, Byzantines might be one of the ones that can offer up solutions. We'll just have to see. A map like this as well, with fishing involved, is interesting because Core completely neglected it. Didn't go for the fishing whatsoever. Another interesting thing about his Delhi pick, there's only 2 sacred sites. There's also only 3 relics. So, in some ways, there's powerful play here for the Delhi, especially in like a Tower of Victory build, because you can very quickly get 2 sacred sites for a win condition. But on the flip side, even if you look deeper, it starts to get a bit rough, right? Like, if you go to Castle, it's not a 5 relic grab like we see often for the Delhi in games. It's a maximum 3. Now, you could argue that can kind of hurt the Byzantines too, a civ that likes to go for the Grand Winery, and then eventually they can build monks out of that to get more olive oil. But I'd actually say it doesn't hurt them much at all, considering that the Grand Winery caps at 3. Because remember, guys, if you drop relics in a Grand Winery instead of dropping it in a monastery, you generate olive oil instead of gold. So in some ways, Byzantines, yeah, can make a lot of sense here. Especially with spawns like this. That's absurd. And I think, yeah, judging by this spawn, that's, I don't want to say guaranteed, but is quite frequent here, having this much food source near each other on the other embankment, which is great, right? You can drop a mill here, exploit this area. And also remember, by going for fishing, Dragevann is going to be tapping into extra olive oil. You can see it right there. Gets 20% of what he gathers in food as olive oil from the fishing. Villages are less impressive. Usually you don't want to really bother too much with villages. It's good for the food gathering rate, but you miss out big time on the olive oil itself, as you only get 10%. Yeah, interesting that he just completely neglected the berries though, right, for this. So his Merc timings are going to be later, but there should be more runway to them. And I'm wondering, like, usually when we see fishing like this, it's a Hippodrome build, right? Is Dragevann going to place the Grand Winery over the river? You know, he could. It would definitely go down as one of the quickest ways to lose to Delhi. It would be peak ambition, I'd give you that much. I mean, I guess you could just wall yourself in, and then his Ghazi can't get in, and then you put an archer ship. But yeah, Dragevann, he likes to do wacky things, but I think there is a temperament within that. It's not just crazy for the sake of crazy. It's crazy, the outcome of a win. Grand Winery is going to be the way he tries to get there. Tech up now coming in, notably later than Cause, though. Dome of Faith, built already for the Delhi. Last time I saw him placed in the middle of the map, that's true, but that was on Kawasan. Yes, I have the memory of, I guess, not a goldfish, which surprises people. So on Kawasan, it's very different, right? Because you can end up getting 4, 5 berry bushes in range, potentially. Like 4 clusters, right? 3 to 4 clusters on average, I say, is what you get. Whereas here, you'd only be getting 2. And also, the difference there is Karasan, when you anchor like that, you control the center of the map. But here, if you anchor here, your opponent can still access your base, right? You can bypass and go in. Because this was a cool thing that got altered, by the way. Transhumans had a few earlier versions. And in those earlier versions, it only had one passing. So if players in the chat have actually experienced this map before a long time ago, very different now. We changed that intentionally because what was found is when you have only one crossing, it's very easy for your opponent to pin you on your starting island, and then the game is essentially over, right? Because you've got very limited resources. Ergo, the comparison to Canal, right? Canal is a starting point that gives you very little to work with, and you have to move out fast. This one is a little bit more generous on the wood, but not crazy amounts, and does at least give you a second cluster, right? So it's not as imminent of a requirement to come out straight away. But one of the funny things is even if you try to camp at home, something I quite like about this design of map is your TC may be in the corner and your tree line may be in the corner. But because of that, everything else, just like on Canal, gets shoved forward. Look at this. Core is going to try to pin him in. Archers are on the way. However, we already have Horsemen being prepped. Yeah, kind of surprised Core went for the Archer beginning here. Even more so when you consider the potential for boats to be in play, which I believe he scouted out. Then again, he probably committed to the Archer play before he even done that. Looks like we have got the fishing boats moving in, so he... Wait, is that intentional? I think that is. Is he going to try to block with the fishing boats? I mean, he can buy time, right? He doesn't need to, though. Horsemen are already in the way, and yes, indeed he is. He already has the fishing boats set up to block a palisade. Oh, that is fantastic. We'll allow the walls to go to the south. Realistically, you shouldn't here, guys. You want to be blocking both because if your opponent gets one of the walls up, it limits your options, right? So then it can focus in on one side. And because you're playing Horseman, that's even more important that you do not get limited. Ghazi follow-up coming in from Core. Understandably, right? When you see Horseman, you're expecting longbows. But this is sick. Dragevann has outwitted Core. He went Eastern Contract. That's a smart read. Against Core's comp, he now loses against the Byzantine Cavalry Rush. So he's going to have to go Spears after going for the 1-1 build, right? It's going to have to come 1-1-1. At which point, Dragevann could very easily cruise into Archers. Have the winning the initial fights. Sick read. Hippodrome usually is what you'd expect with Keshiks, but there are circumstances where it works, and this is a very creative read by Dragevann. And the cool thing is because he has got the fishing, in conjunction with the berry gathering, he can afford quite a lofty pump of Keshiks in the coming minutes. Tricky opening game here for Core. Looks like Scholars are shuffling out for those sacred sites, but problematic timing here, right? He thinks that he's going to be able to mirror the Horseman with the Ghazi and win, but the Keshik pump could actually run him out of town here. We have two queued up for a double pump. Yeah, it might be actually worth getting the second Merc House for the timing here, because Dragevann was a little bit off with this play. I think that's maybe my one criticism, is this could have been a lot faster, and if it was more fast, you wouldn't be seeing any economy value for Core. You'd just be seeing him losing Scholars. So walls were prevented on both sides. There's still an Archer trying here, ambitiously, but he is going to get seen, so another one goes down. In fact, that could be 2 picks. Core, man. I mean, I know Christmas is the time for giving, but at least wait until late December to gift Dragevann like this. 3 Archers down the drain for nothing gained. I mean, you could argue that he kept the Horseman from right in the center, but that's not entirely true. Just barely does protect the Scholar, though. And that was the reveal of the Keshiks, right? Like, and I wonder if Core noticed in the moment. He should definitely be able to see it now, considering he's burning here. I think Dragevann probably could have hidden the Keshiks, and it would have been a lot better, because then you get that surprise reveal. Because now Core realizes you can get into Spearman. One problematic thing here for Core, though, he may want to consider walling his base with these troops, right? Because then you can focus defenses around this pocket of food as well as double Sacred Site. Because if you don't, what's going to happen is you're going to have to defend 5 different locations, right? Because you have 2 Sacred Sites, the food, and then both sides of your base where there's entry points, right? I mean, you could argue even if he's kind of condensed to the backside, there's a defense required on gold and wood. Dragevann. Looks like he's getting ready for his Archer transition. Yep. Still down on the way. Even Limitane, a little bit surprised by that detail. I think that's maybe overreaching here. It's better to stick on the Archers and then just not kind of dilute yourself too much, right? Because it's cool that you're ticking all the boxes, but by ticking all the boxes, you're ticking the boxes weaker, right? Imagine you have a pen that you have these 3 boxes you have to tick. Yes, I'm really sticking to the box ticking. But there's just enough ink to either definitively tick 1 or fade tick 3, right? It's that kind of situation. You know, if you go for like a split between 2, like you want to get the hamburger and you want to get the fries, but you're going to maybe bypass on the cola. If you spread that ink between 2, the greed is still going to come out quite well. I know this is a terrible metaphor, but we're going with it anyway. But once you're down to 3, I mean, dude, it's like someone's left you a trace line to try and go through. Good luck on a robot picking that one up. Gazi. I was trying to strike in here. So maybe the Limitarne are going to find some value. Yeah, it looks like Core ends up running headfirst into them. Goes to the target on the Archer. Taking a lot of damage in the meantime. He's going to be able to now rotate around the base. So the good news of this is the follow-up. Even though he took a lot of damage to the Gazi, he will be able to distract his opponent a lot here. However, Dragevann, I mean, I wouldn't even call that getting distracted. He just wasn't looking. 2 villagers go down. Cool. Exactly what he needs in this situation, right? With Fishing bolstering Dragevann in the meantime. And yes, Gully, we already talked about this. Because it was too easy to pin people on this starting island, 2 lanes were added. Right? Because as you can see, the play already was to try and wall your opponent in. Much harder to do when you have to target 2 sides. So expensive losses for Dragevann. He does have an advantage, a very big one in military though. He needs to use it, right? Like, remember for a start, Core, almost half his army is Scholars, and yeah, this play right here, Compound Defender could kill him. Walls are going up, but if this is read right by Dragevann, he goes to the dive, can be curtains closed. Think about it, Dragevann ticks most boxes, right? He can deal with Lancers, he's got Limitarne, he's got Keshiks. He can deal with, obviously, Spearmen. If you go for Men-at-Arms, the Keshiks can duke it out with them fairly well. There is a risk here, and on top of that, Core doesn't have that much food on his starting island, right? 7 sheep, and what? He's got the deer spilling home. Okay, so he's making it last a bit longer there, but he didn't take these deer first. Really surprised by that, considering this is the risky area you're going to lose control of. Now, he does have some shoreline fish to work with, right? No? 1 on his side. There you go. Like, proof that this was a good change from Hostum right there. The double wall is feasible, but it kind of just requires your opponent is doing nothing, right? Which, my logic is, like, I wouldn't call it cheesy if you're doing nothing and your opponent is able to wall you when it's this much, right? At that point, it's you failing to play the state of the game, right? Like, because you're trying to be, say, greedy and go fast castle or 2TC. So I'm fine with that. And then, when this is still not enough, we'll just make the whole area shallow, right? I mean, then you just have Kalauga with different starting points, which does also sound cool. Burn down the front side here. Dragevann bloating a lot of army. Decap on those sacred sites. Blocker on the relics. And he's got War Elephants. Okay, so you know how I said there's nothing that Core could build? I didn't really think he'd be able to afford this. War Elephants is kind of the one golden solution now that I think about it, right? Keshiks are just going to die really fast to the spear. If you try to hit him with Limitarne, we've seen how obnoxious these things are. They just don't really tend to lose to spears at the same age, let alone ones at an age behind. But Dragevann feels pressure to go. I think he's going to find out quickly. He needs to back up and go castle. Archers are going to start diving in here. No, choke point fights don't work. Dragevann, this is the quickest way to lose. It's going to wrap around, but I don't know what he's expecting to happen here. He's losing the whole army. Dives even deeper. I mean, if you can kill villagers, it's going to be worthwhile, right? There's not much of a defense force left, but there's not much of an attack force either. Second wave is on the way, but he's only got 1 elephant down to half HP. Most of the rest of the army is gone for sure. This is all about villager kills, though. This is what you win or lose on. Goes after them. No textiles either. Core incredibly greedy with that choice. A 3rd war elephant now out. Another villager going down there, so eco lead is extending, but the army loss is extensive. A lot going down here. He's marching in, hunting for more. He needs to go after that stone line right now. He just got a glimpse of it. Horsemen are going to be marching north, and there is still no textiles. Core, he only just queued it up. 10 seconds out, so that could be another villager lost before it comes in. If the micro is on point, unfortunately for Dragevann, it is not. The archer might be able to recover it though. One more strike coming in, but goes down before he can get it. So Core, he takes a lot of losses there, but he's got 3 elephants. He's got 1 relic home, second one on the way. Dragavann's army isn't that threatening right now either. The good news for Dragevann is that these elephants aren't quick. They don't have mahouts. So they're going to take a while. The bad news for Dragevann is that Core didn't go House of Learning, which I'm wondering if he scouted that when he originally dove in. I imagine he did, but if not, he only saw it at the tail end, in which case it could be a disaster here, right? Because now with the choice to go compound defenders, although Core's been hit hard, he could just take a little bit of a breather here, go on the stone, and just try to recover with a keep. A keep that would also give him a second TC. Wait, whoa, ambitious keep at that, though. Oh, come on, Core. I mean, he was running out of food, right? But that may have been a little bit too far. The elephants. The tricky part here is they are lethal against mass melee and these choke points, but they suck against archers. Archers won't kill them, guys, but they also can't kill the archers. Yeah, I'm a little bit surprised Dragavann's backing up like this, actually. I don't think he realizes he can still do more damage. Yeah, Lancers are starting to arrive, but if you can trade out these archers for, say, another 5 worker kills, it feels worth it. Keep his half up. Dragevann, I think that pause may have cost him dearly here, because Core can't be denied now. Castle definitely is going to go online. And that means Core's going to start recovering the eco deficit he finds himself in. On top of that, there is only 3 relics on this map, remember. He has all 3 already. So what do you do now as Dragevann? I mean, Varangian is kind of ambitious here. I don't really see a reason to do it. It's very expensive. Limitane plus crossbow just makes more sense, which is why I love the crossbows at least. Guys, do you know what the solution to War Elephants is? Anyone who says Spearmen has clearly not experienced a good Delhi player. Spearmen do not work against War Elephants. They are horrible against War Elephants. I have watched too often 80 spears just get evaporated by 10 War Elephants. Because in theory, like, if spears can totally surround an elephant, it's great, right? Because you won't suffer the splash damage. But when you've got just even 3, your front line is going to basically just kind of cluster up. So these elephants are just going to be headbutting and dishing out a lot more damage than they're taking. Crossbows, however, don't have that same problem. 1, they can kite the melee unit, but 2, because it's a heavy tagged unit, it takes that bonus damage. So it's a very, very reliable solution to elephant problems. Lots of problems also, but obviously those guys are going to be dodging. Looks like he's trying to raid the economy again. Weirdly enough, Dragavann's bringing everything home. I'm a little bit surprised by him from not walling. I mean, there's no real excuse for it at this stage, right? Like, once you saw the first Lancers, it should have been your chief concern, and there you go. He's finally reacting. And I'm pretty sure he saw those Lancers when he attempted to dive the keep. Even a villager chasing here. Core gets greedy. He's like, ooh! The bait works out. So wait, is like Dragevann, are we just gonna maybe go set up a marketplace here and build into elephants if we can get them? Ah, the game has not been generous. Yeah, he was flowing a lot of olive oil, but this is kind of the problem when you go for Eastern Contract. Really cool for this feudal play. Really sucky for Castle, actually. Because Golems are the follow-up unit. And you're playing a Civ that can already build their heavily armored melee infantry, right? They can build Varangian. So Golems, you can argue they're better than Varangian, sure, but they're less zergable. Usually the power in the heavily armored melee play is how quickly you get at the start of Castle. On top of that, these units get countered by the same thing, crossbows. And if you're second to Castle Age, it usually sucks. The only reason it looks okay here is simply because Dragevann reduced Core's eco so much. Otherwise, it would have been Core with an opening of heavily armored units, and then a lead with crossbows. But as we can see, Dragevann is king of the crossbow count right now. Really important detail in these engagements as well. considering that Core's follow-up after going into a heavily armored unit is to go for another heavily armored unit. Yeah, he has at least started to add in Tower Elephants, only one so far. If you can scale it up, great, but this set as Core of doing War Elephant plus Men-at-Arms is very greedy. It's begging for pain. And considering the meta is heavily revolving around crossbow bulking right now, Core should be anticipating that. So you have to wonder what he's thinking. I mean, maybe he just doesn't care. He wants to buy time, bypass towards the 4th age. It sort of feels like that's where we're going. Gonna take a bit more time though, right? Because the other thing is, if you want to go 4th age, you're gonna need more food. He's got the berry patch, he's got the deer, but I mean, half of that is basically gonna be for your tech up, and then what are you really left with here, right? Especially against the Byzantines that have likely been adding in the farms as they've been going, and we can see already it's 20 up. Treb's also from Drag, so love this approach. He doesn't want to wear himself down trying to dive this, especially considering some of his comp is just temporary, right? This float of extra units, right? Getting an extra 12, and now soon to be even more, is coming off the olive oil, and that's something that is not as easily replaceable as time goes on. All right, 1s if you think Dragavann's going to win this opening game, 2s if you think Core's taking it. Because Core is very quickly closing the eco gap. And remember, this is already inflated for Drag, right? He's actually got 5 fishing boats still. So Core is already, when it comes to pure villages, ahead. But when it comes to longevity of resources, that's where Core is behind. Maybe even more so. Horseman now coming in. He also did get Exploratores, right? I think I saw it being prepped early. He may have cancelled it, though. Yeah, no gold. So it doesn't have the gold trickle from killing villages. Treb should be wheeling up now. That's going to force Core to commit. Other thing is the military lead is even bigger than you think. Remember, almost a third of Delhi's army here aren't actually army. They're scholars, so it doesn't really fight for you. Meanwhile, the entirety of Dragavann's army can fight. Even the scout. That 1 damage. Wow. And that's kind of toxic. We've got outposts on the way. I think Dragavann, the best thing you do right now is just build 1 monk, lock in 2 sacred sites. It's gold trickle for a comp that demands it, and on top of that, it forces Delhi to start moving. Right now, you're just kind of giving him more time, and you are reaching pop here. So the question now is, do you want to play to Imperial, or do you want to go in? The funny thing is, if he goes for a slow siege with Trebs, he will likely float enough resources for Imperial. Let's go dive in to try to get some eco kills, though. Core not pulling away. Hello? Wait, is Core distracted by the Horseman? He finally realizes that a few villagers go down. Castle now being assaulted. I don't think this is worth the dive. Like, just use the trebuchets, take your time here, right? You exhaust your opponent's stone, and he doesn't have much left, really, when you look at it. Did he go for it? Yeah, I was about to say, he must have been on free TC, so there is a keep at home. But that has just exhausted the resources he now has to repair this forward one. Teardrop shields is also the way. I mean, Dragevann, at this stage, generally just save up. The Trebs are going to get you in. Maybe add in another Treb. 4 Trebs is usually, like 4 to 5 is usually the sweet spot. And Core is already being forced to posture here. But look at the rapid production. The Mango's pumping out every 15 seconds. Needs this. The crossbows are problematic. Mangoes are going to tug onto the Treb. That realistically shouldn't be happening, because remember the range you've got here, so you can pull the Mangoes basically beyond the keep's protection. And then look to dive them. In fact, Core, yeah, back the hell up, sir. What are you doing? Dragevann adding in extra scouts. I think that might have been a misclick. He's switching Cataphract. Smart against the Mangoes. Not so smart as overextending them. 1 Mango going down here. The rest to be protected, but the Elephants, look at the health here. The crossbows are countering. They don't look so strong against this. 47 crossbows. The Mangoes left behind in the retreat. And this looks like a fail to hold. Cool. He overextended. He knew he was going to have to do something about this trebuchets. The Mango's positioning forces him out of position and guarantees his demise in this opening game. God damn, Dragevann It looked like he might have been wavering from the clear win condition. I felt like he was maybe trying to posture a bit too aggressively, but in the end, it's Core who ends up overextending. That means game one is going to be a win for Dragevann. Core, nothing but perfection. Remember, guys, these are best of threes, and we run single elimination formats. So he already finds himself at risk. And looking at Core's draft, can I be inspired? Do I have confidence here? He's got Japanese, Rus, Chinese. Meanwhile, Dragavann's got English, French, and Jaune. It's kind of tough, right? French has been gaining popularity. English, very good as well. I feel like as long as you dodge French versus Japanese, you're pretty good there as Dragevann. Tricky one. I mean, I do wonder if Core was using Delhi here as well instead of, say, Dry Arabia to try and dodge Jaune coming out from Dragevann. In theory, it looked like it was going to work well. This entrapment, right? Just sticking him on his own island, keeping him there, but timings are different now. This changed version, Transhuman's, a lot better balanced, and as people highlighted in the chat earlier, a lot less cheesy. Let me know what you think of this map, by the way, guys. New this week, and of course, is going to be the default map throughout, so every series will kick off with a good old game of Transhumans. Let me know what you think, and if you like it, in the comments down below. And I'll see you in the next one. Whew, game one. That river change is great. Hell yeah. All right, so that's game one, guys. We still have another one to come. Whoop, whoop. And they, I believe, are already getting in. All right, so we are 3 minutes out from live. It's going to be Rus versus French. Ooh. I want to say that is slightly Rus favored, but not dramatically. From what I've seen, that's like maybe like a 55-45. There's enough closeness between it that it becomes more skill-based than anything else. And it is on Dry Arabia, which is like, you know, the most vanilla defaulty of maps, right? By the way, how many series do you think are going to have Dry Arabia in them? I gave it. I don't think I don't know if I'm ever going to give them Dry Arabia as a default map though. I haven't decided that yet. By the way, guys, you might be noticing something popping up throughout the next few streams to do with AMD. Do me a solid favor, when you see that link, click that link. We've actually partnered up for the week with AMD to talk about the new line of processors. And considering we've got 2 or 3 minutes to we're in game, it's now a perfect time for you guys to look at them as well. So go ahead and click on that link and go through to this website and just have a little bit of a scroll around. You'd be surprised how much you'll learn about this that you might not have known. I mean, these things are incredible. We're seeing like between 10 to 20-ish% on average gains compared to the last gen version of the 800X3D. The 9800X3D, of course, the successor to the 7800X3D. These are peak. Like, if you're a gamer, these are the best ones. And the real reason is, with the X3Ds, they have this huge 3D V-cache, right? Which essentially amps your game performances. And yeah, 104 megabytes not sound big, but it actually is. It's drastically bigger than what most other processors have in the gaming variety. So like, if you actually want to get the best frames across multiple games, AMD is the place to be, and this is the CPU to have. It is sold out right now, which is, you might be wondering, KP, why are they sponsoring you if you can't convince us to go buy them and buy them straight away? They want you looking at this. So legit, to prove to them that this is working, that they actually are reaching the Age of Empires people, and they believe in it, all you need to do is click it. Is clicking watching enough? Yes, clicking and looking. It's what we call an awareness campaign, guys. So there are... we do sales-driven campaigns, right? So, for example, the way we work Protein works, and they keep coming back to work with us, is because you guys pick up and buy. I think we need to up our sales a bit this month. So if you guys were thinking about it, do it, because I put some of the money we get from Protein Work sponsors back into prize pooling. But like with these guys, obviously Protein Works wants to see sales. Sometimes you get brands come in. Like typically when you're looking at influencer deals and whatever, they can be broken down into roughly 2 categories on average. Like just simplified, 2 categories. You have sales-driven integrations, and then you have exposure-driven integrations. This campaign that we're doing with AMD is more exposure-driven. They want people to look at the product. They want people to click on the website. They want people to know. They want people to see AMD splashed up on the screen, right? For example, when World's Edge sponsors us on the prize pools for these tournaments, it's exposure driven, right? Like it might convert into sales, but there's no direct trackable. I'm not saying go buy Age of Empires 4 with code KillerPigeon. They should do that though. So like it's a bit different. So yeah, if you guys are thinking of buying something, definitely check out our sponsor Protein Works, who's trying to re-up for 2025. But if you guys want to help out, you haven't got subs, can't afford some Protein Works, don't feel ashamed about it, whatever. It's especially a tough time of the year because everyone wants presents. The easy free thing you can do outside of just watching, just click the link for AMD when it comes up. Easy win. Yeah. Also, by the way, guys, if you can actually afford a sub, I highly recommend it because the next 13 in particular are going to help a lot. Because the next 13 would enable us to get a higher rev split from Twitch. I don't know if you guys know this, but Twitch gives you a 50-50 split by default. If you have 100 unique subscribers, aka they weren't just primes, they subscribed and like $5, whatever it was for their region, you get 60-40 split. And I realized today when I came online and looked, we're 87 out of 100, and we are very close to the end of the month. So, I mean, if you're thinking of subbing, please do. It'll help overall, like what you sub, it'll actually increase dramatically what we get because we'll go from a 50-50 split to a 60-40. So I appreciate everyone who has been subbing. You're all superstars. But let's get ready to go. Well, it's a good thing we're powering ourselves with AMD because we're on Dry Arabia and it's Roost French. Prepare for a lot of villagers running around, a lot of knights running around, and potentially we're calling the game a very late game. One and all, welcome back to the channel. Welcome back to the Age of Empires 4 action. If we can get predictions done, because I think I do have 1 or 2 mods in chat, thank you very much. It would be appreciated because we're in game. And we're going to be having Roost versus French. I can't believe it happened, guys. 5 weeks in, I finally was generous to the players. I gave them Dry Arabia. Okay, so in my defense, and I will die on this hill, and I don't think I'm alone, actually. I think Dry Arabia is kind of boring. In competitive play, I think it's kind of boring. You can argue it's the most balanced map or whatever, but it is overused, right? I feel like we need 3 maps that are close to the best balanced competitive maps, because then we can just interchange them. Because right now, like, Dry Arabia, every single tournament, man. Like, there is a point where you just want to keep it fresh, which is why we kept it out of the map pool for the first few weeks. To force a different style, you know, and encourage growth, change. And Dry Arabia will feature from time to time, but maybe there'll be 1 week where it's the default map. I just think there's already so many tournaments doing it as a default map, it doesn't need to be everywhere else as well. So, we're going to see how much it comes up this week. My feelings is it's probably going to be the most picked map. But we'll see. Don't badmouth your best map. Kiljadi, dude, your best map is Highview. You literally began your career as a guy who built Dark Age men at arms and rushed through the forest. Don't lie to me. All right, School of Cavalry versus Golden Gate coming. So recently when we've seen this matchup, it's changed. It used to be TC races, right? Kiljadi, clip it, guys. Kiljadi, I literally have YouTube videos from 2 years ago of you doing it. Don't you lie. Don't you lie, sir. But yeah, this matchup used to be 2TC versus 2TC a lot. Sometimes 3, right? But it's kind of changed. Roost tend to rush castle now. French often tend to go for more of an all-in approach. And this would be cool to enable it. Dragevann is going very aggressive out onto the map to gather food. Aren't the cabins too close? No. He is almost perfectly distanced them there. So just about apart. The reason you do these type of openings, it generates an insane amount of gold. Like, guys, I think the first players who regularly started doing this with Season 9's arrival was the Canadian bros, Wham in particular. And it just looked dirty every single game. At this point, he's generating 31 passive gold a minute for 200 wood invested. That pays back very quickly. And also, wood's easily accessible. You don't necessarily have to go gold. He does, however, still venture over. A little bit surprised by that. But then again, if this is a fast castle build, you need to actively gather gold anyway. It would only really be weird to do this play if you wanted to stay in H2 long, right? I mean, unless... There isn't a world in which he'd... No. I was going to say, if he was going to do the 2TC build, he would have pulled 5 villagers on the Golden Gate and walked them over to the stone outcropping to get 1 drop-off, right? He's only got 4 here. So this should either be fast castle, or he's going to try to counter the aggression. Countering the aggression doesn't really feel good, though, against French. Those are sharing trees for sure. Well, it's based on the overlap, right? Yeah. Yeah, so you're right. They are sharing... Sorry, I thought you meant are they in range of each other? They're sharing, I think about... Is that 7 trees? It looks like roughly 7 or 8 trees. In fairness, actually, now that I look at it more, why didn't he just put the hunting cabin here? And then the lumber camp here? It was actually a fair point. That is kind of weird, right? He's going pro scouts. Okay, so cool. He's going to try to hoover up off the map. He's got double D nearby. Probably struggle to actually take these away from Dragevann. Meanwhile, the knights are already in the way. Yeah, no, okay, now that you've highlighted it, I can't look away from it. You know, it's like in Austin Powers, where they tell him not to mention the mole. This hunting cabin is my mole. I want to chop it up and just spread it elsewhere, because it does feel like you could have placed hunting cabin here, lumber here, and then maybe wooden fortress beyond, and then you would have berry gatherers. So yeah, a bit funky. Meanwhile, Dragevann, a little bit surprised he went for the outpost, considering he hasn't got confirmation on whether it is going to be night play in H2 or not, right? Because you could have reacted to that afterwards. How are predictions looking as well? I'm kind of curious. Where do you guys go with that? So predicties are 90% in favor of Core. This is the thing, guys. When he's on Delhi, people believed, and they were proven wrong. But Core, he's known for 3 civs in the community, right? Well, actually, at the heart, I would say it's 2. There are 2 that he's absolutely renowned for, historically anyway. And those are Roos and HRE. They are his bread and butter. They are the things I'm pretty sure to this day he has the most games on. He keeps telling me actually Mongols is OG Civ, but even though it may be his OG and he'll have more games on that, I feel like I've always known him as a Roos and HRE main in my eyes whenever I cast him. So he is on a very comfortable Civ for him. However, this Civ on the other side has been ramping up in popularity extensively. And we have a wacky one. It's going to be 2TC. Very slow 2TC, but it looks like we're going 2TC. And this is also just a play out into the deer. Right? Or, wait. Yeah. So he's looking to secure the deer now. If this is 2TC, I wonder if it would have been better to rush and just set up the town center. And Core... he cancelled the outpost. So Core now gets the deer. What? Okay, this is getting weird. I guess Dragevann was like, I don't need this outpost, right? Because he's not going to aggress me. This does feel very odd the way... Like, now I'm starting to wonder if he'd done this for the arrow slits and forgot about them. Because the TC timing is going to feel less than reasonable, considering your opponent's rushing castle. Right? So, like, you're not going to be scaling an eco lead. So if you go to TC now, you're staying an age behind over a longer period, and your advantage of knight starts to dissipate when you go up against horse archers and castle roost knights, right? This does feel very odd. And there's the high trade house. This does make sense, by the way. This can share trees. It doesn't care. So this will hold a decent amount of resources in. Get your guesses, guys. He kind of couldn't go anywhere else because there are knights nearby. But what number do you think we're going to see on that high trade house? Okay, Dragovan's play on a deer is starting to look real sad. And because it's Dry Arabia, the boar's pretty far away, right? It's not like one of those maps where it spawns drastically closer to you. So playing for those in the mid-map against a fast-casting Roost player is just way too dangerous. I'm really confused by this. I think he's going to end up going 2TC because he overgathered. Or rather, he, like, as even beginning, right? Because I think this was meant to be for, like, arrows. in outposts. Because like 2TC with this type of opening makes no sense unless your opponent's out of food. And because he went pro scouts and you weren't able to block him, he's not out of food. And because he went high trade house, he's also not out of food. Good. Time for another rant about high trade house. Well, looks like he's going to shuffle. Wait. Oh my god. It's the camper van eating strat. What's that? They closed down the McDonald's on our block. Let's just move house, baby. Oh my god. What is this game? Now, it's fine, guys, because French mills are only 25 wood. Dive coming in the meantime. That's going to be one villager kill. Oh, the Sprinkler placement is on the way. This ain't looking good right now for Dragevann. Once sprinklers are there, you can't dive this area, right? Your French Knights just won't last long enough. Already have Horse Archers out. Yeah, I mean, that's pretty much cut. It's closed. Dragevann has now stopped gathering on stone at 375. Oh my dear god, he's gonna go 2TC. And also keep in mind the position of the Knights. He's not actually blocking more of these deer from being recovered. So core is hunky-dory, as safe as can be. High trade house, by the way, 134. So actually not bad considering how limited it was in terms of positioning. Blasphemous also coming in to just amp up the steel arrow damage, which also makes it even harder to dive. I am flummoxed right now by Dragavann's plan. There it is. Second TC at 10.5 minutes here. He's close to Castle Age, so in fairness, there is a recovery arc. As long as the Knights are able to keep the Horse Archers at home. But even then, you know, like, the Horse Archers can kite you out, whittle you down, right? So you have to bulk your Knights up. I also think Horse Archers can do more damage in small groups raiding here because, of course, Dragevann is playing out to the map, while Core is being a little rat in his base. If you refuse to come out, they're going to come in. Oh, okay. The picture is starting to be painted for me. That Seek Shelter just hit Core in the face like a truck. Hey, that Seek Shelter was like the full-out shelter ideas they sold you in like the 60s. Made of tin and was not going to protect you from a nuclear strike. It's going to be worse than that. Dragevann. Ooh. Core just about reacting in time that time, and he has to remember because he didn't go wheelbarrow. This is so greedy what he's done here. No wheelbarrow makes it very difficult to dodge these night raids, and it's about to get harder. Royal Institute now on the way. This game, for a moment, kind of looked catastrophic for Dragevann. I felt like Core had the keys to the kingdom, but now you start looking at the Horse Archer count, you wonder, you know, if they get the link for the map, decent amount of Horse Archers to whittle down the Knights, but if you're talking like, you know, 20 Knights, Royal Institute with Royal Bloodlines coming towards your base, where do you kite? How do you live? Questions that I think Core is going to have to answer because he just lost another 3 Horse Archers. He did kill 5 villagers, right? For the dive. Expensive losses. I mean, you have to, I know it sounds weird. Like, yes, you killed a villager for each Horse Archer. In theory, that's good here, right? But I think getting mass on Horse Archers is just as important now that Castle Age is in play for Dragevann. And apologies, guys. I'm kind of looking at my screen at an off 45-degree angle, so every once in a while I might miss a bit of a raid from orange color to serve. So Veteran Seaver Knights is coming in. That's going to make it much more difficult to fell them. Core is switching to crossbows. Correct call here, right? I don't even know if it's worth going Boys Fortitude at this point. I think Horse Archers are simply going to be for raiding and nothing else. But they could raid something big here. 5 villages, sure, it's okay. It doesn't really change the game. 9 villages, though. That would eradicate Dragavann's entire lead that he's currently built. Instead, though, he shuffles back towards that gold. Hello? Dragevann, that doesn't work! Depends who you think it's working for. Horse Archer dive in. Isn't going to be able to achieve anything, but that was greedy. Dragevann should know better. This Warrior Monk's just so tanky. One more absolutely required recruit core. Now has a knight to play with. Horse archers are still circling, and Dragevann himself now trying to play for those relics. I think... Wait, did most of those horse archers attack the farm? I think they did. They're going to be diving in now. Knights are going to react to this. A few villages are going to be lost, but it is 2 TC, remember. Core's still playing on 1. So most raiders are now gone. Knights have gotten back to blocking out the retrieval of deer, but overall, most of it's already been done. He did intercept the relic, though. That's a much bigger deal. Cool. The reason it's a big deal is, like, how much gold does he really have that he can touch? He's not moved out into it right now. It's outside the safety zone here, right? He's trying to scale crossbows as well, which makes me worry more. I mean, golden tickets can help you for the Golden Gate quite well, but they have their limitation. You're going to need to scale fast here because the Knights are soon going to get Giga Juiced. It's up to 15. Once you're about 20, Royal Bloodlines is a jackpot waiting to happen. I feel like Core missed his window? Sort of. And wait. Wait. No, you may be right on that. Is this 1, 2, 3, 4, 5? Oh, sorry. I just remember. Wait. No, there is 6 relics. What? What? Why are this? Oh, of course, guys, because Dry Arabia is the most competitively balanced map, it makes sense. 3 apiece, right? So that it's balanced. Where are all those Dry Arabia fanboys now? Why is there 6 relics on the most vanilla logic-based map ever? I can't even... Oh my god. I think I saw this back in like 2021, but... Unbelievable. There is legit 6 relics. Core has got 5 relics. And somehow Dragevann still has 1. That's crazy. Talk about making fast castle builds a bit better. Yeah, I think Biddle and me are going to have to talk. Didn't we? I'm pretty sure at the beginning of this talk, especially like Chum, I know he's not like a crazy fan of Dry Arabia either. He was praising. He's like, yeah, they've really evolved the map. Damn right they have. 2025, 6 relic games, here we come. Dev was sitting there like, man, I miss the days where we used to give more gold to relics and Regnitz used to give 300 gold per relic. Then, like, you know, Winston's next to him like, yeah. Wait, what are you guys doing? Royal Bloodline's coming in here. Dragevann needs to start doing some eco damage. I mean, in fairness, if he just pins Core over time, he should win, right? Like, I say that. Core is now on 4 relics. Soon to be 5, somehow. With high trade house. Like, he has a back gold as well. Technically, he can live in his corner. He can be Core in the corner, as is appropriate, until Imperial Age, quite comfortably. And... What? I didn't think he was going to go in. 5 Knights just go down. Dragevann. That's pure insanity, man. He must have been distracted looking somewhere else. He does at least dive in and find a little bit of trickle damage there, but Core, he's playing him like a fiddle. What? That's huge. The TC wasn't built, right? And these villages do not have textiles. He would have massacred them there if he discovered them. Remember, when you're vetted up, you kill villagers in 2 hits with the sword. Unbelievable. Crossbow stirrups now on the way. Dragevann is going to try to make his own transition. However, Core's got a timing here. And he might be able to just break face before Dragevann gets that transition even started. Man, Core. He understood perfectly. Like, some players in the situation would have hunkered down, and that would give an advantage to Dragevann. 2TC versus 2TC. French are just better. But now, yeah, he even sees the archery range. He's just giving away what's happened here. He catches him before he even starts scaling a second unit. I mean, the only thing you really do now if you're Dragevann is trade. Eco for eco, right? throw some of yours in there to distract and hunt his, because you are not fighting that army directly. And I love this. Dragevann, he buys critical time here. Core has to chase him all the way home because he brought the entire army. Nice. They just need to not die. Right, the whole idea here is if they die, Core will just rush your base. If they're still alive, he has to be cautious here. Wouldn't mind him breaking off 2 or 3 to head into the base, though. Not all of them, because if you get caught, it's curtains closed. Weirdly enough, we have archers being scaled, but crossbow turrets being researched. I clearly, like, 3 years of watching AoE4, and I just clearly know nothing. I think he forgot to cancel it. That's pretty pricey. Dive coming in on the second TC, though. In the meantime, the Knights are going to be moving in to intercept reinforcements here. They need to start finding the villages. Dive moving past, but also moving the wrong way. Core going a bit wide here. Just trying to get an easy access point onto that TC. We'll finally find it. But the Knights, in the meantime, are hunting for villages and failing disastrously here. They find a few, but they haven't found the bulk. The rest got away. He is, however, cutting reinforcements. The Core's army, well, it's strong, but not overwhelmingly so. Dragevann, as long as he keeps dodging here, will buy time to build a defense force. The Knights are still hunting, right? There's still resources that he could block out here. Kind of bad, actually, the way that Core's fighting with these crossbows one by one. I mean, the Knights are still very threatening with the Royal Bloodline, so even though it's only 8 of them, if you really want to run 4 crossbows in, usually you don't want to do that against normal Knights. These ones are so much harder to kill. Now dive underneath the primary TC. Villagers being lost on both sides. But you're starting to feel a bit of fatigue here, right? The spear is wasting a lot of time splitting off from the group. Means the crossbows are being targeted by the TC. Remember, the crossbows are the more valuable thing here. Losing them hurts you more. Who was winning this? Spearmen are going to find the gold, but I mean, who cares? You've got double outpost, right? Dragevann shouldn't really lose more than maybe 1 villager here. Actually dodges on losing any. Crossbows are shuffling in now, but the outpost being rushed up just in time there, Drag. We were to save most of the villagers. The crossbow count about to go down here for Core. Yeah, a lot of losses if you sit underneath double outpost like this. Dragevann just needs to keep moving his villagers in the meantime. Knights have blocked all production. Core starting to strain himself, looking for more food. He does cycle out there before the Knights reach the backside. The Spearmen are still raiding the tree line, and all of a sudden we have equality on villager count. Dragevann now dragged down to 75 villagers to 70. Whew. Well, clearly the problem here is that Dragevann didn't have a high enough frame rate so that he could then have a high enough click rate. This will totally make sense. So the issue there is that he needs to buy a new Ryzen CPU. There you go. I lined it up perfectly with Hostile Screen. I mean, it kind of does feel... Wait, no. He actually does look like he's got Duo Pentium Core processor brain right now. What's going on? No. No! And that is why you need an X3D CPU brain. An X3D CPU brain wouldn't have lost those villages like that. 10 eco lead now for Core. Ay, 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 ay. And as is being highlighted by chat, yes, it's not just the 10 eco lead. It's more than that. The high trade house, the 5 relics. Now the uncomfortable phase is being reached and passed for Core. He's starting to get those farms. Once they're online, there's no advantage left for Dragevann. I don't think there's anything left anyway. This game looks curtains closed. I feel like Dragevann, what was his mistake here? The critical blunder. I mean, he got caught in his transition, but that can happen, right? He could have used his flank villagers to set up a few production buildings away from the base to start scaling a defense army instead of trying to trickle them. I think that would have helped him a lot. Also, I just felt like with the way that he was trying to shift his economy one big blob at a time, he was never really gathering, right? So you didn't see him start pumping archers to defend. Now that he finally is, we've got Core prepping his own solution. Horsemen on the way. Wolves are going to be going up. So Dragevann now looking to hunker down, but he's going to need to get back on the stone, remember. It's not just 2 TC now, it's free. Dragevann, he's about to see it. So free TC Roos in a corner. K-I-S-S-I-G. No. They are as happy as can be. He's got almost full gold here, and a full gold here. You did just hear me correctly. Core has, in grand total, thanks to the golden gate and all the passive gold, and then the relics follow up, with what he's been doing this game for 24 minutes, only had to actively gather 218 gold all game. That is quite frankly insane when you remember how many crossbows he built as well. And the fact that he has 2,100 gold now. Good God. I'm trying to figure out how Dragevann now wins. And for those asking, no, it was not Guildhall, it was Royal Institute, right? So your goal was to win now. With that window now gone, like, how does the picture look if we go into Imperial? I mean, there's some upsides for French, sure, but there's plenty for Roos as well, and they're going to be there a lot quicker. High Armory on the way, Horseman Pump coming. We've got Boys Fortitude being prepped, which means immediacy into Elite Horseman. And Dragevann is going to be walking headfirst like a clueless mouse into an inhumane mousetrap here. And also the Spasskaya, good read here, right? The one weakness for Core is by going for this tech, his army is notably smaller. By getting this up, there is going to be a limited opportunity to die for his opponent now. I mentioned the Palisade walls. I mean, here's the other problem, guys. You decided to now transition into mass ranged, and your opponent has just walled up. It's okay, though. You're only 2,500 hits away from getting through the wall. So you keep at it, champ. I mean, does Dragevann even hang around when he sees the tech? Well, we're going to find out in a second, because it is the moment of truth, Dragevann. He thinks there's a way. He downs the rest of the whiskey and he says, I got this. Let's see. Actually, I don't know if he's old enough to drink. I don't know what the legal age is in Norway. Well, Knight has at least shuffled in so he can try to get some info out of this situation. Spasskaya has been revealed. So Dragevann now knows that it's a strong stand defense, which means his only play here is to go into Imperial, where he will have substantially less free economy to work with. Yeah, it doesn't really sound like I'm feeling positive about his odds here. I mean, if he can to make it a 2-0, guys are gone. This is a dramatic uphill slog for the French now. Walls are going up, so setting up for that late game situation. However, if you don't start pressuring Core, Horsemen come to play. And Horsemen are like that giant, fluffy dog, right? It seems friendly enough, but you get to a point where maybe your small frame, you're like, dog, please stop playing with me. But no, it just keeps ruffling and tumbling over you. And before you know it, you're battered and bruised. It almost just feels like Horsemen, without really even meaning to, can do ridiculous damage. Especially when you're only using wooden walls like this. Trev has at least arrived, right? So a little bit of siege coming in here. Doesn't really apply the pressure necessary, though. You can see Core is getting the time he needs to get into Streltsy. And yes, indeed, we do have Tithe Buns. Because we like money. Money, money, money. Wait, does it not show on the UI anymore? I'm pretty sure it used to show on the UI. Red pass coming. I mean, you could try to capture Sacred Sites, but we're already seeing that Core is alleviating that concern. Walls going up on the south side. And also remember, he can build stone walls himself. Horsemen are going to march in, and oh no. No, 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 no. That's the denier. He goes to the torches, is trying to force them back to the repair. Red Palace is taking a hell of a lot of damage here, but Luckily for Dragevann, it's not quite enough horsemen to bring it tumbling down. However, this many horsemen should have enough time to break through a wooden wall. Dragevann needs to be quick on the repair here. Remember, these guys are tanky. Boy's bloody fortitude. Villagers just trying to keep the wall up. But the horsemen are a common plague. They're going to get in. Age 4 has at least been reached, but Dragevann now 40 villagers behind. The second wave is shuffling towards his base. This one including Streltsy, the late game ender. Farm count looking very healthy now for Core. He's up to a total of 34, soon to be up to 50. Other side of it, Dragevann has got 50 farms as well. First horseman wave is at least going to get mopped up, but we can see second unit is moving in, and this one can defend against this archer mass from Dragevann. Dragevann, you know, he's stretched so thin, he can't go for quality, right? He has to go for archer play here. However, without university play into the extra range, I'm not really sure how he's meant to fight Streltsy. With that range, remember, you can actually kite them and outgun them. How is this game not over one way or the other? Like, I'm actually very puzzled. For how this was looking earlier on, thought Dragevann was just going to walk away with it quick. And then we get to this. And it feels wild that Dragevann hasn't waved the white flag yet. He really is just looking across at Core and going, how do you lose this? Show me. Dragevann, how do you lose this? Show me. Oh no. Oh no. I'm getting flashbacks to Voldemort versus Mahoda. Of course Mahoda's in the chat when I say that. I mean, it's not as dramatic this time. It's only 7 villagers, don't worry. The horsemen are now distracted. Dragevann, meanwhile, is going to try to deny any reach into the center of the map for Core. Core is playing wide flanks here, and he is getting value out of it. He managed to find the 8k vein on the north side. Dragevann he has to run back to this again. Well, let's try this again. Villagers, do your thing. This time it looks like it's going to work. Core is actually trying to hit them through the wall, unable to do so. So we'll be able to mop up or at least chase away the horsemen. Horsemen, which, by the way, do now have biology. They are chunky mother duckers. 256 megabits of health. You guys remember when we thought 256 megabits was a lot for RAM? We're like, woo-wee! I'm going to be able to run Age of Empires 1 on high frame rate. Actually, no, that's a lie. Back then, we didn't actually even ask what the frame rate was. And yes, just to confirm to people, because that very rarely ever gets researched, I feel like, compilation is what that tech there is. By the way, Capture Age, if you aren't dead, do you mind maybe tweaking your UI so this makes sense? Thank you very much. Just kidding. Why would they watch me? Why does anyone watch me? Not coming in. He's a chunky boy, considering he's under a keep. Not going to be enough to phase him, though. And in the meantime, Core is starting to frustrate the mana. Army marching home now, though. Dragevann, in theory, should be able to take this fight. I mean, he's sacking the Royal Institute. Doesn't really see much value left in the needs. We'll now march in for the fight. He should be able to win this. There's no way Core's army is big enough to take that fight. Right? So the best thing you can do is play towards the choke point where you can't get flanked by all the melee. And then try to win. But, oh, where are you going, sir? Sorry, you don't have a pass for the farming district. We require sign-in. So we'll be able to exchange out. Looks like he's trying to deal with the Streltsy backline here. I mean, at this point, like, your knights don't really even need to be committed. Just frontline your archers, throw them away. He's transitioning Arbitrary anyway. Arbitrary is kind of weird, but considering his eco is worse, it's at least a reasonable trader, considering it's better attack speed, right? Compared to normal crossbows. So it does do a bit better than other crossbows would in a Streltsy matchup. It also has the Pavis ability, which is totally worth using. Need to be careful, though, because if you hunker down, it means Streltsy are hunkering down as well. And if Streltsy are hunkering down, then they get the attack speed buffer over time. Wait, you think Core's going to go for... Oh, no. Core. Is Core actually going for a wonder? Jesus Christ. Okay, so I'm going to double check something. So I'm looking at the list of players playing this week, and on the list of most likely to go for a wonder, Core ranks in the top 3. The top 3 would probably be Core, Louis. Is Wham reformed enough? It's either Wham or KillJadi. Talked about this before. KillJadi either has very quick games or very, very long games. I mean, Dragevann doesn't look anywhere near as dead as he did 5 minutes ago. His military count is heavily bloated because Core doesn't have enough population for military, right? He's got way too much in the economy. He's trying to BCQT it, right? The classic where you gather 20, 30, 40,000 resources to then delete your economy and flood. But Dragevann is going for quality now, which is straining this timing that Core was looking for. This is wild. He's going to pressure onto the keep now. Cannon placement's coming in, the boiling oil as well. Sorry, lukewarm oil. He has got the core architects, right? So not a quick kill here. Instead, he's going to go for the easy pickings. Moves to the north side. It feels like Dragevann needs to be going in. This has been impressive so far, but if he can't pressure into the primary eco, the food, then nothing comes of this. In fairness, going for the gold isn't the worst of ideas, but you need Siege to follow up to make it efficient. Because if you look, Core, he's not flowing a lot of surplus gold here. And for all the bragging and all that extra gold he had to work with, he's now down to his final 4K in the corner. Scenarios is still away. Dragevann is trying to buy time for that. I love that choice. He steps back the crossbows and not the archers because, of course, archers are the trash unit here, right? And also, crossbows just trade, in general, better into anything that archers do. Especially with crossbow stirrups. What are we doing over here for trees? I see him trying to retreat his eco away. Dragevann has done him a favor, though. Look at the population now. Core has breathing room. He can finally add in more units. I honestly don't know who's going to win this game, which is impressive at 36 minutes in. And I just don't know how to put this. Neither of them has played a clean game. Everything has felt very messy here. Then again, we may have reached the true late game form of Ruse. And guys, rumors of their demise, rumors of their demise were premature. New Season 9, Mangoes being what they are in Imperial Age, one of the biggest benefactors, Ruse. The Mangoes are cheaper because of the Imperial Academy. Oh wait, he did, sorry, not Imperial Academy, because the Armory didn't do it this game though. But even without that, it allows you to very easily support with Horseman Streltsy. Streltsy are just an MVP, and Horsemen make the very fluid front line, and of course with Boy's Fortitude, they become as tanky as pretty much any other Civ in the game. More so. Remember that 25 base does scale. Right now, another problem is Dragevann. He has a lot of crossbows. He doesn't have his own siege. So the siege war, he is officially behind. Mangoes. Need to be careful about the positioning though. Because we've been here before, guys. We've seen Core lose a game with Mangoes at a critical moment. Could we be about to see it again? Cannons start shooting. Archers are feeling the pain though. Crossbows trying to target down these Mangoes, but it takes a long time. The Horsemen are also reaping them from the side here. And that looks like a destructive blow. Dragevann losing the backbone of the army. Only a handful of rage units left over. Horsemen able to chase that down. And it looks like we are going to need a game 3 between these two to decide it. Oh, wow. First series of Midweek Worcester number 5, and it's delivering for sure. Good lord. Cool. But I say it's going to go to a game 3, but we could still have 20 minutes, you know. I know Core likes to chill in these moments. He's hesitant to go in, which, by the way, like, before anyone's like, oh my god, Core just end the game. Remember, guys, you can't easily dive the French. They've got the Red Palace. They've got Arbison placements. You would lose a lot of army doing so. So he has to take his time around it. What's so good about Streltsy? So Streltsy have a lot of things going for them. They are just as good, actually better, than standard hand cannoneers from a statistics standpoint, because their melee attacks are phenomenal. On top of that, in a prolonged fight, they become substantially better than standard hand cannoneers. After 10 seconds, they get that attack speed buffer, right? And in a long fight where you've got melee lines clashing consistently, if Streltsy are able to hunker, they're really powerful. Because their front line is so chunky in Horsemen, they do get to hunker. Now, if that wasn't enough to convince you that Streltsy are absurd, the cost. You get a better hand cannoneer for less. You pay 75% of what other civs would for the hand cannoneer, and it's better. On a civ that also gets dramatically high amounts of passive gold, right? We've got hunting cabin here, hunting cabin here. These three things here are generating 200 passive income. Then he's got the relics, which usually you're able to play for. Then you scatter hunting cabins next to tree lines. You generate so much gold. And in conjunction with all those details, like the discount cost of the Streltsy, it makes continuously repumping this comp very sustainable, even with limited gold access. Dragevann still hasn't waved the white flag here, but we do have 3 Sacred Sites now. In theory, this should just be over. It's still 3 mangoes in play. Streltsy count is low. I think Dragavann's logic is, hey, you know, I'm going to wipe this army, and then what does he do? What he does is he buys an entirely new army because he's got 20,000 resources in reserve again. Ta-da! These blind punts with the mangoes. How old is Core, guys? I don't want to say how old he looks, but I'm wondering how... Like, is there a thought here that Core is an old man? And maybe, just maybe, if you play long enough, he's going to get tired. But then on the flip side, Dragevann is very young. So, if he plays too late into the night, it might be his bedtime. You know, I feel like it's a double-edged sword what you're playing with here. Well, we do have Silk Bowstrings on the way, so he's going to lead archers again. We did talk about this earlier, that Silk Bowstrings is the counter to Streltsy. Just like longbows actually counter Streltsy a lot better now in Season 9. Because remember, these kind of get you that longbow effect. It takes your archers from 5-tower range to 6.5, right? Almost the longbow's default range. We have got Trevs now moving up, but cannons just look so depressing when you try to use them like this. Soon we will get kill. Maybe do. Or rather, more appropriate here, what are you doing? I don't think you would dive this area. Sacred Site Wing Condition is going to start straining here. Dragevann, he's got a lot of time to work with, but the problem he now has is Core's building up such a big reserve. He's massing the Streltsy again. Horrific French accent. Petit! How dare you say that I cannot do the accent? It is quite simple. It is très bien. I even have a modern admin who is French who will confirm that that is the best French accent he's ever heard. At this point, he thought he was on the phone to his uncle. Hell no? Alright, screw you. I'm giving Cal your job. Good thing you already got that invoice in. You can use the money to go buy a new 9800 X3D. It'll be worth every penny, baby. Click that link. All right, Siege is coming in, though, and it's a lot of Trebs. Trebs is the answer to the Red Palace guys because you can't dive it. If you dive it, you die. This thing is ridiculous. Hits for 63 damage. Now, admittedly, actually, you know, Arbison placements, like, so the Red Palace is still good, but it's not as absurd against Siege as it once was, right? Because Siege is now percentile ranged armor. So you used to have an issue because you'd have like 30 or 50 ranged armor, but this thing still hits for 63. Now it hits for 63, but you reduce that by 85%. Yeah, and cannons have 85%. So I think in theory you could efficiently take out Red Palaces with cannons now. It's a bit tricky when they get fully garrisoned though. Anyway, Treb's still the cleanest. Landmark down. Dragevann, I don't Tube, did you tell him there's like a reward for longest series of the day? Because there's not. I don't have that kind of money. Especially considering he's Norwegian. He probably thinks that this is already worth $15,000. Those guys have too much money. He's trying to snipe the cannons. Goddamn traps. There's only 2 landmarks left as well, right? He never rebuilt the Royal Institute, but realistically, I mean, if we get to a stage where the TC's being sieged, the game will just be GG'd. This does feel like it's a bit slower than it needs to be for Core. But then again, he has Sacred Sites locked in, so his thought process now is like, why do I need to risk anything? You need to come to me. Pinch here on the cannons. Brings one of them down, goes into the dive. Able to shuffle him away just in time here, but love that. The Warrior Monks just want him in there to give the blessing. And finally, we have a GG. And we will be having a final game to decide this series between the two. Dude, this is a crazy series to open the round of 32. You wouldn't believe they met in the very beginning of week number 5. What do you guys been thinking of the series so far? What do you think about this matchup? Ruse French, very different. Does it feel odd to not as often see multi-TC? We kind of got into it here, but it felt like a different breed, right? Let me know in the comments. I'll catch you in the next one. All right. Insult my goddamn accents when I've got a cold. Putain! Oh, no, I just spat all over my mouth. Oh, could you imagine it if I did? Oh, no. Don't imagine that. That's, oh. Ooh. Guys, I just got even bigger news on the Protein Works, because we'll get into the next game in a sec, because they're going to be loading in a sec. I need to update my panel. Do you want to know why? Something really cool just happened. I'll even do it with you live. What's that? Let me save the image. I'll even do it with you. So there is an even bigger discount. So I'm gonna go down here. By the way, this link here, this panel, everyone should just scroll down now and click it like this. Do that. Thank you very much. And then also afterwards, you're going to want to go through to here because there is a bigger discount. That's right. With my code today, you get 15% extra off your Protein Works purchases. Jackpot. Today is the day. Order like crazy. Go for it. Take advantage of that today because, like I said, they're also deciding if they want to renew for 2025. So this is the time to make that move you've been considering because, you know, if we don't sell well, they won't be here in 2025. They don't believe in the gamers. On top of that, this is what I was talking about. We are 13 away. If you've not subscribed so far this month, get it in. Because we can crack that, it means that I overall get more of the money and Twitch gets to keep less. But with that being said, let's get ready for game number 3. That was a bloody long one. I mean, I chose to cast a core series, right? Sometimes it's his fault, sometimes it's not. But one thing that is inevitable when I cast core, the games on average are bloody long. That's why I praised him in his WAM series last week, where he tried some very quick and aggressive things. Okay. So, we're going to Kalauga. It's going to be Chinese versus English. B versus Cow at 17 GMT. Oh my. Hmm. 16. Oh, so like half an hour. We could watch B versus Cow, guys. There's probably other series. I won't use the word better series to shame it, but there are maybe other options. But we'll review it. It's an interesting one to think. I think there's like 2 or 3 series going on around that time, right, Tube? We'll figure out what we're going to do. First of all, though, we need to resolve this. English versus Chinese. A year ago, this matchup would have been a 15-minute GG. Now, a 2-hour game. Okay, maybe it's not going to be that extreme. One and all, welcome back to the channel. and welcome back to the Midweek Muster. Actually, the funniest thing about this matchup is how the roles kind of reversed. Old school approach was English feudal all-in or fast castle to get out, and then Chinese would TC boom. Nowadays, English do the TC boom, and China quite often are the ones doing these fast castle or all-in Zhuge Nu pushes. Curious to see how this one's going to play out, because this is core on the Chinese. And if you guys aren't familiar with core on the Chinese, guy likes to boom. However, more recently, he has been getting pretty lofty into those Zhuge Nu type rushes. So maybe we actually get a very quick resolution of the series, because that game 2 was long. So, looking at this actually from KillerPigeon's as a map is kind of interesting, right? Because I think China has to play very hunkered down. The most important thing to open up with is going to be a spawn. What's he looking at? And also, can we get predictions going, please? Mod in chat, please. If you guys saw 2 mods there. Instead of you 2 fighting with your swords, it would be appreciated. Thank you very much. The fact that we've got Chinese fishing is a little bit bold, because let's say Dragevann went with a council hall play here. He could block fishing, block your value, and still extract kills on your economy, right? And considering you want to open Imperial Academy, that would be disastrous for core. Thank you very much, mods. I wonder if Dragevann's going to do it, though. I feel like it's worth it here. Ooh. Oh, no. This is still all-in. This is just a really cool all-in. Dragevann doesn't really play 2 TC English often, folks. For those that aren't familiar with Dragevann, the Kai really came to our attention, and I think for a lot of people to their attention, in an EGC tournament, I believe it was, where he ran into Vortex in a best-of-3 and beat Vortex, who's on the Malians, as English with a proxy base build to rush him. This guy loves his proxy bases. He loves his fort bases. And with 2 villages this far forward on an Abbey of Kings, I think we can see where this is going. Likely he's going to be shuffling forward and dropping archer ranges beyond. He's already gathered 150 wood. He could go for the horseman play. I just don't think it's as valuable here, considering you're playing against China, and China will stay very close to their base, right? In fact, did he not even go for a mill? No. Okay, yeah, he's going for the no imperficial build. So, like, no mill to gather, right? Because he's only getting the fishing. But he has to gather food on land as well, right? He has at least limited it. He's going very aggressively into the woods. So this has to be, what, an outpost play on the gold. Not a bad idea, considering the Lombo rush should be expected here. That would buy him time to then secure a secondary resource with Barbican. Would love to see core at least shoving these deer, just so that they are safe and nicely pushed against you, instead of shuffling away. Dragevann, meanwhile, is wrapping around... And I think we are getting the archery range here. Oh, yes. Oh, this is cool. Maybe here? He's waiting, right? Like, you can't do it yet. So he's going to start gathering. Abbey of Kings, he has to pull extra villages because he just realized it's taking too long. So he didn't optimize the timing for the KillerPigeon map. This timing has been optimized, by the way, for Highview, who we saw him do it the other week up against Chuck Francis in the early rounds, if you guys remember. That game was insane. Find it in the VODs if you're not. This map, however, KillerPigeon tends to be a little bit less walk distance to your opponent. So yeah, as a result, he has to chop down the trees, go for the house drop, and then we should be looking at archery range follow-up here. Meanwhile, core is being as greedy as can be. We have got double, make it triple docks and walls. What? I mean, walls are cool if your opponent's playing water, not so much if he's playing full land. Dragevann just trying to get cheeky there. I love that. Trying to get the wolf back in range so you can potentially get a kill. King is now on the way. And it's happening. Double archery range right next to core's base. Not just that. Core doesn't know. This is everything, man. If Dragevann waits, gets like 4 or 5 longbows going, it's curtains closed, right? Core, he doesn't have a Barbican play here. Right? He went for the Imperial Academy after going triple dock. Now, in fairness, it means he's got a lot of food going, but the thing I worry about here is gold. Realistically, Dragevann could very quickly just block all gold. Then you only have taxation. Taxation can help to a certain degree, but I feel like the buildings around your Imperial Academy could easily get denied. Dragevann, he already has the scout in position to sniff on things. He's going to shuffle through to the other side. Meanwhile, Knight does arrive, and Core. Where is he on vision? He still doesn't know. Oh my god, Archer's now moving. It looks like it's going to go north side to actually set up an outpost to block the fishing here. I hope not. I think you go for the tree line, right? You can't easily kill fishing boats, so it doesn't matter as much. But villagers are permanent damage. The villager has been seen here, though. Lombos are going to move in, but unfortunately, the vision from the fishing boat reveals the play. Doesn't he still get a villager kill? The dive coming in with the king as well. It might be additionals. Lombo not quite able to get that. The king, oh, in range a bit too long there. Not the best handling in the end by Dragevann, so only one villager kill, and he loses the king for it. Yeah, an expensive unit to replace at this stage of the game as well. 200 resources doesn't come up easily, especially considering the gathering of the gold is meant to be intended for siege and steeled arrow timing. Now he's going to probably have to like sidestep it, right? Ecotechs as well, but the king is usually quite worth it once you see your opponent has units. So what he's likely going to do is wait for a stables drop and then go, okay, now I need the king because my Lombos are going to be in trouble. Barbecue drop coming in though. Lombos are on the way. He does know about this. And remember, usually when we see barbecue drops, they always work because it's just melee units. But Lombos, a handful of them, could do some serious damage. I mean, they can two-hit the villagers, right? Key ingredient here to success. Dragevann is already in range now with 5 villagers. And Core has to cancel it. Runs off. The Imperial official hangs around looking at a blueprint, wondering what the hell is going on in this game. Core now idled out with a huge lump of his economy. A third is not working right now. Not just that, guys. More Lombos are coming. The second group is on the way. We can have a very swift end to this series. Longbows can start to step away. Villagers are trying to go for the shears, but this is death, man. This is horrible death. Core runs the other way, but it leads to losses. 3 more down. By the end of this, probably 5 more dead. And all of a sudden, the only reason you're still neck and neck is the fishing. Fishing that is limited for Core. Remember, it's only shoreline fish on this map. You can't rely on that forever. Is it fair to call this Dragevann's signature civ at this point? I think so. This guy feels so comfortable with the English, and he always goes for these overly aggressive builds. We've seen it fall victim sometimes, but quite often we've seen some insane executions with these type of proxy bases. Some people call this cheesy. I don't necessarily think so, especially in a game like this against China. China isn't looking to be out on the map in the early game. They never are. He's exploiting that detail to leverage an advantage. Barbican did go up, though, so Core, he is finding the gold now. He does still have some food gathering, so he could find his way to Castle Age. And also, I think Dragevann made a mistake there. He brought all the Lombos together instead of keeping the 2 split groups. So he was expecting Core to go Horseman. And his call to rally the troops would have made sense if Core was going to go for the ponies. But now, with being fast castle, he fails to block gold entirely. Oh boy. Not just that. Dragevann has been overly greedy in his tech approach here. I don't think you go Steeled Arrow. You should be going for Siege Engineering, right? You know, you're already wing condition now as a Ram Rush timing, and that's going to be difficult to achieve because Barbicans are just so absurdly tanky at this stage of the game. It's definitely not a quick kill to be found. Alright, 1s if you think Core's going to win this. 2s if you think Dragevann is taking it. Outposts are coming up, so he will be able to shuffle around. Lombos can actually reach in range of this, right? Barbican has slightly more range, but you can still poke and prod. Just awkward. It's going to lead to losses unless you have a king there to heal. And Imperial Palace is now on the way. So Core, his out from this is going to be Palace Guard. He's going to flood them. He's got the deer to get enough together here. He's got enough deer, in fact, he should be able to puddle together like, what, 10 to 12 Palace Guard? More now with this shoreline fish still operational. So he's not dead yet. Reminder, by the way, whoever wins this has the sweaty duty of dealing with either Vortex or Jean Do. Now, if Jean is able to beat Vortex, he is a force to be reckoned with. If it's Vortex himself, the man needs no introduction. That was our semi-finalist in last week's Midweek muster. Ram timing for Dragevann just feels maybe off here. Wait. What? Chorus chosen the thing that can get countered and age behind. This week, crafty if you're going to build Horsemen. It's not very cost efficient if you go Lancers, right? Like, surely this is seen as well. Yeah, the stables has been monitored here. On top of that, Lancers, they take so much longer to pump out, right? Even with supervision than, say, Palace Guard would. If you block Palace Guard, you have a timing to hit the main army. Lancers is more about raiding. So, all of a sudden, Dragevann has an opening here. Can I say Jean du one more time? You want me to say it very French? Jean du? Jean du? Jean du? Nice little strike in. 2 more villagers down. Believe it or not, Core has lost 14 workers so far in this game. Oh my god, Song OP. Remember, some of them were fishing boats though. And taxmen. More are arriving on that tree line. So Core. Oh boy. The Lancer pump is aggressive, but it's coming at a cost here. He still can't defend himself yet. Lombo's able to start moving and extracting additional kills. Lancers have to react, but maybe this is an overextension from Dragevann. He's underneath the Barbican and the TC for this. This is going to cost him. He needs to get as much as possible out of this. He's at least starting to bring down a few Lancers, but you just see how much damage those hand cannon slits can do. Dragevann continues to dive, though. Core still without wheelbarrow. It's difficult to run away. As long as you keep moving ahead of time, you'll keep the distance, but if you let loose for a second and forget, both of these units move at 1.12. Another thing that's critical here, guys, someone forgot the undermesh. No. This is fine, because Core didn't get blacksmiths. A lot of idle time here. Now 6 eco lead. Dragevann still with 22 Lombos. Does lose the ram play into the Barbican. But the villagers are still not safe. More Lombos have arrived, and the split is looking beautiful here. Core has nowhere safe to go. He's been seen. More Longbows could be rallying as well to that north side. Instead, they're coming to the south where more villagers are going down. He's literally in there with the woodworkers. And that's it. Core, he can't handle the pressure. Dragevann will crush him in game number 3. All hail the proxy archery range boy. His memes continue to accelerate to the skies and become dreams, man. What a play. I got to give it to him. Dragevann is one of the most impressive people when it comes to these proxy archery range players. You could argue it's because most people aren't doing them, but I feel like every time I watch this kid do these builds, it makes me wonder why more players don't. There is a risk associated, but also there is a phenomenal upside. And even in the mid-game, late game, we don't see proxy Raxes and whatnot that often. Just a great read by Dragevann to get him a win. Let me know what you guys think, though. Have you been doing proxy bases in your games? What's your success looking like? Let me know in the comments, and I will catch you all in the next one. Corin, is wood always this far on this map? Usually, yeah. Yeah, like your tree line was pretty much where it's meant to be. Yeah, that's how it is. I was quite surprised you didn't outpost the gold, but I guess it's always going to be a problem. Like, you could actually, you had the small and big wood, right? So you could have, like, outposted the south side and walled the north, I guess. But yeah. And, no. Transhumans is meant to spawn like the core. Did you not check Transhumans before the series? We've been here before. Alright, I'll follow up on that later. Why no Pascal? Because they have free armor. Yeah. I mean, I think... What do you think, Core? Do you think the mistake there was Undermesh? Do you think Undermesh would have saved you? I'm kind of curious, actually. Because that I looked at that, I was like, there's no Undermesh here, which is a little bit wild. I am actually curious if you think that would have saved you at all. So, let's look at the series. What have we got coming up next? Not playing the map, what, Kalauga? Yeah, I'm a bit surprised. Kalauga was in there last week as well. So, we have, drum roll. So, B versus Cow is happening in 20 minutes. Just having a look at what's being scheduled. Wham up against Shuckle is going to be happening in about 2.5 hours. Myriad versus Striker. What the Yo, Choom, what's our cutoff date for round of 32? I thought our cutoff date was it late Saturday? Because someone's scheduling a round of 32 for Sunday. And then I think Vortex vs. Jean Doe is in 20 minutes as well. So we've got 2 series coming up in 20 minutes. In terms of live ones, I believe there is GullyDeCo. I think his series might be live now. MeomaikA's online. Is he playing against LaSh right now? They might be playing. Let me have a look here. So we have some options, guys. Strike can't play before Sunday? Okay, do you want to emphasize to them to play round of 30, like coordinate for round of 16s as well, regardless of who wins? So they should try to coordinate up with Wham or Shuckle, which should be doable. Actually, I guess maybe it might be problematic with Wham playing in the tournament, we'll see. But yeah, preferably that's nice that way. Just so that they aren't lagging behind. Because if they're going to do that on Monday, it needs to be early on Monday, right? Otherwise, we're going to have a clog in the system. What do you guys want? Preferences, same in chat. We've got options. I mean, we got like a Japanese Malian game between LaSh and MeomaikA that could be interesting. Cast some fun players. Whoa! What are you trying to say there, Dragevann? You trying to say that, like, what? LaSh and MeomaikA aren't fun? Dude, that's rude. We've got Gully versus StarLark. But that's Byzantines and Bastards, and that's not fun. Isn't that just lame? Like, is this what you guys want? You want this? Like, really? You serious? You serious? What game is this actually in their series? It's at least game 2 because we're not on default map. Let me quickly check. Not standard builds. We'll tell the players. Look, prove your builds can beat the best players, and then people will start using them. But then Dragevann, your problem is then it becomes the standard build. So, what have you really achieved? Why has Arbin been perma-banned? It's not always banned, but for these players it kind of makes sense. I think Cork can use it well. Dragevann loves that Civ. And what is up? We love the Voldemar. Come through the raid. Thank you for the raid, mate. Hopefully you had a good stream. Okay, so we're hopping into game 3 between GullyDeCo and StarLark. And then after this one, we'll be going live into... What series did we settle on, chat? I think we're going to check out the B versus Cow one. We'll do the B versus Cow one, and then we'll do the Vortex versus Jean Doe one. And then that should take us in for, like, Wham versus Shuckle, potentially. But we'll keep an eye out for what other ones are being scheduled. But thank you, Voldy. Appreciate the raid, mate. Hope you're having a good day. We didn't catch the Mahodo series. Worth watching? Watch one of them in the chat say yes and one say no. Uh-oh. No, mate, we didn't catch it because you guys were live before when I was going to go live. And I was like, oh, all right, well, I'll leave them to at that point. Because we came on for Core versus Dragevann, which we just finished, and it was insane. But we're going to be hopping into the deciding game of these two. So let me update the scores. Oh, we should have caught, like, if it worked out perfectly, we could have caught you, caught Drag, and then we could have caught Gully. That's the day of the kids. Score for Drag, he won 2-1. I feel like this is the day of the kids. Look at us going through this, right? We got Voldy in chat. We just cast a Dragevann series. Now it's a GullyDeCo series. For those that do not know, well, no, welcome to the channel, first of all. But this right here, I mean, we are a nursery right now. Voldemort, infamously known as the kid, but this is one of the toddlers of AoE4. GullyDeCo, a very youthful kid in his teens and very talented on the rise. A lot of aspiring pros and pros, a big fan of this lad. Let's see what he can do. He's taken it all the way to a third game in a series up against StarLark. StarLark on the Abbasids. Meanwhile, GullyDeCo on the Byzantines. Bloody good map for both of them as well, by the way. Lipany, a really solid one for both of these civs. Trying to think which one of these civs is actually favored in this matchup. I feel like the timings are really good for Byzantines, right? Because Abbasids are going to try to go 2TC, you just hunker one. We've been seeing a lot of military wing builds recently from the Abbasids. I don't think this is a matchup where you do that, though. It feels really bad. Because military wing kind of does nothing unless you want to, for some reason, force your opponent to go Lombo contract. I feel like we're probably going to see good old Eco Wing here. The Eco Wing nerf really did seem to hit, actually. Just a 5% difference. Like, remember, we watched, what was it, multiple times in a row. Wham. Just didn't even bother with it. Just looked at it, turned his nose up, and went back to the good old mini. I think we're a minute or two out from live, so we're going to speed up a little bit for the early game. StarLark is Mexican. Can someone confirm that? I can't remember which country StarLark is from. It might be Mexican, though. Or is it Spanish? Spain. He's from... No, sorry. He's from South America. He's Chile. Yeah, he's from Chile. There you go. So, a derivative of the Latin languages, the Spanish languages. Wait, I always get Chile mixed up because... And I'm going to do it with these as well. Brazil originates from Spanish, right? And Argentina originates from Portuguese? May have just offended a lot of people. Apologies, sometimes get them mixed up. Because... No? Other way around? Uh-oh. It begins. What are you broing me? European, we're ignorant pigs. Brazil... Oh, sorry, that's right. Yeah, Brazil's Portuguese, but Argentinian is Spanish, right? See what I mean? I also pre-texted it with the fact that I was going to mix them up. In fairness. How can you not know this? Where did you go to school? Bro. If I start quoting like stuff from British history and you get it wrong, you're going to be shamed in response. You really want to go down this? Okay, is this where I have to go and put my tinfoil hat on and tell people that history in schools is actually just propaganda? You guys know that, right? Like, the way that history is all about instilling national pride. Like, history in school is all about instilling national pride. Right? I learn about Battle of Hastings a lot and other British things that are whoop-de-doo-dah that other people in the world wouldn't. There is only one country in the world that truly treats history at like primary school level, like, 10 and below, with complete unbias. Do you know which one that is? Germany. Because you can't teach that history with pride. Because think about what big thing happened in like the last 100 years with Germany, right? Very interesting when you think about history that way. Anyway, focusing on the game. That's kind of an interesting way to begin the YouTube video, right? Because like you just don't think about it that way. Abbasids, like actually, there's a pristine example. How many people in chat in their school life, in primary or secondary school, not like advanced stuff like going university where you probably would, learn anything about the Abbasid dynasty? If it wasn't for Europa Universalis, I wouldn't know anything. Byzantines, actually kind of similar, right? They're pretty much a footnote in a lot of the stories. But definitely not in the current menace. Lombo Horseman coming out. Looks like we've got Horseman Archer versus Lombo Horseman, but Gully has to do damage. And initially, this is not a great start, right? Losing one of the units like that in the opening, not great. However, he should have a flood timing coming here, right? He went for the Grand Winery. He's gathered the last of the berries. He's got one Papa Longbow, second one on the way. This is going to be the scariest point in the next several minutes for StarLark. About 9 minutes in is when Byzantines come in with a punch. If you can survive that, you can start to scale. Learned about them through the Crusades with my school covered. I feel like with the Crusades, I don't think the Crusades got talked much about in British history for me in school, which makes sense, right? It's not a proud moment to teach British pride. The Europeans sucked at invading the Middle East. Like, how many crusades? And only one worked, right? So that's my point. Like, you know, typically it's the whole history is written by the victor. It's kind of told from a victorious standpoint as well. Okay, okay. Maybe we'll revisit this another time. It sounds like it'd be a cool vlog piece. But I'll leave you with this final thought. If American history... Oh, God, Jesus, this is going to be controversial. If American history is taught from the perspective of the Native American, now you understand history is written by the victor. Let's move on. We have got a push coming in. GullyDeCo. Double the military count. Horseman looking strong as well, right? He's keeping a quantity over StarLark, so it makes it very difficult for Star to come out. StarLark is also playing pretty condensed here. Limited resources, but he did get that deer shove in, which is huge. And he's also snaked his way out onto an 8-stack of berries, which Gully hasn't noticed. And that's a little bit of a trip up there, right? He should be expecting a reach here. In fact, it's a little bit surprising he didn't send over one horseman to just scout it. They don't teach us about the Empire in UK. I feel like, I'm trying to think, I think we covered it in high school. In primary school, it's much easier to build national pride in the UK by telling people about knights. You know? Whoa! Heavily armored guys on horseback swinging swords. That's so cool. Kings, queens, all the classic, almost fantasy realm elements you'd have. GullyDeCo. Now looking to make his fantasy into a reality here. Doesn't want to be going out this early in the round of 32. Actually, I think StarLark is the favorite seed here, right? But these two are fairly tight. Gully has been getting a little bit of ATR, but StarLark historically, I believe, has been playing for longer. So it has generated a bit more elo as a result. Gully is playing out to the pockets of resources. Really important that he gets the berries. Not as important for StarLark. StarLark gets a better gathering rate, but he doesn't get this additional chunk of resources in olive oil. Olive oil is key here because it unlocks the better units, the premium units for Feudal Age. What I'm wondering, though, is whether Gully's going to try to age up. It looks like that's what he's going for. I'm surprised he's backing up as much as he is, but he's paranoid about a counter push coming. Thank you, team. Seed 12 versus Seed 21. Is that Seed 12? Oh, that'll be Seed 12 for... That is for StarLark, right? Because I don't think Gully's that high on the leaderboard right now, if I'm not mistaken. Yes. There you go. But in terms of, like, capabilities, I think Gully has proven he could take some games with some of the best, right? So he's not a pushover. I mean, you can see that by the fact this went all the way to a third game. That's the thing I want about seeding. Like, seeding does help balance the series. It doesn't guarantee stomps. Like, 21 versus 12, you'd expect it to be fairly one-sided. Like, a shot, but not a crazy one. See if you can make it work, though, because right now, StarLark is starting to dispute what I just said there. Right, 54 to 37. The lead is building quite nicely for him. However, Castle is just around the corner. Gully just needs one more drop-off, and they'll be on his way up the Golden Horn Tower. Well, the reason why both players are playing safe is if you overextend once his Byzantines, your opponent went horsemen camels. They'll flood you, right? You'll be dead. On the flip side, StarLark doesn't have to rush out. If Gully wastes more time trying to attack him, it's actually better because it guarantees that Gully's not teching. At this point, StarLark should be aware that tech's happening, and he should really be moving, right? Like, why else would a Byzantine player back up? This play is as old as the Civ at this point, it feels like. Obviously, it's not. That meta developed about 3 or 4 months after the Civ came out, but it has been their bread and butter to pose aggro and then back off for attack. They look for an opening with a big military advantage, and because their advantage is big, they know their opponent isn't going to counterattack. StarLark didn't really even try to scout. I mean, look at it, right? He has 0 vision, even in the mid-map. Gully, I imagine we are going to be going into the Raxus here, right? Wait, no, you don't do Cataphracts here. Cataphracts is a death sentence. You're against Camel Archers, right? That'd be so weird. And also the potential for Camel Riders. I mean, he's not spent resource. Oh my god, he's doing a Cata build. I don't know if I believe in this. I mean, in fairness, right? Your opponent hasn't built the spears. He did go melee wing in age 2, so he doesn't have 2 Camel Riders straight away. He does, however, have double stables. He's got Camel Archers for the debuff, Camel Archers with the high base damage. This is a little bit weird. What is up, Timberlane? trying to get weird and wonderful for 4 months. Thank you very much, mate. Appreciate the sub. Coach Wing down the way. Cataphracts, I mean, if this is going to work for Gully, he can't reveal it early. He has to hide the play long enough. Oh, of course, yes. How can I forget Fire Hit? Longbows counter everything. I read that once from some gold players on the Reddit threads. Yeah, look at these longbows, man. They are countering absolutely everything. Woo-wee! I mean, I don't know how this unit hasn't been nerfed. All right? Like, you know, free healthcare didn't come in until the 20th century. Let's make sure that they don't have good eyesight so they miss their shots. That repulse. Oh, no. Gully! All right, Cataphracts definitely ain't working, folks. So I figured out why he wanted to switch Cataphracts. Nothing else can run away from this. Oh, bloody hell. Gully. He's in a horrible position. Tech Up's coming through in 35 seconds. StarLark now has mid-map control. Walls should be going up to just completely encompass, but he doesn't know about the Cataphracts yet, right? However, these forward ecos should just be gone. Like, Gully shouldn't be allowed to touch these. He should end up boxed in his base in the next 40 seconds. Ay, ay, ay. Gully, no. I mean, this is the thing with longbows. Very powerful, but at this point in the game, very fragile when your opponent's blobbing feudal army still, which is an advantage that Abbasses have over other Civs when they're teching, right? Because they're going to continue to scale their army because they can afford to. Because unlike a Civ that uses 8 to 10 villages to tech up, they still have those extra 10 villagers gathering the whole time. Wow. So what does Gully do to get out of this hole now? I mean, he's trying to play for relics, has got one home, second one on the way. StarLark is playing, I honestly feel a little bit slow now. Hesitation almost. I don't think you need to back up as much as he is. Sure, you're waiting for the upgrades, but you just took a huge win. You know your eco's better. Your opponent just threw away the majority of his premium army. StarLark is playing it very safe right now. Yeah, I think he's just had bad experiences against Cataphracts on the ladder, right? It has that feeling to it. But these aren't the gulpers, guys. These aren't the guzzlers, okay? Undermesh 2 also coming in. The Camel Arch damage is going to be reduced, but we talked about this. The reason why Cataphracts suck. Camel Riders have been queued up. StarLark with the correct read here. He even has the camel handling as an option down the line, right? To always chase them. At that stage, Cataphracts aren't quick enough to retreat. Horseman jumping again. And with the longbows here, you have to stand your ground. Otherwise, you're losing it. So he does his best, trying to trade out against them. But the Camel Arch is very chunky. About to get much more chunky. Veterancy coming into 5 seconds. He's going to back the army up for now. Camel Riders are here to reinforce, though. And the upgrade did just tick in. So damage even higher now. Gully really can't afford to give ground here, by the way. He needs to be reaching out to these resources. Like, you can already see the state of the gold. It's already been tapped. He's got the second one, but it's further away from his base. On top of that, he's going to need to play onto pocket foods instead of just going for a full olive grove transition, right? That would kill his game at the stage. So if he ever has to fall back to the base, it's pretty much curtains closed. Cannon count is up to double digits now. The longbow count is not impressive, though. And I think that's the scary part, is there's a world in which he just gets kited in this fight. On top of that, like, the more you lean Cataphracts, the more value this Camel Rider has, right? This full Camel force is what's really getting scary to me. I do think the StarLark needs to rebalance his eco a little, though. Wait, did he tap the gold dry? Yeah, so we've got to shift across. That's a huge pause right there. It might have even been worth buying about 200 gold there to keep scaling on the way. Because remember, Camel Riders don't come quick. They take 35 seconds. That's the window for Gully. It's a small window, but remember, with the system nearby, he's able to pump out these Cataphracts very fast, every 25 seconds. Horseman raid in, though. Big hit on the tree line. Gully, not in a position to defend. This should be alarm bells, though. StarLark should realize, okay, if you're not reacting to this, you're making a move. Another thing that's scary here, by the way, and I do believe he got it early. He got Camel Barding, right? Yeah, that's huge. +3 armor is a lot in these engagements. Remember, you're now at 4 melee armor against a Cataphract that swings for 27, but it's not 27. Take 20% off that, right? So these guys hit for just a little bit under 22 damage. Now, thanks to the armor, they're hitting you for 18. Meanwhile, you're going to be hitting them for a lofty 28 minus the 6. Drastic increase in DPS exchange. And it makes up for the difference in health that honestly isn't that substantial. It's 360 to 280 at that stage. For the DPS difference, camels will fight fine. I think we're about to find out. Gully may have overstayed his welcome, and it's once again the Lombos that become the liability. Cataphract's going to have to commit to the fight. He will trample through. A good read there. Needs to go to the back line straight away. Cameron should be chasing that. Horseman peel off. Good micro from StarLark to engage. And it's going to be a mop-up. A clean-up on Isle Dead here. Gully, just at this stage, Congo lining Katas one by one into their deaths. But speaking of Katas, at this point, I kind of want Katas in my eyes, just so I can't see this anymore. Actually, no. Now that I think about it, Byzantine's losing. But the Camels. Rough game here. Gully, no shot, no hope in the end. And that means that he's going to be going out in the round of 32 this week. Not able to make a deep run. Not able to make any upsets. Weren't able to catch the other games in this series because we're getting ready for another live series, but we're going to speed up now because we were 1 or 2 minutes out from live still. He probably won't wave the white flag immediately because, of course, he has, you know, not got any more games to play in this series. But I don't know how you're meant to defend from me. I mean, Mangonel Towers in theory. Okay, yeah, let's get rid of that idea. It's too much torch. And he's moving in for the burn down now, right? Denial of the Monastery in the front is a bit unnecessary, but I think StarLark's just taking his time to be safe. Behind this, it's not like he's in a rush, right? He's got 2 TC, he's scaling a lead. If Gully has gone 2 TC to catch up, he's definitely dead. If he stayed on 1, you're going to kill him over time. We do have a Mango Tower coming. Flashing the choke point. Not much of a front line, though, and it's villagers trying to hold the area as well, trying to repair. Mango emplacement is coming in soon. Lombo count, once again being struck down. Other side of this, we have got a rotation looking for the eco, but it's all shuffled to the south side of the base. Mango is going to be coming in. Oh, God. Please tell me this is not about to be a 30-plus minute game because of these stupid fear. Someone get the Reddit threads ready. I mean, in fairness, all he needs to do is flock Horsemen or Lancers, and he's fine. Right? Your opponent is only really able to afford Lombos because his front line just keeps dying. This is the weird balance point for Byzantines at this stage of the game, is when you get these big fights, Lombos are the thing that lives, right? Everything else dies because you have to, like, frontline, headbutt with something. Ranging, Cataphracts, whatever it is. So, that stage, you know, 50 Lombos can be threatening to Lancers, sure, but if there's 50 Lombos fighting against 20 Lancers, who are you really going to bank on to win that fight? This is where someone gets really pedantic. They're like, but I have 15 layers of walls. Okay, yeah, the Lombos win. But if there's an open run towards you, Lancers are just going to tear you new holes. Holes you didn't even realize you could have. Gully didn't get the house upgrade. It's not really necessary. Right, he had outposts on the fort anyway. It's quite pricey now, right? 120 resources. When you're playing against 2 TC, yeah, it sounds like 120 isn't a lot, but it really is when you know your opponent's scaling lead. So it's like, here's a cool way of thinking about it. In the other game, if you went for that tech, your opponent went for a TC. A TC is going to cost 750 resources. So that means 120 resources. You're already a big slice of the pie at that stage, right? It's like a 1/7 of the cost. So you already make it easier for your opponent to get away with 2 TC by doing that. Later in the game, it's just like he already has outposts up, so why does he care, right? But oh my god, we've got StarLark going to age 4. We'll speed this up a bit. Meanwhile, Gully is going that recovery arc we talked about. Free TC. I mean, if he pulls this off, he's a miracle worker, right? He doesn't have great gold access. Down to 1400 now, courtesy of the Cataphracts he tried to build into. In fact, he's trying to switch fully off of those now, but if this turns into a tech race, he just doesn't have the gold. Unless he sticks the relics in the right buildings. And I believe, yep, he's got 3 of them generating olive oil. So he doesn't have a huge slab of gold coming. StarLark, however, has plenty to play with at the start of Age 4. Judge comes in. Immediate clearance on the olive groves. Problematic for Gully, considering he has no other food source behind this. Only a small farm cluster being set up. Second one down here. This is horrible, though. You're not even leveraging the Grand Winery advantage right now. Sacred Site still just locked in place. I mean, we're getting additional walls. He's going to just dry him out. And we're already seeing the pressure. It's mounting. Gully has to come out to address this, but the moment he does... I mean, StarLark was getting ready to go in, but instead he can just now mirror the move. And with Elite Techs coming in, wipe this army. For the time being, he's going the way around so there's no retreat. Moving into position now. There's no choice for Gully. He has to make his stand here. Lancers just got upgraded. Camera Riders got neglected, but who cares? The Lancers are the MVPs here. More upgrades should be on the way. We've got the ranged free upgrade for StarLark. Even better exchange. The Lancers are taking a hell of a beat to kill just one here. Camel Archers also doing a lot to assist. Yes, they haven't been scaled up past veterancy, but the base damage is so good. Gully looking so roughed up here. Look at the income difference. There's no way he can remass after this fight. StarLark's army just too dominant. Whew. Rough game here for Gully, man. I mean, he went for a timing attack, right? And he kind of whiffed the cataphracts, never really found the fight they were looking for. I think this is one of the civs that's difficult to do against as well. Only really works if they're staying H2, and even then they have the debuff, the potential for spears to hold back in conjunction with that. Really relies on you having map control, taking relics behind it, and then pushing for a kill time. Gully didn't get map control. Losing all those lombos after overextending cost him everything in this game. And now we definitely can fast forward, because Gully should just be dead. StarLark will just wait to remass the troops. Probably send in the rams or a cannon to deal with the mangonels safely. But he's already torching into the landmarks. What do you guys think, though? Do you think Cataphract's the way to win this? If you're in Gully's position when you've done the same thing, I wonder if maybe instead just going for the Lombo Horseman timing into a ram works a lot better. In the past, it looked quite good for the Byzantines here, but it feels like Gully may have just been experiencing too much the year of the gulp, and he ended up swallowing more than he could handle. Final stand here on the primary TC. Mango Towers are going down, and with it, any hope of turning this game for the toddler is gone. But we get some South American representation going deeper in the brackets. Love to see it. Europeans, there's too many of them. Actually, that's not true. In Midweek Muster, there's too many NAs. Too many Canadians, specifically. But yeah, let me know what you thought of this game. This might actually get uploaded. It was an ambitious attempt, but Gully, I don't know, man. I think Cataphracts, it's on people's minds. It's strong, but it isn't the immediate win condition all the time. Or maybe you just needed system. Let me know what you think in the comments, and I'll catch you all in the next one. All right, there we go. So we are a few minutes late, but we can get ready for the next series. So we were going to look at B versus Moo Boy. That's his name now. He's officially Moo Boy. Case play would have been better, methinks. Maybe. Let's have a look here. Do we have the draft, actually? Sorry, I keep getting distracted. Surprising amount of messages on a Friday. So, we have our map draft, which is going to be Skarsgård and Kalauga. Of course, default map is always going to be Transhumans this week. Funnily enough, Cal wasn't the one to pick Skarsgård. The reason why Cal didn't pick Skarsgård is he doesn't want me to mispronounce it. Basically, he loses hair every time I do that. And Cal hasn't got, like, luscious, long locks, so he can't really afford to lose copious amounts of hair. but I believe we have a Civ draft. Yes, and they just drafted the Civs for the first game, so we should be getting in pretty much live. And I wonder, is Cal... I'm not even looking at the screen, actually. I'm going to guess English, Delhi, Marlene's French. Oh, wait, no, sorry. Delhi got banned. Okay, yeah, he would have taken it, though. He got Byzantines and Rus, though. Actually, I probably should have predicted Rus, right? But I know my cow. I know what he plays. Credit to him, actually. He has been kind of extending his picks more recently, so he's not just, you know, stuck on a few now. He has been actually trying to flesh it out. So credit to him on that one. But let's get ready. So I think they are going to be loading into game in a second. Yeah, they're literally in lobby, so they're getting ready. By the way, guys, you know what I'm going to say? Can someone type !AMD in chat? I'm going to let you two participate in this one because it's really important. We're doing a campaign right now. For the next week, we're going to make as many people aware of the 9800X3D as is possible. And that includes all of you in chat. If you guys have not seen this, it's a banger. It's the newest flagship CPU for the gamers. If you guys have not got your hands on one of these, click this link and check it out now. It's an awareness campaign, so actually just having a look helps me immensely with the sponsors. But big shout out to the Match Sheet for sponsoring us to check this one out. New AMDs are fresh off the line. I may have a certain AMD model coming for the PC build next month. Oh, yes. And it might not stop there. But I couldn't get my hands on one of these because these are sold out. They're that bloody good. The performance gains are incredible. The 7800X3D already was jaw-dropping for people, but the 9800X3D is topping that. It's much more power efficient, so you're not going to have to worry about heating, power usage, or whatever. On top of that, it's still seeing performance gains over the previous generation. This is 100% worth grabbing. Like, these things are peak right now. There's really nothing better on the market for gaming. Right, you might get X CPU that will be better for one game out of like 100, but if you took 100 games in average, this is the one that you want. The 9800X3D is fantastica. If you're thinking more on the production side, by the way, can wholly recommend checking out things like the 9900X or the 9950X. For the gamers, this is probably going to be what you're aiming for. Worth buying now. There are more X3D models coming in early 2025. Well, I don't know that for sure. The rumors have said there's more coming. I don't work at AMD, so I can't actually like speculate on this. There's probably going to be additional X3Ds, but in fairness, those ones only really make sense for the extra scale up for people who are playing production. So this is like the key one to get. So keep an eye on it. Pick it up when it comes back on sale if you're looking to upgrade. If not, at least read a little bit about it because they have been kind enough to sponsor, I don't know if I'm your favorite streamer, but someone you like watching. They believed in this channel enough to come sponsor, and all they wanted in return was for you guys to click on that link and have a look yourself. So go ahead and do so. All right, but we have our drafts. We are ready to get underway. And let's see. The boys, they're in lobby now, so we're still waiting a sec. What I'm going to do, actually, guys, I'm literally going to run the Twitch ads now, so you guys don't have to worry about that in the first game. I'm going to run 1.5 minute ads now, okay? So hopefully after that, the game should have kicked off and we'll be underway. Isn't AMD known for heating? Maybe before Ryzen's, but not since Ryzen's. I've not had heating issues, and I have a 70... Is it 1700X? I think it's 1700X. My current PC has a 3700X. And I'm going to be going X again with this new PC that we're building in December. Which we'll be building live on stream. Say what? Yeah, you want to check that out. 1 second. B took both China and Juji. He's the biggest Juke enjoyer. I mean, I think it's more the map pulls, right? Because they pick Scarguard. I can see Transhumans making sense for that Civ as well. Maybe delayed Barbican Rush could make a lot of sense. You could block your opponent on the island. Kalauga is also very good for Chinese. I think Chinese is like top 3 picks on Kalauga so far. In fact, we can back that up with statistics because funny little thing that we can do on AoE4 World. Why don't I keep just giving them all the free shoutouts? Can they at least, like, I don't know, embed my stream? Wink, wink. But if we have a look at AoE4 World, yeah, I'm talking to you, AoE4 World dev, in my chat. I know there's one of you out there somewhere. If we have a look at the Midweek Muster 4, right here, and then we can have a look at the results, or sorry, statistics for that map. So, Kalauga, 21 plays, and ooh, Japanese. Yeah, so Japanese and Chinese were. Oh, sorry, was that banned? Sorry, no, I only got 6 picks. I'm blind. 6 picks, but I think did we have that in week 3 as well? I'm trying to remember if Kalauga was week 3. I think Kalauga was week 3 as well. Let's double check that though, because I've seen more games than that. Dude, I keep clicking the wrong thing. Yeah, so it had a few picks. Yeah, I had a Chinese pick there as well. So it is, I think, the top 3 picks on this map so far are Japanese, Chinese, and HRE across the weeks. So there you go. But my boys in game, they are. So let's get ready to get underway. Why do I never get ads? Literally never on this channel. Hit me with some. Yeah, it might be a region. There might be certain things. I've heard if you're in Bermuda, you're good. Just in the middle of the triangle, you're good. But, you know, feel free to subscribe anyway. It does support the channel. We are trying to get to a point where we're able to support my family who are doing full-time content creation. We've seen a drastic improve in the first month of running this tournament, actually. Not there yet, but I mean, if this is how it trends, I'm very positive about 2025, but we'll have to see. Goal now is to get more and more fresh people into the directory looking at the streams. That's my my next wish. Because I think, like, so, I mean, because I work with influencers, right? I rep influencers. I can tell you in general, it's easy to start getting brands to look at you seriously when you go past, like, I mean, when you go past 1K CCV, really. But you can start to get them to turn their heads a bit when you're like 600, 700 CCV. CCV is concurrent viewership. So what we really mean is ACCV, which is average concurrent viewership. There we go. That's my boy Joro. He's starting off, guys. He's already warming you up for a sub trade if you want it. Thank you very much, my friend. I hope you're having a good day. Joro knows where to drop those prime subs. Look at that, this man. He's getting nostalgia. Joro is a true boomer in esports terms. Because, like, I mean, most AoE gamers are boomers from a gamer perspective and age, right? But Joro's an esports boomer because he's an old school StarCraft caster. Don't know how many people in the chat knew that. Yeah, so he used to be involved in StarCraft many years ago. So yeah, you know, when he comes to visit me in person, he doesn't do it in camera. His hips last long enough, but he actually shows up with a walking stick. Yeah, true story. He was waffling on me before about how, like, OG Diablo used to farm. He used to be on those gold farmers. I'm like, huh? In those days, I didn't have internet. True story, I didn't. My early years of gaming, so I first got to play online with, what was my first online game? Resistance Fallen Man? No, wait, no. I had internet before PS3, but it would have been just on PC playing things like, I think Legends of Ares was my first ever MMO, followed by Guild Wars. Maybe like Dawn of War 1. I think was my first. Dawn of War 1? Yeah, Dawn of War 1 would have been my first RTS multiplayer experience. And that, by the way, is a pristine way to kick off your RTS competitive experience. Game was legendary. Alright, let's get ready to get underway. We'll get predickies up in chat. Why bother? It's obvious Cal's going to win 2-0. God, okay, no one clip that and show it to him. I will delete any evidence of that as a clip. Damn right. Alright. We'll push for live because we're 50 seconds out. Who observes the observer? Ah, the questions that must be answered. We are here to observe and judge the observer. One and all, welcome back to the channel. We're watching Cal, the observer that you see on EGC and Rising Empires broadcasts, going up against 3D Clan's B in the midweek muster. That's right. Cal, he'd been begging to get into these week after week after week. That is how prestigious of an event it is. People are queuing up at the door. We actually had 40 signups this week. Pretty damn impressive considering that people know only 32 make it. Cal has finally made it. The question now is, can he make it past the round of 32 when his first experience is up against B? No discredit to his opponent on the other side, but either StarLark or Gully going to this, you know, Cal's got to be feeling confident that if he can take down B, he could probably take down one of those two because B is the highest seeded of the four. Kind of interesting when you think about the brackets that way. The waning dynamics, right? It's like your first round can be more challenging than your second if the seeding is really against you. But we are playing on Transhumans. Brand spanking new map that we have added to the midweek muster pool this time around. Dry Arabia and Transhumans were added this week, and we took out, I believe it was Cliffside and Haywire. Transhumans is interesting, though. It's kind of like the Canal dynamics of having a very claustrophobic starting island, and then an encouragement to move out to the map. The difference, however, to Canal that I quite like with Transhumans is Canal, whether you liked or lumped it, it was going to be about the water play. You had to go fishing, you had to play up the river, you had to play for control there. Cool thing on Transhumans is the rivers do not go horizontal, they go vertical. Ergo, they don't reach your opponent's base. So you don't get that added advantage of pushing towards them. The river is pretty much just a kind of natural wall for your base, but there's plenty to play into. Food, relics, sacred sites, clear win conditions, trade options, all of them require you to come off of your starting island. So, Grand Winery coming in for Byzantines here, pretty standard. B, curious to see how he wants to try and address the Byzantine threat. Byzantines are kind of infamous for this feigned pressure into fast castle build, and if they do that, what do you really do as Japan, right? Like, you kind of get baited and you get stuck behind. You want to be going fast castle. Do you really want to be playing H2? You could in some matchups with Coca Township, but you'd be doing so against probably longbows. Now, in fairness, if you go Horseman Shinobi rather, against Horseman Longbow, Japanese can actually win that, especially with fishing to back them up. Do you think Cal's observed experience advantage? So, it's funny you say that, because as long as your mechanics are there, there is actually an advantage to watching games. This is, by the way, why you guys should watch my streams. You watch enough of my streams, because here's the thing. You watch one pro player, you see their POV. You watch my streams, you see all their POVs. You take all that information, you feed it into your brain, you become a better player. All seriousness, though, there is like an element to that. Like, I learned that with Dota 2, where after I became a caster for Dota 2, I went grinding and ranked after years of not bothering, and I climbed my way up to the top 5,000 in Europe, right? Which, for anyone who knows how many people play Dota 2 in each region, that's really impressive. That is on a percentile level. I'd say, well, we went beyond top 5,000, right? We went top 3,000. So, like, at that point, we're definitely, like, percentile equivalent. It's kind of like getting into the top 100, top 150 in AoE 4. And a lot of that wasn't just, like, my mechanical skill. It was the information that I had learned from observing pros week after week after week for years. So it does help. Right? Because you could be very good at mechanics. Like, the best way, an easier, kind of more, like, basic way of thinking about this is because FPS is easier to track and understand, right? You can have very good aim in Apex Legends, but you can suck at actually winning games because there's a strategic layer that you wouldn't be familiar with. But if you watch ALGS and you watch the best players in the game utilize those strategies, your brain expands. Let's see if B can expand our brain, because we did get Coca Township. And I am wondering if we are going to get a stables play. I love that as well. He set up the farmhouses. Yo, this is sick. Guys, this is really cool because what you can do is you can bring the fishing boats down and they can drop off at the farmhouses. Now, correct me if I'm wrong, they never changed this. You do still need to manually drop off. But it's shoreline fish. So it takes a very long time to gather. So it's not like you're doing this every 10 seconds. It's like you're doing it every minute. That's really cool. And what is up? There's a cool kid himself. Camion coming up with the gifted sub. Thank you very much, mate. Yeah, watch this. This is sick. We'll check it in like 10 seconds or so. Shinobi are coming in the meantime. This has to be Horseman follow-up, right? No, it's feigned aggro into Fast Castle because Cal almost looks like he's trying to do Fast Castle. Very delayed timing to go 1-1-1. Right, here you go, guys. Moment of truth. This is brilliant. Wait. No. Beat. Okay, actually, in fairness, it's not that far a distance. All right, we'll check in later to prove it works. It's really cool, though. And remember, this is very efficient for the Japanese because you're just building houses, right? Your mills are your houses. For other civs, this would be very expensive to do, but you need to build these anyway. That's sick. Hopefully, we get to see it before the end of the game. Who knows? Maybe Cal's got a comeback in mind, or maybe like this is too expensive to play and Cal just beat him. Because we have got the Eastern... Okay, you can tell that Cal was watching Dragavann's game on this map earlier. Bit different in the timing, but kind of a similar build, right? Going Keshix is quite intriguing here, because now it stops your opponent from playing Shinobi Horseman. Now, that would have been good had B been going Horseman. But B is going Fast Castle. And Mounted Samurai will slap the teeth out of Keshix. It's really not even close. Especially an age behind like this. Like, we've already seen a few Japanese-Mongol matchups, right? Mongols look really good unless you get mirrored in terms of scale into Castle Age. Without a Kurotai, you just don't win. And obviously, although you have Keshix, you don't have a Kurotai as the Byzantines. Shinobi. Nice micro. This is the other thing about Shinobi. I think Shinobi's a very polarizing unit for the average player because AoE for majority casual players, right? And within that, AoE4 is a macro game, played in a very macro way by the majority of players. I think this is also the same reason why Zhone was very polarizing. Zhone and Shinobi are two of the most micro-intensive elements of AoE4, if you think about it. If you play well with Shinobi, in and outing them with the built-in heal, with the Shinshin abilities, the sabotage, the ability to spy by disguising, there is a lot of play, but also it requires a lot of attention to min-max. If you play them very dented, they do a bit of damage, but they also can fail you fast against cavalry. That was really well executed. The initial damage done there has guaranteed that Cal doesn't want to fight him. He has to back up. He has to go to castle. And now, he's gone for Ghoulems. Ghoulems against Mounted Samurai. There's really nothing you can do there. Once again, he gets baited here. This is why I was a bit shocked by the Keshik choice, right? Longbows makes a lot more sense here. It gets you out of the base. Instead, you're now stuck. Ducked. All right, we're finally going to get to see it. No dying yet, Cal. This does look really bad, though. Even if he gets age free now, like, you don't have anything. You need to go archers first, right? Because the Shinobi are a big enough threat. But now you know your opponent's going to build Mounted Samurai. So, what do you do here, right? You're going to have to build Limitane. You're building Limitane into Shinobi. And not just that, it's scaling Shinobi. This is brilliant. I've been saying it for so long, man. Koka Township was being slept on. I mean, the buffs made it even easier to justify. Kura Storehouse makes for a comfortable game. Koka Township makes your opponent's game uncomfortable. Wait, did he just drop off? God damn it. All right, we'll have to keep an eye on that. So look, I'm going to keep on the bar there so you guys can see it. And on the minimap, you can see the fishing boat isn't going back. Shinobi, once again, he doesn't get anything. He loses a Keshik and a Horseman for nothing. Remember, that Shinobi is going to heal over time. Oh my god. The Mounted Samurai are arriving soon. We also have the Uma Bannerman. So Kao is basically going to blob incredibly high amounts of Limitane, or as much as he can. And, yep, you just saw it. He dropped off. It works. He's dropping off every 20, actually. So B, what he's doing is he has a habit of checking it on an X frequency. And that frequency, I think, is based around, like, deep water fish. But this is shoreline fish, so it gathers slower. So he's actually not being efficient. Remember, fishing boats can hold up to 40. And there you go. Look, you just saw it. You saw it pick on the top. 80 food gained. So what does Cal think his out is here is what I'm wondering. I mean, you don't really want to have to go game 2 already, but it is a best of 3, folks, right? Single elim, sure, and you don't want to give your opponent an advantage, but the degree of mistake that is required for B to now lose this game is absurd, right? We're 10 minutes in, and this is already like a 95% win chance. Cow is going to go for an age up. He could try to scale crossbows. In theory, okay, so hear me out, guys. Crossbows beat everything. True or false? 1's if true, 2's if false. This is not a trick question either. In the current meta, it's kind of true. Once they reach critical mass, they're very hard to deal with, and then when they scale to Imperial, they're phenomenal, right? This Civ doesn't have crossbows. So, like, actually, the weird thing is Japan got some nice buffs to Feudal and around, like, early Castle with the way things flow now. But I feel like as the game goes on and you get towards mass crossbows, Japan is one of the biggest sufferers of the current meta because they don't have them. This has been a fundamental flaw of Japan's design for a while, but with the current meta shifting towards very crossbow-heavy comps and the recent nerfs around elite army tactics, in a lot of ways, Japan was the biggest Civ to suffer from those changes. So, that's my take on what Cal's win condition is. Whether he's going to have enough food is the real question up for debate. Let alone enough gold, right? Because this gold, he's got 2k to work with. Crossbows are, what, 40 each? So you could scale quite a lot. Imperial, however, is impossible. Like, on your starting island here, the design of this map, which I love, by the way, like, there are maybe certain civs that can get Imperial, like HRE. But you're not really going to pick HRE in this map, guys, because this map only has 3 relics. Which, by the way, is another thing that can make Japan a bit weak. Because, remember, they benefit off of these fast castle into relics. So, you know, outside of HRE, what kind of civ can really exist on this island to get to Imperial? Fine. Maybe Basses to a certain degree. Possibly Roos. The design of the map is actually quite well thought out. Similar to the idea of Canal, which is get the hell out of your base and play the damn map. If only Keshix actually gave bounty for burning build. Oh my god! He almost has as many shinobi as he has amount of samurai. This army is so damn scary. Cow. Yep. We called it. Crossbow production out of the way. Poor Cow? No. No, he's not. He didn't pick Marley into this game, so we won't get to see what poor Marley looks. Oh, you meant poor as in the player. Yeah, he's looking pretty bad. Well, the good news is, I mean, this probably works out nicely, right? Because the 2v2 tournament begins the main event on the weekend. Cow's probably got production duty to do. Doesn't want to have to schedule us. Okay, we actually made it sound like he's already out. He has still got a hit back opportunity, but B has not really put him in a morale boosting position in game number 1 here. Charge comes in, outpost at least going to scare him away. B doesn't need to rush, right? He's ahead in every imaginable way. He could get even further ahead because he's got Yurishiras. He could even consider going 2 TC on the mainland. I'd actually love that play. TC drop here, or maybe even, say, towards like the ball. So you get this central area resources is great. Also love on the minimap how it looks like they've just surrounded villages. You know what I love is also the type of clothes they're wearing. It's almost like they've taken the ninja garments and flipped them inside out to get this blue. Yeah, I'm a little bit surprised B hasn't been taking Sacred Science. We've seen a few times today how players neglect that, but I think he's now fixing that. Yeah, moving out for him now. Oh. By the way, I think we're probably going to be aiming to do... How many series have we done today? This would be... Is this the second full series? I think we'll aim to do like 4 full series today. Something like that. Sounds good. So probably live for like 5 or 6 hours. And look at that! Someone's been live for a while. Thank you very much, Krakeny. You came in at the perfect time. What do you think about Cal being so bad at Byzantines that his own villagers want to fight him? I'm sorry, Cal. Wall's going to go down. I mean, he's got a decent number of crossbows together. We were just saying literally the only way that Cal can get out of this is if he builds enough crossbows, he can potentially, like, finesse his way. It is so challenging, though. Like, what's his gold at now? He's down to 500 already. That's not going to buy you a lot of favor here, right? Maybe, like, 30 crossbows maximum, and you can't afford to lose any. Farm count is at least getting better, right? So you're starting to scale his eco. Other side of this is the 2 TC. Oh my god, that's greedy. 2 TC Yorishiro at that from B. Imagine if he just goes Imperial. I mean, you could actually. Like, Imperial would be sick here. Castle of Crows here. Use the trade post behind you. You get maximum resources. And no, B. B. No. Micro it. Okay, we've lost the efficiency. He doesn't care anymore. So B has been actually microing to drop off the fish in the houses. He just stopped. So we have got a decap attempt on the north side. I don't know, man. I still think Eastern Contract is just sad. It is by far the most situational contract, and it also feels like a momentum-based contract, right? Like, there's kind of comeback wings from going Lombos or Javelins. The only comeback wing condition with Eastern Contract is it really in like H4? I mean, I'm not even... yeah, it's Tower Elephants, so I guess you could argue Elephants if that's affordable. But the Castle Age always just feels so hollow with this type of build. I feel like you only really go for Eastern Contract when you're trying to block your opponent's Castle Age play, which is why, in theory at least, made sense against Japanese. But in practice against Coca, it makes you look like you've huffed too much Coca before the session, you know? That type. This is a sad, sad, slow game. Cal, I think you're starting to realize the ticking time bomb that exists in this game. If he doesn't start making a move soon, B could just be going Imperial, and then if it's a Castle of the Crow, he won't get a decap. We can see B's actually transitioning. Onobugishi getting prepped. I mean, it makes sense. Your opponent has Limitane, crossbows. Easiest way to just slap your way through that army. We do have some Spring emplacements soon. That's why he's shuffling to the north, is he doesn't want to be fighting underneath these emplacements, which can easily dispatch the crossbows. More outpost crawls as well from B. What do you guys think? Like, we've been seeing a few comments in the chat. Like, if you watch this later, I think this will get uploaded, because this is interesting for the opening plays at least. What's your feeling with Eastern Contract? I don't want to say buff it, because I think Byzantines still have too many good things for them. But the contract does feel drastically out of position. I'm not always about nerfing first, but it almost feels like something needs to be reworked with the Western and the Silk Road to realign Eastern. Or maybe it is just Eastern and you have a hard time, but if you get Imperial, Elephants are OP. My issue with that thought process is if Elephants eventually get nerfed, and they're not OP anymore, then Eastern literally has nothing for the late game. Like, okay, what about this? Would it be OP if instead of Gullims, you got Bedouin Swordsman? Well, Bedouin Swordsman, rather. Anyway, pause that thought. Shinobi dive in. They're drawing all the fire the crossbows. Mount Samurai are going to follow through. An attempt to get a keep up here from Cal, but this is going to cost him everything. Army is dead. Castle might be going up, but it won't be lasting for long. Game 1 will be a win for B. Yeah, there's no coming back from losses like that. He's out of gold now. This would have secured an extra gold vein, but good luck ever touching it. Torch is already out, and that torch is going to carry B all the way to victory. Whew. Rough opening game here. Cal, you just got to keep focusing on the next game. B now doesn't have the OP wait, actually, Japanese isn't OP in this meta. Oh, no. Actually, B has some decent picks, but so does Cal. This series could still go 3 games. I think he had some potent picks. Roos in this current draft. English as well. French has been a rising star. But he's going to have to level it up, man. The tough part about a game like this as well for Cal is it kind of just feels like you were sitting here waiting to die for the last 10 minutes, right? That is a demoralizing element that you have to kind of have good mental fortitude to overcome. But I think we'll take it in stride. The challenge is being real about the likelihood of you winning so you don't get demoralized, but also believing you can win against someone like B. Because if you can't believe it, you're never going to manifest it. And yes, B versus Cal. We are a channel built on cruelty to animals. Catch you in the next one. Oh dear. All right, game 1 done. Level up. Yeah, you do. You know what? That's like a tips and trick one because that's really cool. Level up your Japanese with this sick trick. Show fishing boats. Point to house. There we go. Magic cow is magic. Oh, he wishes. Poor guy. Wow, someone actually bet on cow. Damn. I mean, odds stacked, right? Like, if you'd been right, you would have been rich. You what? Okay, so let's have a look. What are we doing for game 2? Got the Ali G look down. Idiot, bruv. Yeah. And just like that. Just like him, I'm still using one of them old Nokia D600 flip phones, innit? Actually, I kind of feel like I am. I need to get a phone sponsor. You know I still have a Samsung S9 Plus. How old are those now, chat? Does anyone know? I'm behind, man. I was taking the Protein Works pictures for the stack of loot they sent me, which, by the way, you guys should get your hands on that loot as well. Because my code today gives an extra 5% off. So 15% off. And they also have Black Friday sales, which is like up to 90% off some things. For today only. So !Protein Works. Do that today. But, yeah, I was taking the photos, and, oof. Yeah, I could feel, like, how crappy my photos are now looking. Big Sag. 2019. Damn, yeah. I am... Woof. I mean, isn't that just like... That's like Steam Train levels of old by tech standards, right? I am slightly dated. Thank you, T-Roy. Jesus Christ. Wait, no, why have we just had the term Patty Boy allowed? Jesus Christ, it really shouldn't be, but in that context, it was understandable. Oh, so Crackety, I'm trying to remember now because I haven't heard it in years, but I'm pretty sure a Batty Boy is, it's meant to be, I didn't even think about it because I did say it, didn't I? I didn't even think about it at all. It's just, yeah, it's basically, yeah, it's meant to be a reference for a gay man. I don't know how derogatory it's like. It's technically an insult, right? But I don't know if people really see it as deeply offensive. Apologies if someone was offended, but I don't think people... There are words that are very clearly offensive, but that one just almost became comical slang. Especially thanks to Ali G. I watched Little Britain. Should be fine. Yeah. Like, there are words that I would never use, but that one's like, yeah, it's definitely a schoolyard diss. It's kind of like I'm curious on that, like, because Bum Boy is like another one I remember from my childhood. Is that one like? I mean, I never actually call a gay person, but I don't know if like that gets seen deeply offensive, right? Like the M word, yeah, but for people who are gay, the equivocal of like the N word would really be a word that begins with F, which especially gets awkward because there is a word that British people use as slang for a cigarette. I had a friend who was at a party once in America, and he said he was going to go outside for a cigarette using that slang. And when he came back, she was making out with another person, and he's like, "What what are you doing?" And she was like, "Oh, I thought you were gay." I was like, for God's sake. We have some very weird lingos and slangs in Britain. Didn't mean to start that. It's fine. I didn't go anywhere wrong. Englishman is not offensive, right? It's totally offensive. No, I mean, if you call the Irishman an Englishman, yeah, he's going to punch you. Don't worry why Englishman would be offensive, though. Ooh, that's a good one. Well, look at that. That might be hope. Have we got predictions? I guess I'll start them. 2 minutes. Well, getting back to a point where Little Britain can be broadcasted without trigger warnings. Yeah, well, so there is a balance to it. I think people appreciate the comedy of it. I think there are interesting layers to the whole censorship elements. Like, you don't want people to think it's kind of okay to be certain ways, sure. At the same time, we do live in a world, we live in a time where it's like, when you think of things like Little Britain and certain elements, like other comedy shows more clearly, I'm trying to think, but some from the early 2000s, there's like lines they crossed that you couldn't get past the TV nowadays. The censorship level almost becomes ironically reminiscent of Starship Trooper. If anyone knows the original story behind Starship Trooper, you'll know what I'm talking about. I wasn't old enough to see it when it originally came out, but I understand the story behind it. I've seen Starship Trooper. If you have not seen Starship Trooper, you should watch Starship Trooper. Starship Trooper is incredible. But when it came out, it got completely slammed for encouraging dictatorships. When actually it was an ironic... it was actually an ironic movie about dictatorships. It was mocking them, essentially, and showing the absurdity. But it was like an r/whoosh moment for a lot of the reviewers. They didn't get it. They thought it was going to convince young white people to rebel against their governments and like ask for dictatorships. It was so weird. Anyway, man, we keep doing these wild kind of little side discussions before we get into these games. I mean, if you're watching YouTube, this is why you should be watching live. You get the extra content on top of it. Let's see if we can get some extra content and more than just 2 games here. B leading against Cow, Cow down the Roos, B on the Chinese, and we are going to be on Kalauga. Can the Observer Boy do it? Game 1 did not instill dramatic amounts of encouragement. He looked a bit lost on an island, literally, in that opening Transhumans game. Let's see if he can recover it now. Now, he's already got an OP start. Hunt Cabin with 22 gold, so clearly he's going to win. We've got Golden Gate into aggro. I like this. You could go Fast Castle. I don't mind Fast Castle either against Chinese, right? You can try to get Horse Archers. But it's a little bit dangerous because they can actually attack you in Feudal. And the other risky thing of doing that is that your opponent theoretically can actually just then mirror the castle timing and supervise Lances to counter you. But the bigger concern would be he play Feudal. Because people have discovered on Kalauga, Feudal can be quite good because of the gold location. Gold on, I want to say like 95% of the spawns forward of your TC. Or roughly forward, like to the side. So it's attackable. And it spawns far enough out of range that especially archers can just completely strike in. Tree lines as well also becomes kind of an exposure point. And the second goal may be behind you, but it's notably further away. So things like French Knights, Roost Knights, early archer play can do irreparable damage on Kalauga. So Beat doesn't have to worry about that full goal too much. We do have an Imperial Academy play. We also have Fishing online. And oh boy, is he bloating. He's doing it again. Oh my god, B. Previews of what is to come on water hybrid maps against the B-boy. Trying to become the A-boy here. So for those that did not catch game number 1, we saw him do this with the Japanese. Worth checking out. It's happening again. The play is that you can drop off at mills. It's better on Japan. It's very good on French if you can find a way underwater. Actually, French can do this quite well now, guys. Because French, they basically save 50 wood building a dock because they need a house. Right? And then your mills only cost 25 wood. So compared to China, China making this play is paying, what, 350 wood? French making this play is essentially paying 150 wood because you're going to build a house anyway, right? So you have to equate that into the fact you're building a dock. And your mills are only 25 wood. So it's a really good deal, actually, for the French. We might see that for them in the future. But now he has an efficient way of moving up the map. I'd rather he moves up to the center now and plays back towards these afterwards, right? Because this is the risky resource. I do think it was ambitious to go for a triple mill. One thing that is really cool about this, though, is on the off chance that for some insane reason Roos are going to build a dock, you'll now see. I do think that this is worth doing against non-Roos civs because then you know if they're docking later because you'll see them do it. They can't hide it, right? Because if they even hide the dock here, when they come to fish, the mill will reveal them. Nice, but they look on the wrong side here. Looks like there already was a dive attempt. No villagers killed so far, and spearmen are now coming out. Can you supervise the mill now and get additional resources? That's a good idea, CS. I haven't tested that. In theory, right? Because a boat is a worker, and the prevention is on supervision of dock for resources. I'd have to test that, though. I have a feeling B has, though. And considering we don't have a moving taxman out, I'm assuming no. If so, that's completely broken, though. That would completely spit in the face of the early game balancing. Archship's now coming out, which is going to spit in the face of Cow, who is now trying to play Pro Scouts. Okay, so one gets deer, one gets fish. It is all balanced, folks. So Cal must know this is happening then. Yeah, he's in the mills. It's pretty obvious at the stage. He's just trying to play for his own eco advantage. He's going to cut the map, right? So if he gets most of the deer, I actually think this favors him, right? Like, remember, Kalauga has quite a few deer on them, right? You've got the 5-stack deers, and there is, I believe it's, I want to say 7 of them. So that's 35. And then you have a small stack on each side, if I remember correctly, which is 3. So I think there's 40 deer. I'd have to double check. Even if there's just 30, I mean, that's drastic amounts of income, right? 30 would end up being about 1050. So 10.5k food. Meanwhile, the shoreline fish will equate for, what, 500 times, is it 18? Yeah, so you end up getting 9,000. So you actually end up with more food from Pro Scouts than you do from fishing. And Pro Scouts will be better because you gather a lot quicker, right? Shoreline fish is absurdly slow, slower than actually gathering from berries by default. Meanwhile, deer is quicker than berries, quicker than sheep, and survival techniques buffs you even further. So yeah, this should, if they were on equal footing, favor Cow. The problem, though, is that fishing does add extra eco units in. Add in the fact you're against a civ that has supervision, and it's a recipe for doom. Oh, we're going to find out. He's doing it. If this works, it's broken. Like, genuinely, if this works, it is busted. Barbican's now coming in. I am so curious on this. And Cow, he's playing the age. He's building the archers. He's got 1 foot in, 1 foot out, which is not ideal. Now, this is important. Earlier, he kept dropping off at about 20. Here, you want to be more efficient because, you know, although there is a float point, not just a front-facing number, it can get weird to kind of scale your eco if you're not like on rounded numbers with the 20%. Cow, he still doesn't know. Are you freaking kidding me? He gets baited back by the archer ship. Yeah, so he doesn't. He just glimpsed it. It worked. Wait. Did it work? Damn it, we're going to have to check again. This is so much more important than anything else happening in this game right now in my brain. Because they're going to both go castle age, right? There's no in for either of them. The spearman mass is too big for Cow to dive. So we'll keep an eye on that. Archer ship is at least also wasting time, which is giving space for B to prep that tech up. Moment of truth. Because he usually drops off around 20 to 25. Most of the time we're seeing. We also have a demo ship coming. Hide that in the fishing and you are going to be glorious. Archer ship is at least going to get chased down. Will be sunk. He's pushing on land as well, so spearmen are pressuring. B, come on. Is it wrong that I want it to work so that China can get nerfed? No, that's totally reasonable. He needs to remember, because they won't do it by default. It's a manual click thing, guys. Yeah, so, whoops. B, hello. Kind sir. Kind sir. All right, he's completely lost track of it. It requires manual targeting, guys. Here we go. He's coming, though, so we'll know for sure. It works! Oh my god, that is vile. That's busted. That can't be intended. I mean... Alright, guys. China. Broken on Kalauga. Confirmed. It's intended? Really? You feel like that's intended? Because I'd say, like, if it's intended, why don't fishing boats by default drop at a foot a mil? So, we'll see what the devs do with this, but my take, these type of things are bugs that can become play. So I used Dota as an example with stacking creep camps in that game. Was never intended. It was a bug that became a mechanic. If they leave it, it's like an intended mechanic. If it gets nerfed out now by Season 10, you know what happened. We'll see, though. Like, it is on the limbo point. Like I've said before, like, there is a bug, but is it an exploit, right? If it's an exploit, it gets patched. It's not going to be illegal in my tournaments. I don't think it will be illegal in tournaments in general. It is a strong play, though. Because with China in particular, which usually it won't matter, because usually it's very expensive to sacrifice a villager to bring an imp official into mid-map. But for China, it's broken because Imperial Academy, you pump these bad boys out anyway. That's crazy, though. Tech up now complete, and we can focus on something other than the fishing. It's been an important point in this game, but they are now both up in age 3. Nightmass not looking too scary. We do have Horse Archers on the way. But B could just play a funneled force down the center, right? Mass Knights, some Spears, go nest the bees. Brute force the base. He's still patrolling this to protect. This is how you keep your taxmen alive. And agreed, it is APM intensive. But once again, not intended. And what I will say is for shoreline fish play, it's pretty busted. Because while it is APM intensive, it's not that APM intensive. I.e., if you think about the gathering rate of fishing boats being so bad, the amount of extra actions you're doing per minute doesn't drastically increase. Compared to, like, for example, deep water fish, where it would be crazy. But then again, it would be even more broken and worth it at that stage. Well, I want China to play out their base, so I guess, yeah, we did get that out of this mechanic. How is Cal looking? Because we haven't checked on his base in a while. He did go high trade house, right? Get your numbers in. We'll click it on in a second. Clash is coming underway, though. B. Nestabees is a little bit exposed here. Lancers do get the block up. Remember, that's a clogged town Nestabees. Villager nearby coming in for the repair. Shots going out. Does go down, though. However, the Knights are dead. And the Lancers are now not contested. So Cow has to back away. So B. I think if he gets a healthy number of Lancers together here, Cow doesn't currently have an answer. He's trying to play into his own Knights now, but you're still up against Spears at the end of the day, right? Is B going to do one of those almost borderline toxic mass nested Bees builds? Because I think this is a dangerous matchup to do that in. Eventually, your fishing's going to dry up. When you play that type of meta as well, your fishing will dry up. Cow goes 2TC, scales for that late game. With the Armory, Roos are very good at playing imp siege games. That's why we've seen them as a top pick in team games for going for that siege crawl. High trade house, 171 gold. So plenty in the pocket to work with. Relics, however, are going to be favoring B. Cow hasn't gone for them yet. It's like fishing is getting idled out. That's how you counter it. No tax, man. No supervision. Cow at this stage has to be going, does that work? Monk's also getting denied, so that might be a fresh reminder to Cow. He might have forgotten about the relics, but now he can play into them, right? Like, that should be his alarm bell to start picking them up. Because if you don't pick them up now, 2 minutes' time, they're all going to be gone. Horse Archers will at least be able to rotate to the backside. B, a little bit slow in the reaction there. This is what Horse Archers are premium at. Unfortunately, the Textile's the perfect counter against just getting those one-hit kills. He doesn't find as much as he'd like, but chip damage matters here. Remember, B, he has 12 fishing boats, so the real economical difference between them, not as big as you think. That was unfortunate. No staggered. The tough part is staggered doesn't even work that good against Nest of Bees because of how wide the damage arc is. Meanwhile, oh my god! There were Archers. Were being the key operator there. Lancers get the best trade they can imagine here. Cal losing the bulk of his force here. Opens the way now also for B to go back into spears. Behind this, it looks like he's going to be going 2TC. So Cal, we talked about the need to eventually do this. It's inevitable against the Chinese anyway. Your biggest challenge now is keeping it hidden. If B realizes you're playing 2TC, he has two options. All in you, which he'll probably do with this type of economy, or he goes 2TC himself. Lance, in the meantime, are going to be able to keep protecting that fishing though. Now outpost upgrades are coming in. Sprinter placement should be on the way soon. Behind this, it is a lot of stables. Remember how this began with a bunch of spears, and now it is legit just going to be essentially the new Zhu build, but in China? Good lord. Plenty of gold to work with in the center of the map. Fish still looking reasonable, right? He's got a little bit left over here. He's also got plenty in the north side. That's another 1,000 up there. Actually, sorry, 1,500. So he can keep this going for at least another 4 or 5 minutes. He's even yoinking the relics. I mean, Cal, at this point, why did he even build the Warrior Monks option, right? The Monastery went up, but Warrior Monks never came out. I feel like Cal was just trying to fall back and go Imperial now. Either that, or he's not sure what to build. He's flowing an absurd amount of resources. You could get into Imperial with Speskaya. You'd survive initially. Just not really sure what's waiting there for you. Especially with 2TC. I mean, food is going to be his biggest limiting factor if you make that type of play. Right? He's got the berries between him, but the rest won't be protected. And you are playing against mass lancers without walls. Wallow coming in. Yeah, we're not going to die like that. It's a raid opportunity in the back, but the lancers are already mirroring from B. Walls are going up, and we are going to get a siege crawl. Okay, B is about to become very toxic in 1v1 tournaments. We've seen him do this to a particular Turk before, you guys might remember. And it looked vile. We're now going to see him do it against the Norwegian. The idea is you just basically create compartments and move your nest to Bs up. He's going to do it with Trebs instead though, right? This was a classic strategy long time ago, but usually it used to be with stone walls so that spring walls could counter you. Now it's more cost efficient. I mean, the reason he's the floating cow is because, well, when things are dead, they do float. Cow needs to do something very quickly to convince me he's alive. The worry I'm getting is even if Cow, say, bulks up to 90 economy, how do you then protect 90 economy against 30 lances? Crossbows are cool. They can't be everywhere at once, though. And you are going to have to start expanding. That's the trade-off of having more economy. More economy equal out of your safe area quicker. Looks like, I think B is trying to snipe the Trebs. But he's realized it's not worth it. If you're going to try to snipe Trebs, you need to wait to have enough to actually snipe them. Otherwise, they'll just get repaired. We have Imperial Palace. Oh my. Song Dynasty now on the way. A big swing. I mean, you could just start flooding Spearman, theoretically. I feel like you're going to be running out of food soon, though. At least on the fish, right? So you're going to come down to just your gathering on land. He does have a lot of map control for that, but you have to remember it was Pro Scouts play from Cow, so a lot of that deer got taken away. Bar the free over here. So Yuan in. We have the Speedy Boys now. Oh, God. Wait, did I say song? My bad. I said song and then describe Speedy Boys. It's one of those days. Give me a break. I'm ill. I get no time to recuperate. I have a banging headache. It is not easy being a streamer, okay? 9 to 5 jobs are easy. Oh, I'm going to stop. Oh, jeez, I can't say that without cringing. So we have the speed. I mean, this is problematic now. We talked about how the crossbows can't be everywhere to deny. They definitely could not now. They can come in so fast as well. Not as fast as a 9800X 3D, though. They're close. They're like maybe at 9600X speeds. 2 would be the 9800X 3D, which is the absolute cap. And there's absolute cap on what you get your frames in games nowadays. Wow, look at how KP done that so beautifully. Click the link, check it out. It helps the channel, and it helps you. You're going to want to be on those if you aren't already. So Knight's now diving in. Villagers are going to be in a bit of a pickle if B starts attacking them. Look how quickly he gets in position as well. Cow didn't know us! And so much for that 2 TC recovery arc. It's going to need an Archangel to recover this one. Moving on to the berries as well. More villagers going down. I mean, there's no way out of this. And now, unless you've walled off every exit to the base, there will always be a way out for the Lancers. Look how quick they are. Oh my dear God. He just walks past it like, okay, bye. Imagine Horseman, but actually tanky enough to run past the Spearman. And uh-oh, he might be able to find more Cow. He just walled himself in with them! He thought this is where he wanted to be. I don't think thinking is what was happening here. No textiles either. Cow now down to 35 villagers. If he continues like this for another 3 minutes, he's going to be doing the Killjadi strategy. 6 villagers at 30 minutes. Oh my God. Another problem is, like, look at Cal's army. He's just got them on standby. He's not even using the crossbows to clear this up faster. He kind of asked for this punishment, but I get why he's doing this, right? If he pulls the crossbows back, second wave comes in. Second wave is coming either way, and oh my God, that is a get the out of my game if I've ever seen one. Fire Lance in production now on the way for B. Well, Camin, the reason why the 9800 X3D ad is stuttering right now, ironically, is because we have a very old CPU in this, and we are recording the game and running a very intensive game. I can promise you that those ads running in a month's time are going to blitz across the screen at 144 frames. Hell yeah. The crossbows are going to dive in. Or at least try to get some return pain here, but I don't know what Cal's meant to do. And clearly, guys, the only decisive moment, the only reason B won, the only reason, I mean, it bloody well helped. All right. I'm not even going to ask Krakeny if he thinks that's a bug or intended, because he likes Chinese GG too much. Trebs, we talked about them being able to snipe. We're at that point. Starting to find his targets. Second TC as well. B says, if you want to turn it to a macro game, we can party on deep into the night. Oh my Gideon. What could Cal have done differently is what matters more than what B done to get ahead, I think. And I think Cal, he went for this raid-focused approach, but he didn't, even with the scouts, pro scouts play, have the vision to deny the fish early. I think that's a bit of a slip-up, right? If you want to play for feudal aggression, you need to find a target before you start punting, right? Because you could be essentially trying to go feudal aggression into an opponent who isn't coming out of his base, but isn't rushing castle either, so there's nothing to attack. So you have to kind of justify the play. Roosh used to do this more easily with the old bounty game because they'd build so many scouts very early. But considering when pro scouts, I think I see this so often, pro scouts almost feels like a bait now. When people do it, they stop actually scouting. The scouts simply become a tool to get resources. And really, one of the most valuable resources in RTS itself is information. Now, in some ways, literally, if you play Red Alert 2, you put a spider builder, you get things. But in other ways, figuratively, knowing what your opponent is doing can allow you to more efficiently counter what is coming. Spirit Way now on the way. And that should more or less convince Cal that the end is nigh. Oh my God. Why does it affect cavalry? It's already absurd enough that it actually affects infantry. Fire Lance is in there as well, so we're going to burn it all to the ground. Tech up complete. We are 4.5 minutes away from a Sacred Site victory. You know what this is? This is Cal, sick and tired of all those pro players that he has to watch for an extra 10 minutes when observing, when the game is already over and they refuse to GG. And now he's like, it's finally my turn. Yeah, but Cal, you're not punishing a pro player. You punch him now. He's just trying to have some fun with it. You know, host, in fairness, that's not the worst statement to make. And the reason that's fair is because technically if Cal had a better ranking on the ladder, he would have better seeding for the tournament. Ergo, he could dodge B in the early round. That's the challenge. Remember, folks, the way we qualify our players, we kick 16 each week, invite 16 new. The 16, half of them are seeded and invited based on their tournament rankings, and half are based on their ladder ranking in the season. So pretty cool little dynamic there. Gives a way for new faces to get in and potentially get good matchups. Well, Kao is pretty much just slow dying to Nestamies at the stage. I feel like I've seen this strategy somewhere before. Where could it be? Well, finally he calls it. GG comes out. Let me know what you guys think in the comments. Is the fishing drop-off at meals intended? And on top of that, should Imperial officials be allowed to supervise and give more food as a result? That's your question for this one. Let me know in the comments, and I'll catch you all in the next chapter. Whew. B almost giving us some very interesting things to look at. Chinese fishing trick. There we go. Damn. GG's Mr. Cow. Not able to make it happen, so that's going to be a 2-0 there. We'll update the scores. Let's see. So, have a look at the matchup so far, guys. In terms of ones we have watched, we caught the end of StarLark GullyDeCo. That was a win for StarLark. So, the round of 16 is actually going to be B versus StarLark. Don't know if they're both available now. That'd actually be cool. So we will hopefully see them at some point. Should be an interesting series. Elsewhere, we have also so far seen Core versus Dragevann. We started the stream with that, and it was incredible. Dragevann winning 2-1 with his signature style of English in the end. And I believe that's all we've seen so far. Voldemar versus Mahodo happened earlier. Voldemar, I believe, was streaming those games. Give me a second, guys. By the way, how ill do I sound? On a scale of 1 to 10. Wondering how bad it's going to be on this weekend. 2 out of 10? So not very? Okay. 6 or 7? Okay, varying. Very varying. Drink a protein shake? I've been doing that, mate. Got my Kinder Bueno today. Should get some Kinder Bueno as well. Remember, guys, Black Friday, so actually the biggest discounts you're going to see all month. Grab yourself some Protein Works today. Oh, just remembered, actually. Haven't had my gummies. I highly recommend these to everyone. These are great. This is actually a great way of getting your vitamins. They are summer berry flavored. Don't stream Voldemort again. It's heartbreaking. Jesus. All right. Let me have a look. Let's see who we've got up next. Who to watch? So, we could do LaSh MeomaikA. There's also Vortex versus Youngdo. Are there any round of 16s that are going to play now, is what I'm wondering. Game 2, you go more aggro, just win. Yeah, I kind of broke it down. Like, part of your problem is you actually didn't know what you were aggroing to, right? Like, your scouting wasn't very good early on. You didn't really discover where the fishing was. You actually walked by it in the center of the map when you went to react to the archer ship. I think, like, one thing I highlight is I think in general, when people play pro scouts, they forget that their scouts are scouts and they should be scouting. So all your scouts were suddenly, instead of informing your army of what was happening on the map, they were just gathering up deer, right? Which is cool. Like, it gives you, like, lifeline. But if you're playing aggro, you don't need all the deer straight away. You just need enough deer to keep having resources, right? That would be, I think, my big highlight about what you could have done different. Yeah, game one, I think, like, you can't do Kashix into Japanese, like, unless you know it's not Coca. If it's Coca, like, doing Kashix is the quickest way to lose a game, full stop. You just won't beat that comp. Yeah, like what I think legit, now that I say it out loud like that, do you know what your problem this entire series was? It was scouting. We mentioned why in game 2, but game 1 it legit had the same exact issue if you think about it. Because it looked like you basically made the Merc House choice without seeing the Shinobi. Or you did and you just, for some reason, thought you could beat Shinobi, which is wild. Silk Road could be best? No, not Silk Road. You want, if it's Coca Township, you're gonna do Western because you get Lombos, and then you can do the Lombo Horseman timing, and you can deny his gold. It's almost always gonna be Biz with Lombos. All right, sup, Revive Lopes, how's it going? Is it Revive Lopes or Revive Lopez? Actually, now that I say it out loud, let's have a look here. I'm trying to think what we're gonna cast next. Give me a second. Okay, it's Lopes, yeah. The map is really large, so use the mobility. Yeah, but like, how are you going to use that mobility? I think you've chosen also the wrong map for it, right? Like, what are you able to punish with Kashix? Because you have to think of that map like Canal, but you have a bit more wiggle room with your starting area. So it doesn't have to come out quickly. So, like, you know, you can avoid the fight, but what are you fighting for? Also, at a high level, I feel like that doesn't work as well as you're maybe thinking, because then when someone says, oh, he won't fight me, they'll go and fight you somewhere else, right? Like your economy or something. So you need to be able to extract targets, for sure. KP and Midweek Muster. KP hails from Bronzodia. Actually, I have no rank, which means I'm technically 0 rank, but also simultaneously infinite rank. So I am both the worst and the best at the game. Is how that works. That fight at the keep though, oh yeah, dude. Like, it's Mountain Samurai, and you had maybe even you had less than even to the Limitane to the Mountain Samurai count, and then also your crossbows were overkilling the Shinobi, right? Like he completely griefed you with that play. It was really smart. You sent me a message. What's the message? How long are you gonna stream for? Could have just literally asked that here. Probably like another hour and a half, 2 hours, I think, is what we're aiming for. Like, how long have we been live? We've been live for 3 hours and 20 minutes, so probably like another 2 hours, I think. So, that works out nicely. Freya gets put to bed around then, so like if we eat for after Freya's in bed, I think that works. In the meantime, I'm able to survive because of protein works. This protein works for Emma as well. She needs to come and get the caramel latte. She's the coffee drinker. So, anyway, I'm going to pick a series now. Now, we had loads of fun discussions between games so far today. Let's look in on LaSh versus Meo. Wait, actually, did I miss any that are literally coming up in a second? No, I think we've got about another hour before live. So, if we check LaSh versus Meo. Need to get hench to really sell it? Well, no, because like while these have protein, these ones are meal replacements, so they can help you lose weight. Actually, you know what sells it? I've got it for you. You're right. You know, there needs to be a comparison check. Guys, do I look healthy? Do I look lean? Right? Right? Would you guys say I look lean? It's okay. It's not like I'm not one of those people fishing for compliments or whatever. Right? I look in good shape. You know? What about that fat ass? Oh, he looks a bit chunky, don't he? Look at him, so fat. His glasses look tiny on his face. Okay, they're small glasses, but still. Look at that. Look at that fatso. Right? What's that? Let's do one better. Bloody chunk. Oh, there you go. There it is. There's the one. Look at that bloody chunker right there. You see him? Bloody hell. Look at the size of him. You know what helps? Healthy diet, but also, you know what helps sustain this now? Protein works. Boom! There's your sale pitch. They don't actually help. If you're a person who snacks a lot, it's also efficient for gaming, right? Because like when I'm drinking protein works like this, I don't have to take like small 10-minute breaks to go snack or something. So it actually works really well. And then obviously now because I'm having that, I don't then feel this need to just snack on crisps or sorry, chips, potato chips and stuff like that. So yeah, the meal replacements work really well. And by the way, Black Friday sale up to 91% off. Look at this price. Look at this price. It's a bargain. Bargain. Get your hands on these right now. Look at that. £1.40 per meal. Solid. I actually want to try the vegan protein shakes they have as well. We had someone who's a gym fanatic in here the other day saying that actually, if you look at the price of protein in general, like the whey protein, clear protein, or whatever, Protein Works prices on those are actually really, really good anyway. So yeah, they actually are very competitively priced. So anyway, let's get ready to rock and roll with the next series. I said we're going to be hopping in to LaSh versus MeomaikA, opening game on Transhumans. Oh, actually, I can probably get us the draft, which is good. We might have to do some 2x in moments on this, actually, just to make sure we're in time for the next series live. But let me pull up that draft anyway. I'll clear the maps. I can't be asked to do the maps on this one. Alright, so opening game, Transhumans. It's going to be HRE versus UG. Ooh, both of these civs are kind of sucky on this map. I mean, actually, I guess with Juji, you can get pretty good meditation guns, right? I don't rate HRE highly here, though. I think HRE kind of suck. And we'll talk about why. But first, I need to turn my heating on so that I do not freeze my ass off. Oh. Protein's the key to staying fit and alive. Look at that. Double reason. Go for it. Whew. Hairline on point. Damn. I think my hairline's better now than before, actually. My hair used to be a bit more scruffy. Alright. HRE suck on this map. But no, welcome back to the channel. Yeah, I don't rate Holy Roman Empire to open this series from LaSh. I mean, German boy repping the HRE flag, get it, but tough one here. Transhumans, a map that only has 3 relics and also Archon Chapel placements. Not often that good. Can't get that gold in range if you want those trees. One and all, welcome back to the Midweek Muster. Both civs could suffer in this one. Juji on the other side in the hands of MeomaikA. Not really often going to get the greatest of meditation gardens, although if the gods smile, I think meditation gardens on your starting islands suck, but if you come out like this, we've been seeing these type of spawns a lot. That's a hell of a lot of berries. An 8-stack and... Wait, is that double 8-stack? No. Oh, thank God. I was about to say. Like, they can't get closer than this. This is absolutely absurd. We've seen this as well. Like, this is semi-frequent on this map. But he goes safe at home. MeomaikA, by the way, comfort pick for him. He loves Juji. He plays a lot of Juji. We're going to do the 2x speed for the early game here, just because we are trying to catch up on the series so that we can go live for the next one on a wonderful Friday night. Archon on the other side, we talked about this, right? It's going to have to go on the tree line. In fact, he opts to put it on the food by the looks of it. And he has set up perfectly for farms later on, but this is ambitious. I don't think Juji want to play into the late game with you. They want to play into the mid game. I'm wondering, though, are they going to play to the Castle Age? Is there a world in which we see a Juganir rush? Feels a bit unlikely here. On a map like this, Meo should be very aware the thing his opponent can blow a lot of is archers. So do you really want to be bloating a Zhuge Nu ball into a Civ that has a better economy? Not really. Because although your Zhuge better, the archers will dominate. And also, LaSh is going for the horseman opening. So instead, we have fast castle coming. LaSh, I mean, it kind of makes sense. I don't think you pick HRE here to play castle. You can't. It's free relics, and free relics is great, right? But free relics in the center of the map, all in one direction, means your opponents like to contest you. Same risk for MeomaikA here, but the upside at least is by going for fast castle, he has Shaolin monks, and unlike prelates, Shaolin monks will fight back. Prelates are all about fighting for efficiency in your economy. Shaolin monks are all about just fighting, man. They're the guy in the bar that just starts a fight for no reason. And they're going to be on the way fast here. Horseman is coming in. LaSh is looking to push him away. Oh, and also, the other thing, someone mentioned earlier that the ad playing about the 9800 X3D, that's intentional. That's meant to be the Black Ops effect. Now that I thought I was worried about, no, it's kind of intentional. It's meant to be at the time, I think. Maybe. We'll see. We're going to be upgrading to a new Ryzen, so next time that won't be a problem. That's because we're on a very outdated CPU. Go ahead. Click the link. Click the link is free. And it helps the channel. So one monk out, second one coming. Why so fast? So that we can catch up on the series and be ready for the next live one. We only have a little bit of pressure. Honestly, there's really not that much to track in these early engagements. You have 2 horsemen running in to try and poke 1 villager. Scout is going to drag him back as well. A little bit surprised that LaSh is moving like this. He wants to block the relics, right? But it means your opponent has all the food to build up monks. He has got the Lancer timing coming. This is very aggressive if you supervise. So far hasn't chosen to, though. Meo now going to start marching out. This does not inspire confidence. Monks can beat the crap out of both of these unit types. Here's the thing. You're building into a feudal army. If you're going to do this against monks, you want to have ranged units, not melee. Because monks have 2 armor, and you are low base damage. Look at the health bars. Yeah. He thought about it for a second, and then immediately deeply regretted it. First relic picked up. He can move for the second as well. The way you should do this is move 3 monks together for that second relic. Just send this one home on its own. LaSh is now trying to play for a delayed castle, but there's going to be no value on the map now. I mean, you might as well go for a Burgrave. And I think Hilberry was saying earlier, just Burgrave and send it. Difficult if you don't have enough food. I haven't checked the exact sheep count at the start of this map, but you can already see LaSh is down to 1 sheep. He could play for the shoreline fish, but they're quite sporadic and spread out. So for shoreline fish gathering, it's not like going to arcing them up, right? Makes Burgrave very difficult to execute. Especially if your opponent's mirroring fast castle and bloating lancers, which they can do. I mean, then you can go spears, but once again, shallow monks. We end up in the same limbo that we're currently in. Do we have maps in this tournament designed by Caillou? Yes, we've had multiples. In fact, he helped Tomb optimize this map. Monks, I mean, dude, the health bar is just not moving. He killed 1 by some miracle, but look at the cost. The body count. There's 1 red and, what, 7 green? Maybe 8. Help! Wait, he's actually going Burgrave. So this feels more necessity than desire, because he's worried he's just going to lose on the count, right? If he tries to build knights now, he's going to be slower. If he tries to go men-at-arms, shallow monks will fight them, and probably win. And every time you fail to win a fight against shallow monks, they get stronger. And by they, I mean GG, because their units will heal themselves, right? So you're even more units down. This is the power of healing in RTSs. It's so understated in commentary, I think. When we talk in AoE4 broadcasts, like I don't even talk about it enough. I've tried, but we're only really starting to see the meta develop to be, you know, finessed and optimized to a point where it's starting to really appear just how good these small differences can be. That and players have gotten better at not just falling headfirst into the trap of fighting a healing stack. But we're seeing it with the Dervish from the logistics wing right now. We're seeing it with shallow monks in moments like this, right? We've seen scholar pulls with the Delhi when they go for an all-in timing with Dome of Faith. It's very powerful. Lancers, looks like they did ride in. A little bit ambitious there. Does get himself 2 picks, though. Gets out, only losing the scout. Yeah, should be able to micro away as well. Spearman won't be able to gap close him. Sacred Sites are also locked in. We keep speeding through wherever we can because, like I said, we want to try to stay on schedule for the next series. MeomaikA is going to be moving out for the deal on the south side. So we'll have plenty of food to keep working with, keep pumping into more monks or knights as he chooses. He's currently in 10 of these bad boys. And I'm still not convinced Men-at-Arms is the counter that LaSh thinks it is. Damage difference is huge. Effective HP difference not that much in it, really, right? Like, you've got 2 extra armor, but you have 15 less health. Which means if you do not kill these guys, which will be hard anyway, they're going to heal up. You're just going to be flat out dead, right? You need probably about 1.5 Men-at-Arms to the Shallow Monk count to feel good. But you still then have to add in spears to deal with the Lancers. Heavy Maces kind of help, but it's not going to stop the Lancers from just kind of cycle charging you here. LaSh coming in now. Look at that. He peels them back intentionally so Shallow Monks can front line. Has activated the Body of Iron, so the emplacements aren't going to help as much. Lancers are flooding onto the eco here. LaSh, this Burgrave play, not getting the impact he was hoping for. The Monks are winning. These boys sting. Oh my, LaSh. Burgrave been online for like, what, is it almost 2 minutes now? Only 5 Men-at-Arms to speak of. MeomaikA is still outnumbering him, and there's what we were talking about. Kill them, or this happens. These things have higher DPS than hand cannoneers? In the late game, yes. At this stage, no. At this stage, remember, they are attacking for, if you've done the math before, it's like 20 damage, right? They hit 20 damage every 1 second because they attack less than a second, right? 0.75. But yes, in the late game, you can scale this base number to 25. Yes, you heard that correctly. Goes up to 25 because you get Ming. Actually, they 5% in Ming, right? So it might be 26 now. Which means overall 25, right? They end up at, I think I've done the math, like 32.5? Oh, sorry, like 31.5. Scale to 32, though. It's a lot of damage every second. Remember, these units were already good in melee fights, and now with the new EAT, they haven't really been impacted. They also kind of benefited because Body of Iron, situationally anyway, where other civs, like other options don't have that extra health now, so they lose to range quicker. The Body of Iron is still a 50% damage reduction. We even have Grenadiers now. That's kind of crafty, right? It's about the damage buff, and also the fact that LaSh has to blob melee. So he doesn't really get to choose the formation of the fight. He's going to be stuck, clustered together. Yeah, this is getting grim, man. We're going to hit the fast forward a bit more. Raid's going to the base. We've got troops building up. By the time he gets out, it's going to be running into a handful of Grenadiers that we should have with those handy little buffs. Hard case bombs, guys. This right here. 15% increase in damage output. Really good with high base damage units, such as Lancers and Shallow Monks. Hasn't even gone for the melee tech. I'm a little bit surprised by that. I think Bloomery is probably worth it now that you've scaled to this many. But it's because he's going for a full Granny transition. So his goal actually isn't just about the debuff. He wants that first hit to pretty much wipe the first line. There's just enough Shallow Monks to guarantee that LaSh can't run past him. Decap attempt is going to be a big fat fail. We have Dully horses on the way. This is no longer bugged. It used to be when you got this on your Lancers, it went from 1.5 attack speed to 1.35. That's not the advertised 20% increase, but now, look at that, 1.5 to 1.28. Substantial improvement. Let's get him now chased down. That means at this stage, he actually attacks quicker than the Men-at-Arms. Line formation from LaSh, because he can't cluster, right? The Grenadiers. Monks do need to get involved in this. He's be careful, though. Crossbows also arriving, distracted by the Horsemen. And MeomaikA, dude, he's not going to lose this fight. I mean, the Heavy Maces might counter the Lancers, but it most definitely does not counter the Monks. This is the Monk S. Oh my god. I don't feel like this should be legal. Speed it up again. We still have plenty of food to work with. MeomaikA's on that Devil Berry patch. Imagine if he'd gone for this Medigarden, by the way. Holy crap. Because remember, that would have ended up being, what was it, 84 food a minute instead of 36. I.e. you get some Monk for free almost just like, what, every 2.5 minutes. Let's dive into the base now. This is over. LaSh is not getting back from this. The farm's now idle, so this Burgrave is worthless. He's sneaking resources at the moment. It's going to be gold on the north side. Even if he gets a decap, though, his whole base is just dead. GG. Game 1 to MeomaikA. This guy is always such a pleasure to watch. And Meow Meow, oh, he's a prolific Shushi spammer, and he just gave an S-tier example of why. What do you think, guys? Are the pool boys okay? Or is this the real thing you should all be fearing against Shushi? Let me know in the comments. I'll catch you in the next one. Oi, oi, oi. So, game 1 done. Is this intended with the monks? Yeah, I mean, this, like, in what way? Yeah, everything that they have is intended, right? Like, it's functioning as intended. Whether it's balanced is what you could probably argue. Like, yeah, I agree. There was, like, a more ridiculous version before. So I think, like, they're balanced in a way. Balanced? It's just, in certain situations, they can be overwhelming. And to be honest, the way that he opened the game done zero favors for LaSh. It like nothing about that beginning really helped him, right? If anything, it kind of set himself up for failure. Like we mentioned at the beginning, why do you want to play into Horseman Spears against this Civ? He thought it was probably going to be like, what, Zhignu, and they was worried about Dali Horse's Horseman. But realistically, what is to really stop Zhuji from fast casting if they just scout you straight away? Alright, so next one, like we said, we're going to do this. It's on recording, so we'll try to get through it fast because we have got a live series starting in about like half an hour. So we'll try to be ready for that. That's when you'll be able to gamba. We'll kick it into like minute 3 fast. None of the other top players make mass monks for Zhuji in tournament matches. That's not true. Have you watched Dimu? Literally done it the other week against LaSh. If you get to the late game, it's good. Alright. Well, this one should be a pleasure. MeomaikA on the Japanese. I always love watching this Civ. One and all, welcome back to the channel, and welcome back to the Midweek Muster. We are here in the round of 32. LaSh versus MeomaikA. LaSh trailing by 1 game already. Turns to the Malians to deliver him. We've seen him do miraculous things in Midweek Musters with this. Can he do it again to stay alive? To muster a chance of making it out of the first series in week number 5? We'll find out. MeomaikA, an aggressive party, and I'm sure he's going to play this aggressively. You know, I remember when Japanese came out, I'm going to go 2 times speed for the early game, by the way. They had a really cool build against Malians that got discovered by a few players. I've been theory crafting it, and I was so, like, I was over the moon. I was nerdy about it when I saw it come out. If you open with Horseman and you force a Donzo reaction, you can play into Onabagisha, and then your opponent has to go archers, which get countered by the Horseman. Meanwhile, you have all the mobility, and he has to keep fighting you because of the pit mine locations. I think we might be seeing a hybridization of that. Instead of having to go for the Onabagisha, the Shinobi can very much fulfill the same role of being the Donzo Slayer. They're already coming out. Koka Township online for MeomaikA. He's pumping them now. The question now is he going to lean into more aggression, or is this going to be a fast castle build? We are seeing the second level of the Berry Gathering, Takazaiku. So I think we might be getting a fast castle build after feigned aggression. Shinobi simply here to grief the pit mine. Weirdly enough, LaSh, I mean, this is the funny thing, actually. If MeomaikA had been going Horseman plus Shinobi, LaSh is already kind of screwed by going Javelins. This is horrible. Because Javelins don't get bonus damage against either, right? They just suffer. So Meo would have had a timing to kind of all-in him now, but it seems like he wants to play more greedy. He's going to start sabotaging additional houses. Remember, nice little cooldown this of 1 minute, but it immediately starts bursting these houses down low. You need to be careful as well, because that villager isn't safe here. Goes in for the stab. Did already use the Shinshins. I think LaSh was very smart about that. He forced the Shinshin and then moved the villager. Had he done it the other way around, where he just moves the villager, it would have been a blink on top of you. However, there is another one available. I'm a little bit surprised he isn't losing villies yet. Yeah, Mio is a bit too fixated on these houses, I think. With Shinshin, the javelins are getting way too close to you, so you can just jump on top of them. Like in choke points especially, when he was here, if he jumps there, this javelin's dead, right? And then the other one can't take on 2 Shinobi. So not the cleanest opening here for Mio. I actually give sparks of hope for LaSh. But he's going to need to find a way of punishing because this is a fast castle build. Also, love this from MeomaikA. Did you notice what he done with this farmhouse? Very important if you know you're going to be playing deeper in the game, if it's likely, which is almost always likely in AoE 4. Set your houses up like this. It's usually very difficult when you don't have wheelbarrow, and usually with Japanese you're going fast castle, so you don't have it, right? But if you take a build that involves double wheelbarrow level, which is worth it if you then go berries, you have the movement speed to move the extra tiles out. The reason this is important is later. When you have to go farms, you want them around the TC. They're just taking a while to heal up, but they will be back again with an extra vengeance. LaSh, in the meantime, is already prepping the ranches. Looking at the relics, honestly, I think LaSh has been done the biggest service here by the Spawn. They couldn't really be much further apart, right? Maybe to the absolute corners, but this is fairly stretched. That's important because it means MeomaikA is going to take a little bit longer to pick up those relics, i.e., his advantage isn't going to scale as quickly. We'll hit the speed up, though, because this is just going to be a boom off. LaSh is going to just rush all the ranches because there's nothing else he can do right now. And MeomaikA is going to go for the floating game. Now, realistically, LaSh should be forced to add in additional Donzos when he hears the tech up, because otherwise he'll get flooded by Mounted Samurai. Love this build. It's the one where you gather a bit of stone, right? No, that's just the passive. Because he's been building the ninjas, right? Like, he used additional gold. So you got enough for the daimyo, which used to be so much more expensive. I can't believe that. It gives you an early night. This Uber Bannerman comes out in 15 seconds. He can be built in the feudal age. And when you upgrade to castle, just like the ninjas, his stats immediately automatically inflate. This is definitely going to force a lot of Donzos. LaSh already adding in additionals. Was only able to set himself up for the 4th ranch at this point. Deer gathering in the meantime for MeomaikA. Reminder, winner of this series, by the way, is going to be going up against either Louis MT or Symbio's Legend. I mean, I've said this before, right? If Symbios is good enough to beat Louis, then he's going to be a hard fight. If it's Louis himself, we already know what that man is weighed in. Difficult to deal with for even the best of players. If you remember, we've had Puppy Paw back-to-back-to-back champions. The reason it wasn't 4 in a row was actually because of Louis, who blocked him in the semi-finals. Man, this is the other thing I love about the midweek muster, by the way. It's the recurring, regular storylines, right? From a narrative perspective, like, esports is... It's about competing, participation, and within that, it's about stories. It's about building legacies, man. And I know, like, legacy sounds like a lofty word, and, oh, KP, it's only a weekly. But it builds out the system, right? Instead of the story being, across a year, we saw this player 3 times. You see them every week. Isn't that incredible? Second pit mine is going to go up. LaSh has at least walled himself in. This means he needs less Donzos because he can hold one location. Mount Samurai are not going to be able to get in easily. Should not be able to get in. No. Where are the Donzos? Oh no! He got paid by one over here. 2 villagers lost there. Dive comes in. He does at least react quickly. However, MeomaikA's wiggling in. Unnecessarily. Does lose a second one for no reason. Look at that. Wamba's checking out the bracket because she's getting ready to try and sign up for week number 6. I see what you're up to, Wamba. First, it's the Outback Octagon. Now it's the midweek muster. She's like, I need to avenge Cow after a series against B. Must redeem him. So LaSh, he's close to his tech up, right? He's floated an insane amount of gold. I think he overgathered for sure here. But he can use this to just pump in the remaining cattle as soon as he techs. After a boring gaming event. I mean, was it a gaming event or tech conference? Yo, you can't sass that crap. You got to realize, well, actually, we got to work on getting you in on those. So South Africa, for those that don't know, South Africa has a stupidly ridiculous amount of marketing spend. And sorry, Warman, but like on average, like South Africa doesn't really have many big content creators, which means that like the brands pay crazy money compared to other regions. For real, I'm not even kidding. I've talked to like some people behind the scenes, and there was like a guy who has a Nike sponsor who averages a third of my viewership. No cap. It's wild. So, anyway. These boys have had their Nikes on. Bloody hell. Can you imagine actually buying Nikes for horses? Why has no one created stylish shoes for horses? You'd sell double the pairs of what you get to... No, I'm going to stop there. Anyway, we've got plenty of nights coming around. That's going to keep him pinned in the base in the meantime. But LaSh is now unlocking the third age. We are going to be seeing Sofa spam. Tricky. You can't do Sofa on their own. You need to have the Donzos to assist. Sacred Sites are also locked in, so MeomaikA was very good, very refined about his timing, right? Even prioritized this over the additional relics. That is going to come at a cost, though, because LaSh can now try to deny him with Sofas if he's quick enough. Second relic on the way home, third to be picked up here. So all the east sides still need to be gained, and Mio does know where they are. LaSh has just revealed them. Still, like, these units out here are not safe. You can't just trickle Donzos out when there's mass-mounted samurai flooding around. Cheesecake sponsor? Bro, if I can get a cheesecake sponsor, I don't give a about Warman. I'm getting that sponsor. KP gets priority on cheesecake. That's the rule of the table. She knows this. Everyone knows this. I may be slim these days. But not if I get a cheesecake sponsor. Slim, trim, and fast is the goal. If only I was a 9800X 3D processor. Yeah, I'm going to keep doing that all day. So, Mad Samurai now marching forward with the assistance of Onimusha. This is weird for LaSh, right? Like, Sofas are going to struggle. They already were going to suck into Mount Samurai. Onimusha going to make it worse. The Donzo really is the MVP. LaSh's goal here should just be to build as many Donzos as possible. Mio. Is he like the mouse looking for the cheese right now? He's thinking about it. He could actually dive in. I think MeomaikA is a bit too defensive here. It's 10 knights. I mean, he doesn't have God Vision like us, right? All those Donzos are out of the base. On top of that, LaSh only has 13. If he had dove in there, that would have been 10 worker kills. Anyone else know just Mounties hold their katana backwards? We don't talk about it. They got long pokey sticks right now. Yeah, here you go. Oh, wait. Ah! They keep pulling it out. You are correct, though. It does look weird. It could look worse. Imagine they held the Naginata backwards. We need them to fight something that isn't an unarmed monk, and then we can prove it. Wolves are going up. Oh, look, more unarmed things that are going to die instantly. He's going to be marching home. Sacred Site timer has started again. We do have Kaburia on the way. He has just revealed the Onimusha, so LaSh does have time to react to that. Wait, do they hold their torches backwards too? Maybe it's just a thing. Oh my god, they clearly hold their torches back. No. How would you hold a torch backwards? I guess you could hold it at the wrong end. Backstab attempt coming in. This could be big if LaSh commits to it. The problem is that it's too many Mountain Samurai again. If it was like 2 split, right? Like you had 12 here, 12 elsewhere. You take this fight. But 20 Donzo against 24 Mountain Samurai with Uma Bannerman is a recipe for death. Moves in anyway. Onimusha need to be targeting the sofa. MeomaikA off the mark here, but even with that detail, who gives a crap? A click for the win, baby. Near pot. No. This is why Mount Samurai is so good, though, right? Like, look at the damage. It's 31 with that katana. More with the Uma Bannerman. With the Uma Bannerman, look at how hard like, you hit. Normally, sorry, not 31. It's normally 27. You hit 31 with the Uma Bannerman. 31 sounds like the attack from your Lance Judge, right? It's that good. Add in the fact that you have an extra blacksmith melee level, and you understand why this unit is so good. The initial exchange as well. The deflective armor is just so powerful. Dive in here. MeomaikA, this should be a killing blow. LaSh is trying to rally troops together. More are coming across for MeomaikA as well, though. Sofa barely holding on as well. They're just outnumbered. If you had a few more Sofa, the Donzos might be able to win out. But even then, MeomaikA could out-micro him. And now it's going to be a dive towards the gold line. LaSh vacating the area. Wolves are at least going up for the corner. That's now almost a 10-villager lead. And is that drop through? Nah, he's safe. Not by much. However, whoopsie, didn't mean to actually hit the fast forward there. Tree line on the south side, maybe a little bit more problematic. Dive now coming in, additional troops are arriving, and I think MeomaikA, he knows what's happening down here. He does see them. There's a rush to build the gate, but guys, just rally an extra Mountain Samurai around the other side, right? That's 25 villages waiting to be extracted. He has at least reduced the Mountain Samurai count quite heavily here. And remember, the Fulani is about 20 villages worth of value. However, you've got to keep in mind Japanese do have the majority of relics as well, and sacred sites with timer ticking. I do think MeomaikA sometimes, he has this very weird balance about him in these moments of the game, where a little bit earlier than this, he lacked the decisive instinct to end the game, right? When the 13 Donzos were out of the base. And now, he kind of tunnel visions the base instead of flank rotating. Right? Like, if you caught these villagers here, just one Mountain Samurai goes this side. 4, 5, 6 kills just like that, right? Because your Mountain Samurai was still here. They'd won the fight, so you couldn't come back home. Worst case scenario, you don't get kills, but LaSh is idle for even longer with his villagers. So yeah, LaSh getting a weird stay of execution here. I wouldn't be surprised if we see Meo maybe just go 2 TC at this stage. Kind of feels like that's going to be his goal. Just extend the game if necessary. We're going to hit the fast forward a bit again because we are about 10 to 15 minutes away from our next live series. So we want to make sure that we do catch up for that. Which might be tough because, I mean, LaSh still has a shot here, right? I don't think I've seen that killing blow out of Meo. Surprising considering how aggressive he usually plays. And again, sometimes aggression can be your downfall. One tricky thing about going Onimusha here is it doesn't really provide you a great answer against the Donzos, right? So if LaSh is able to just do what Marlians are best at, which is zerging, Donzos can actually win this game for him, weirdly enough. Alright guys, what do you think? Is MeomaikA going to win, or is LaSh going to win? And I just noticed Warman's comment earlier. Some guy who was full-time was streaming to 10 viewers. Dude, that sounds like some kick is offering you 5 grand for no reason scheme. You know that kind of classic when the deal sounds too good to be true? It's because it is. It's not true when I look at some countries' deals. Donzo's in. This is an overextension by LaSh. We've seen this before. It's happening again. The only upside is MeomaikA is wasting time on the wrong units with Onimusha. But it doesn't matter. The Mountain Samurai just essentially winning these engagements every time on their own. Sacred Side did get decapped though, so LaSh, he's extended the game. Because LaSh likes pain and he hasn't used the safe word yet. It does sound like he's just setting himself up for a bruising, but I mean, the eco lead isn't insane, right? He'd done a bit of chip damage with his Sofa as well. So you can see the gap is now only 12, right? It's not as insane as it was looking like it was going to get. And we still don't have 2 TC from MeomaikA. Instead, he's going for the mass value on the Shogunate, right? I'm not sure if I'm the biggest fan of this. I don't think you need it right now. There's a lot of pocket resources you're playing onto. So you would have benefited from building a TC around those. Instead, he just chooses to go for the condensed greed, which, you know, late game will pay off, but you're basically giving LaSh hope, LaSh a way of getting into this game again. But, in his defense, guys, you know what I'm going to say? Rocket launchers are cool. That's all I've got. That Samurai is at least going to arrive just in time, the Onimusha, so that Sofa is going to get mopped up. But LaSh, all of a sudden, has a group of Donzos together again, and MeomaikA, I think he's gone maybe a little bit too hard on Onimusha. Needs to be careful in the amount of Mountain Samurai that he's remassing. I guess he's concerned about the growing Sofa threat. We do have archers being added in. Cool idea by LaSh going into Toxin Arrows, and will be a solid solution to Onimusha. Yeah, and like what are you now left with your MeomaikA? I mean, you could switch into Samurai, but then you lose your pacing. And so for counter you, you could go into Onibugisha, but archers counter that. Mounted Samurai really is the best course for MeomaikA to steer. I just don't like that it feels like he's leaning on Sacred Sites as his only win condition, because you're just essentially spread too thin. You're playing a Civ that can't build keeps in castles, so you don't have an easy way of locking them in, right? I think that's kind of just leading to this later and later phase of the game. That at least gives ways for LaSh to still win. Well, not like this, though. Hello. He walks out, sees the army, immediately panics. Expensive retreat. He's going to lose several of the units. I mean, Mounted Samurai just so impactful for those initial hits. The Onimusha tickling them down. It does reveal the archers. He springs the trap. It doesn't feel like a trap, though. It 100% feels like he is trapped. Oh, no. Okay, that has to be curtains closed. LaSh. He's going to lose the front line. Look at the military difference. He's dying so fast to this. The only thing that's now left to do is find the economy. And LaSh, he overchopped now. There is a giant opening to that back corner. MeomaikA instead says, beef, delicious. Is this Kobe beef? He's going to find out. Munch is down on the ranch is dead. 1-2 surfers are going to be able to find the villagers, so a little bit out of time and kills achieved there. MeomaikA not actually reacting right now. I mean, just send 2 Mounted Samurai back, right? Or the Onimusha. The Onimusha aren't doing really much else. Somehow, LaSh has reboomed 22 Donzo on the corner of the map. Oh my god. On the very edge, he's been hiding here for a reboom. But he's going to have to reboom the cattle first. That is a lot of blocked ranch space now. Does need to tap those cows down, though. It's going to be a clash again. Onimusha. Oh, the A clicks. He's wasting time on the Mansa. He also hasn't recapped the Sacred Site. Dude, what is this game? This is scrappy, man. I mean, like, this is kind of, I think, MeomaikA, there's maybe some optimization around clearing the game here that matter, because, you know, against the top 8 player, we've seen these type of situations, how they backfire for someone up against them, right? Like, up against the Beasties, the Marine Laws, the Puppy Paws, the Whams. They will wiggle out. Now, LaSh is very talented. There's still an opportunity for him to do it. And it is starting to look better, because MeomaikA has just erased a lot of his Mounted Samurai. I mean, he still has the numbers, but guys, this is kind of getting a little bit grim. I think LaSh is going to hold, guys. This game is not over. Oh my god, we are definitely going to have to speed up if we want to make the live series. Tell me you have a Donzo problem without saying you have a Donzo problem. MeomaikA immediately queues up 8 archery ranges. Oh my god, this game. Meo never wanted to do things in small quantities. He cancels 2 of them. But it's 6 archery ranges worth of production. The Yumi count is about to soar. All cows dead, no coming back? I mean, yeah, you're right. Like, it's not like Malians can just, like, eat the cow or anything. Right? Like, that would be insane. Nah, you wouldn't do that. It's not like Malians could just, like, delete the house and delete the rats. Like, delete the other house in the mining camp and then, like, build extra run. Nah, that's fine. Like, he legit, like, remember, look at the range on it. He could actually just build ranchers here. He'd be fine. I actually think it's not GG at all. LaSh is maybe overkilling going for the food like this, but he's at least putting in good work getting Donzo plus the sofas. Alright, Yumi Mass has been revealed. However, LaSh was already scaling the sofas. Very important detail though, MeomaikA has continued to add in Mounted Samurai. So should have a way of munching through while holding on. Good news for LaSh at least, as this game is looking like it's likely going to eventually reach maximum population. The Yumi suck at that point, even when they're up against the counter unit, because they're less population efficient. But they're very good for flooding. However, so far your Crypto. Look at the damage. He hits for 9. These units have 7 armor. Barely feels it. Gonna be a pushback. And no, MeomaikA likely does have eco upgrades. Okay, no, he doesn't. Never. Okay, I'm gonna teach you guys a lesson when you watch Japanese. Don't trust capture age. This does not tell you the truth. I don't know why, but Japan's eco upgrades don't show at all. Oof. Not the exchange that Mio's looking for, but he's getting there. The Donzo numbers are lowering fast. Now Samurai just need to keep mirroring the sofas so he can get through this. In fact, he's going to dive to block the keep. LaSh ambitiously trying to reach out for more gold here. Might be reaching into the afterlife. Villagers with the textiles, but not with the protection. The Yuumi are going to be able to target down those Donzos. The Mount Sam in the meantime are finishing off the last of the villagers, and it looks like it is going to be a doubt keep. 2 villagers left alive. The Yuumi can finish that off. However, MeomaikA seems a little bit distracted. So maybe there's still hope. LaSh with 2 villagers working their asses off. Overtime not included in the package to get this castle up to stand a chance of still staying alive in the midweek muster. He's looking good as well. Mount Samurai health pools are bad at this stage after that engagement. So Sofa will have the pushback and LaSh will get the lifeline. Really important as well, guys. Not many other options. The far south side would put him in a weird position where now with this keep on this gold, he also protects his base. If he had to go wider, there's an opening straight again into the Fulani. So stay of execution here. Mio has built an eco lead now, though. He's 20 ahead. 4 relics, 2 sacred sites. Like, you know, the Fulani being empty, there's no denying he has the better economy. Temporarily, LaSh's food looks phenomenal. Mio's is improving, though. Look at this. Look at the stone. It's not far off the Shogunate. He actually delayed going it before, but seems inevitable now. As does Imperial Age. Food gathering just starting to ramp up here. Gold looking phenomenal. I think we're going to be seeing Age 4 Japanese by probably about 34 minutes. Roches, oh my god, the timing. The actual timing on this is cursed. As soon as he builds the Roches, more Mount Samurai arrive. More villagers looking like they're going to be going down here. Let's try to club them. Brings them low, but not quite able to get the kills there. Mount Samurai raids are coming to an end. MeomaikA is most definitely saving up for the Imperial. So LaSh stays alive. He's actually not too far for Imp himself. I wonder if that's going to be the goal here. Kind of wild, the state of their economies, militaries, and the fact that we could be seeing Imp on Imp in this game. We're going to hit the 4 times, speed this up. And it's going to be the Tanegashima Gunsmith. So, interesting choice actually coming out here. I wouldn't have expected that. Considering he's been so fixated on the sacred sites, but maybe this is a good thing. We get the Robodequins. Okay, so I like Robodequins against these type of comps, but the one issue you're going to have is LaSh isn't staying still. And you haven't walled. Robodequins are really good if you can force the fight to one location. But we have a very wide map right now. So debatable whether he's going to get that type of fight. Randy? No. Sir, kind sir, that is the Australian variety. We're British, so we have to go for something almost pompous sounding. This is Reginald. Reginald the Robodequin. Actually, technically, like, what's the Japanese name? Ren. Ren the Robodequin. Doesn't really have the same ring to it, though. Reg? Yeah, we'll call him Reg. Reggie the Robodequin. That sounds more friendly. Alright, so, speed up again. How are we looking at gold access? 8k, 4k to the south. That's going to be really important for Mio. He's just aged up. He needs a lot of gold for the elite techs, but he also needs a lot of gold when you play Japanese. Right? Like, typically, Mount Samurai, Onobugisha. These are the things that make the world go round. Speaking of elite techs, Yuumi upgraded all the way now. This is... Okay, this is the ultimate I do not like Spearman lineup, minus the 3 Mounted Samurai. Oi, oi, oi. Well, LaSh does need to age up himself. You can see he's saving up for it. It's going to have to be Fort the Huntress. Anything else, you're just dead here. Bombard's already arriving on the Fort Gold. So he's going to start to get denied off the area. He has at least started to wall for the safety of gold later in the game. Whether that's going to be successful, though, on such a wide arc is yet to be seen. Guess we'll hit the speed up again. Wonder if this will get uploaded. Don't know if people are going to, like, mold about the speed up, but we done it in 1 or 2 early fights because we're trying to get ready for the next live series, but also when there's not really much happening, it makes sense. So keep it going to flop. We have got a raid come around the back with the sofas, but immediately sees the bad news and retreats. He doesn't know if the elite techs are coming in. We can see they are, but he has to act as if Mounted Samurai Elite is literally just around the corner. Imp Yumi is solid. If you can keep your opponent off max pop, sure. But if they get there, they're trash. Right? They don't really get anything that makes them substantially better. Their value, as always, is their ability to mass. In fairness, they can remass very quickly, but usually when you're in Imperial Age, you have like 20 plus buildings, right? So remassing isn't as much of a predicament. Portal can count as up to 5. I feel like LaSh just doesn't want this fight, this inevitable fight. And also, the Fort of the Huntress was placed on the west. What? Your base is entirely undefended. Oh my dear God. This is worrisome. I mean, he doesn't have to come for your gold line, right? Like, the food economy that you would get to bloat an army is here. And once again, it's going to be dead. Reggie loves his beef. Woo-hoo-hoo! That is an overkill on a cow. That is what B done to cow earlier today. I'm sorry, cow. Time to get them on the barbecue, boys. That's why we carry torches. Ranch is in trouble here. LaSh, he's going to have to make his stand. There's no waiting anymore. He has got the elite for the Donzos. Not that it would really matter against Reboldequins. They're not going to get to touch anything before they die. Yumi Reboldequin. Who the hell needs Yuginu Nestabis? GG. MeomaikA makes it a 2-0. No. For LaSh. Oh, what a brutal way for it to end. Damn. No, not the quickest of ending. I think MeomaikA could have sped through this a little bit faster. But what do you guys think? Players were pretty decisive at moments, right? I think Meo, he really impresses me. The thing he's only missing sometimes is that killer instinct to end the game. It's kind of hard to read. And I think people in the early days when they play AoE 4, they get experiences where they have to play very defensive after diving a bit too deep and losing advantage, right? And I think that can maybe stick with you. Let me know what you think in the comments, though, and I'll catch you all in the next one. Oh, also let me know if you like the 2x speeds. All right. We are ready to rock and roll live. But as we get ready to get in game, you guys need to do me a favor. It's a solid one, and it's an easy one, and it's free to do, and I appreciate you when you do it. There's a link in the chat right now. It is a campaign link. Nothing sus about it. Literally, we are working with AMD right now to raise awareness around the 9800 X3D. It's an awareness campaign, and the way awareness campaigns work is when you click the link, it makes them very happy. So all you have to do is click the link. That takes you through to the website. Have a glance at the products, see what you think if you want as well. But the main thing is clicking through on that link. So big appreciation if you guys do that. Okay. So let me have a look here, and we'll see of our live series which ones are rock and rolling and ready to go. As we should have. So the one starting now, I believe, was Wham's series. We can watch Wham's. In fairness, it's the Seed 31 versus the Seed... Actually, Seed 1 versus Seed 32, right? But it's a new face, so I thought it'd be fun to check in on them, right? So let me see on that. I believe he is in game numero 1. What I'll do is I'll get the deets ready to go. God, my throat is really rough. Wait, where's the full draft? There we go. All right. Draft is live. Let me get it up. Can get me a discount AMD CPUs. You don't have to wait 10 minutes for someone to finish. Maybe. Maybe. My goal is to be AMD's golden child. Oh. Sounds like an offer is too good to be true. What? Having a look at a brand. Being allowed to look at new things for free. Jesus, what will they think of next? It must be a scam. Yeah, check it out. Big shout out to AMD as well for sponsoring us for the week. They'll be with us for 2 or 3 more streams. Whoop, whoop. In fact, let me just double check something. What time did I say to my partner we're going to stream to? I'm trying to remember now off the top of my head. Gamba? Do we allow Gamba on this? So this is the thing I'm trying to understand with Gamba. If you just bet on someone and they win, you just get... Does it double your points by default? It kind of feels weird that it isn't pitted against someone else's points. There is a, like, baseline you get, no matter what, right? I think so, anyway. Yo! What's up, Shunto? I didn't catch your series early against Vortex. How'd it go, buddy? Hope it was a fun one. Hope if it wasn't a win, it was at least a very cool learning lesson for improvement. Thank you very much, the raid. Welcome, welcome to Shunto's wonderful, wonderful community. We're checking in on WAM. Do I give you guys Gamba? Oh, whatever. I don't know. I think Gamba is weird in that, like I said, I'd have to double check it. Maybe someone knows for sure, but I'm pretty sure it has a baseline that you just win. Whereas, like, you'd think it would be people gamble both sides, and then their points get punted against each other. It's hard versus Vortex. Yeah, like, I'm not too familiar with your playstyle, Jondo, but if you're, like, more defensive, you are going to suffer against Vortex. Right? It does adjust based on the other bets, so if everyone bets on WAM and you play, you won't get much. Okay, got you. So it does adjust. It's just the pool points people put. Oh, okay. I always thought there was like a flat base, though, that people can get. Well, now that you people know that, maybe be aware when you... Oh, come on. Don't do him like that. Look at the predictions right now. Community member Shuckle. Oh, shuck. Someone's got to believe in him. One and all, welcome back to the Midweek Muster. Round of 32. First matchup for WAM. The back-to-back grand finalist is going up against Shuckle. You may notice him from many different communities' chats across the Twitch directory. He is here, and to be feared, he's got the Zhuji going up against WAM's Iobids on Transhumans. The default map for the week, a new one. And we have Iobid fishing to open this. Look at that 1%er. He's like, I believe it's worth 1,000 points. I love this idea that that person, if Shuckle now wins, is getting 126,000 points. I don't think it works quite that way, but I can imagine. Dear Shoving coming. Man, Canadians just love this Dervish build. They're absolutely convinced. They're infatuated. And this is a fast castle. Check this from both sides. It's a relic race, which is... It's kind of crazy, actually, when I watch people do these fast castle builds on this map, because... There's not actually that much value in the relics. Transhumans is quite unique for a competitive map. It only has 3 relics compared to the normal 5. So, I think I said earlier today, I think H3 is a poor pick here. It's a waste of a pick. And this Dervish build loses a bit of its punch, right? Because you can still go for the relics, and it's going to still matter because it's a fast castle versus fast castle. But say you're against a feudal aggro civ, I don't think the Dervish wing has as much value unless you can justify a feudal fight. Tech up's complete on both sides. Or rather, soon to be. Growth wing has been queued. It's a minute and 20 away. As we're going to get back-to-back decks. Rack's being prepped, so yeah, I love that. That's a cool idea. Gulam's very chunky against the Shallow Monks. Your alternative is you could go Camel Lancers, though. Camel Lancers do work very well. Because the Shallow Monks, they don't handle the charges too well. You charge, you back away. The trade-off that's problematic, though, and I think Wham's aware of it, is even with the healing, you're talking about a unit that had, like, you'd have to support all the time and babysit because it has 20 less health. I do think with the Dervish play, Lancers does make more sense. But I think he's worried about this Flood build. We've already seen it once today between MeomaikA and LaSh, where if you get the timing right with Zhu Ji, you end up blobbing a lot of Shallow Monks. And what is up, Steve L? That is a lot of wonderful mumps you've given to Jondu. Thank you very much for the free gifted. Legend. Reminder, guys, by the way, I think we are 13 unique new subbers, i.e. people who haven't subscribed directly to this channel themselves yet, away from unlocking the next tier. And if we unlock the next tier, there's going to be a tear in Jeff Bezos' eyes because we'll be taking more money from him. That's right. If we hit 100 unique subscribers, we end up getting an extra 10% of the revenue split from Twitch. So, helps a lot. So, Mount Samurai coming out. No, I've been watching too much Japanese. So, Lancer's coming out. Really solid play here. With the supervision, it's a really powerful build. The ramp speed is very quick. However, there are now the Camel Lancers. Spears as well. So, it wasn't the Golems. He is going to answer the Shallow Monks with the Lancers. Spears to directly contest the Lancer play. Shallow Monks, though, they were too late to the party. The difference a wing choice can make, guys. That's meant to be the value of the logistics, right? Is the Dervishes are able to get there. This is what I mean. Dervishes have a very unique and weird role. It's hard to navigate, but when it pays off, it does. Big time. Against a feudal aggro civ, it only works against non-archer based civs because otherwise you get sniped. And against a fast castle civ, the value, kind of similar to the Ottoman play with imams, actually exactly the same almost, is that you can be on the relics before them. Difference with the Ayabid build compared to the Ottoman build is the Ayabid build is drastically safer and easier to pull off. What do I mean by that? The imams are slow. They do not provide the same level of self-protection. Because when a dervish runs away, he runs away as quick as a spear does. So you have to kind of hunt them with lances and whatnot, right? Lancers get debuffed by the Camelanese. They do not kill a 120 HP unit anywhere near as quick as you would really expect them to. It's a really cool play here. Ends up being a 2-1 relic split in a game where Wham also went for the fishing, remember. That's something that Shuckle completely skipped past. Wham, he only went for free fishing mode, so not insane, but it means that he's just going to have that nice skill ability to use eco that's going to remain there for a while, right? It's not like the shoreline fish are going to disappear in 2 minutes. On top of that, he did go Growth Wing. That got him 7 extra villages. So Shuckle is in an awkward position where he needs to do something soon. And Wham is aware of it. That's why he's walled himself in. It's him protecting home so he can just kind of focus on the mid-map and raiding. And then when he sees Shuckle overcommit trying to break through a wall, he can pin him with Spearmen, hammer and anvil him with the Lancers. Cow is better than Shuckle. So, that completely changes if Cow now watches Shuckle beat Wham, right? Dali Horse is coming. I mean, it gives Shuckle a way of fighting. I talked about this in a previous Camel game with Dali Horses. Dali Horses is really cool because the 20% attack speed essentially offsets the 20% debuff from Camel Lancers, at which point you just have 20 more health than the Camels. So it's actually not a bad idea from Shuckle. Don't his own spears as well, and spears are going to be mirrored. The only difference maker would be if Wham goes into Mamluk's Bravery. Instead, though, he's going into something quite greedy. Second TC coming online for Wham. A guy who already has a 10 eco lead is looking to extend it more. That tech sounds completely broken. 20% for such a cheap deck. I mean, by that logic, Camelanese sounds really broken. Camelanese is like 20% for 0 resources? What the hell? Right? It's like if you had Camel Lancers having that tech, then yes, I'd agree. But I think it's fine. We haven't really seen the extent of how good Dali Horses is yet. In theory, the point in the game where it could really be vile is actually Imperial. There is a Lancer timing for sure, but Imperial is the one that I'm concerned about. Yuan Raiders, Imp Guards, they actually had their attack speeds altered to try and balance out Dali Horses, but overall it's still a buff. I do love the way that they've tried to lean Zhuji, though, because we already have China that's an infantry-based civ. The whole design of Zhuji has clearly been to make them more cavalry-based. They've really leaned into that. Anyone find it weird that Camelotses don't do bonus damage versus horses? Why would you ever ask for that? Build a Desert Raider. If Camelot's has done bonus damage against horses, I think they'd just be too good in general. That would make them really, really, really ridiculous. Right? Like, some civs just wouldn't really have a counter. You wouldn't be able to, for example, the Abbasid-Ivan matchup, I feel like it would kind of be next to impossible. Abbasid's kind of underutilized camel riders currently in that matchup, but it would be impossible to use camel riders at that stage. So I think it's fine. Yeah, just build Desert Raiders. They're good enough. So crossbows now coming in. Shuckle has continued to scale a blob of spears here. He hasn't added a second TC, though. Did he did go deep enough to see it, right? I think he was on the verge, but didn't quite glance it because he didn't have a scout. Yeah, that's a big mistake. Shuckle has stables, and he hasn't rebuilt the scout here. That's a big no-no, guys. Vision is critical here. This info is going down without his knowledge. In 5 minutes, it's going to decide the game. Because in 5 minutes, like, think about the eco advantages. In 5 minutes, your opponent is going to be an extra 15 villages ahead, and he's already almost 15. Not to mention the relic advantage. Camelotses are going to look for the break-in. A ballsy choice, because Wham isn't really a point where his military is big enough to attack and defend simultaneously. This is a bit of a gambit that he's expecting Shuckle to come home. And yeah, it's the idea of like expecting Yugi to do a longbow rushes, maybe on the one crossing version, but transhumans with two, it just doesn't work very well. Clash coming in here. Shallow Monks are pretty much absorbing all the blows on the front side, but the Dervish heal from Wham, allowing him to last a very long time in this engagement. He's going to start backing up a little bit, though. There is a backstab attempt, nicely mirrored there to protect the crossbows. He's going to dive in nonetheless. Shuckle, in the meantime, has problems at home. The Lancers are through the wall, and his progress has been completely halted. That's GG. Lancers are in. He has nothing to defend him at home. His opponent is 2 TC. And a whole army ahead. Yeah. Commiserations to Shuckle. I mean, I wouldn't say he was fully in lockstep, but he in some ways kept some pace here with Wham. I think the problem with this is they both essentially mirrored the same build, and Shuckle's upside was meant to be relic control. He didn't get it, he lost. That is that simple. Against Growthwing, when your opponent has Dervish, you either get those relics or it's GG. His only comeback would have been to play 2 TC, but Wham would have always mirrored it, right? And to do 2 TC, you would have given him mid-map control, which is terrible here. Means you're stuck on an island, not much to do. This map doesn't really reward long-term camping unless it's for timing. For example, let's say you're playing fast castle type builds, right? To get a certain type of unique night out. Or maybe there's a skirt Imperial play, like Iabid's rushing Imperial for mass Desert Raiders, maybe. But in general, camping doesn't feel very good on this map, which, by the way, I'm happy with. I love that. I think there's enough campy maps that exist in AoE4. I'm always for more maps that encourage you and reward you for coming out. Mango's now getting set up, so wow. Expecting more blob. Also gives him a way of starting to breach into the base. On the off chance that Shuckle's going to go for a keep drop to try and protect himself, gives you protection there, but as we know, it's going to be the TC. A risky TC at that. Berries also riskily being gathered here. Rip the 12x pet. It'd be a shame if there was a misclick. Yes. The votes are in. We're looking at the replay, and clearly Shuckle won this game. Wham made a technical foul. Oh, sorry, you guys want to know what the technical foul was? I'm still looking for it. Ah, of course. He's playing Iabeds and he built spears. Who does that? Clearly, the man is not well. We must protect him from having to play back-to-back-to-back-to-back-to-back grand finals. Wow, by the way, statistically is looking like the most likely to win this week. So, does someone want to upset the order, the balance of things? I was hoping it was going to be Shuckle. But right now, this is looking rough. Well, attempt to deny this is going to be a bit of a farce here. Shuckle now going to be engaged with. Rams are moving in. What could Shuckle have done different? I mean, you could have tried for the Juganu timing. That would have at least denied the Dervish play. But it's just you can't really get in on the wood to stop your opponent gathering wood. If he starts with berries, which you will with Ibids, he'll always have the fallback of sheep. Either way, it doesn't matter now. Maybe fishing would have been the way to make him look a bit better. But game one, no surprise there. It is going to be the Canadian taking the early lead in this series for a potential matchup with Striker or Myriad down the line. All right, game one done. Jesus, Shuckle, believe in yourself enough to actually put your name into the draft. I just realized that. King Ferdinand. That despicable piece of... All right, let's get ready for game number two. Let's see what the picks are gonna be. I have to speculate map because people forget to type these things into the draft chat thing. By the way, players, if you're watching, when you play your series, some of you have been fantastic for this, by the way. For example, I'm trying to think who done it off the top of my head. I think Voldemar Mahodo, for example. Voldy done it. Big shout out to Voldy, actually. Yeah, he done it almost straight away. When you do your draft, drop it in the draft chat, then edit later to update with a spoiler your score. Some are not putting it in there until afterwards, which, if I come in at game 2 trying to catch the series, if there's a busy day of AoE 2 tournaments as well, that draft link is going to be gone. So, Delhi Mongols here. Map draft was what for them? Let me double check. Because we've got a second, we can actually add that. Oh, look, I can't find the link now. No, we should be fine to find it. So, Delhi Mongols. This is Kalauga, I think. Wait, no. Lamb wouldn't pick Delhi on... Actually, he would. Is there a... Shuckle's got English, French, right? If it's Dry Arabia, why would you pick Mongols over those? French would make a lot more sense there. You get the French Rus matchup, which feels more skill-based. Or you get the Delhi-French matchup, which French can theoretically win. Or you get Malian-French, which I think French is also kind of okay with. I think we have to be going to Kalauga, which is intriguing. Yo, what's up, Zuby0T? Thank you very much for the resub, mate. 13 months, you legend. Look at you. Keep it coming. Appreciate the support. Appreciate everyone who's been supporting. Let's keep going, guys. We are currently at, I think, 331 subs. We got, like, what? 2 days left? Let's try to hit the 350 target. That would be sick. If you have got primes, those are free, so throw them in there for sure. If you're a unique first-time subscriber you haven't, that also helps us hit the 100 unique subscribers. I did find out, by the way, sadly, prime subs don't count to that. But if we hit the thresholds anyway, it means the prime subs do pay out more than anyway. So it's still beneficial. But let me have a look here. So we said we were going to update the maps, didn't we? So we have... Opening map was Transhumans. Then it's going to be Dry Arabia. And then finally, Kalauga. Sounds very weird to say, doesn't it? Almost sounds like you want to have a really stiff upper lip as you say it. Kalauga. Look how Rocky Balboa it. Ibids versus Juji. Game 1 is going to be going to Wham. And I believe they just hopped into games. Let's have a look at where map number 2 is going to be taking us. It is Kalauga. There we go. Yeah, sensible choice from Shuckle. It would have been absurd to have thrown Mongols out on Dry Arabia with those other picks he had. So game 1 will, of course, go to Wham. So I know where I've been confused before. It's because it says that like now like the winners will be awarded 165,000 points. It's basically because it's holding the existing points they put in. It's pulling them together and it's just saying that collective pool is going to go to that side. It's pronounced Kietlaugag. Kietlaugag. Are we doing this crap again? Wow, Cal. You know, I would expect more support of people's maps, even if you think they suck, considering how bad Water Drake is. You'd think someone who's been through it would, you know, be a bit more thoughtful of people's feelings, but no. I don't know. I think Kalaga's been quite decent so far. Then again, you know, Cow. I think the reason why Cow wants to call it that is because earlier today on Kalaga, he was essentially B's human toilet. All right, let's get rid of the game. Oh, he suffered enough today, bless him. So what's your win rate like against... Because we talked about your win rate against Shuckle, Cal. What about your win rate against StarLark? Kind of curious on that one. Much better? Because that's the thing I was saying. It's like, interestingly enough, if you survived the first round, things didn't look as grim. I mean, like, dude, if you beat B, like, wow, I could... And I don't think StarLark might be saying like it that way. It's like, oh, I could beat StarLark, right? Because B, definitely, obviously, the highest seeded player. So it's a very interesting dynamic when you kind of experience that. Maybe 4-2? There you go, man. There you go. What's your win rate against B? Have you actually beaten him? The way I said it. Have you actually beaten him at all? like, have you tried? No, there you go, dude. There you go. You just needed, if you got, imagine it. If you just survived the first round, good shot, reasonable shot at least at round of 8. Boom. You were that close. Okay, maybe not that close, but not that far. That's inspiring, right? God, I feel like I'm just pity motivating you now. You're like, come on, buddy, it's okay. I don't need to cry. It's almost worse than just calling you trash. Anyway, we're going to move on. God, Gabe. Sorry, mate. First time I played against B. Interesting. So not even a ladder. He doesn't play that much ladder now, right? I guess. It has pitted off. He definitely used to be a lot more frequent of a ladderer. Oh, blimey. All right. Let's get ready to go. Might make this the last series just because I want to give my throat some more time to recover. And we've been live for almost 5 hours, right? Where Gamba? All right. Jesus, you guys. The obsession. Real. Got you covered. Because I think I'm just double checking in case there is any other big series happening. The SAS versus Trackle at 19 GMT. Thanks, Jarman. I mean, dude, no one can deny the commitment, right? I mean, you can maybe call me stupid for not just taking time to recover, but been experiencing fun headaches when it's time to lay down and go to sleep at night for the last 3 days, so we keep trucking. Toot-toot. All right, let's get to it. Delhi versus Mongols. Welcome back, one and all, to the midweek muster. That's right, we're in game number 2. A community member, actually, many of you may know us from the chats. We got Shuckle on the Mongols going up against reigning back-to-back grand finalists ×4, Wham, on the Delhi. Kalaga as the map, and we are going to get a very aggressive Mongol dock opening to the center of the map. Mirrored on the opposite side, but that's beneficial for Shuckle. You don't want to be playing into the Delhi side because these fishing boats can be lethal with their attack. Is it live, or if I bracket, will it ruin it? This is live. So we are catching the series live. First day is typically live, so there's not much of a panic about it. Let's see what Shuckle can do, though. I mean, Mongols are pretty decent on this map. Delhi's a little bit unexplored. We haven't seen too much of it. It's only 2 sacred sites, decent amount of berries. Fishing is a little bit weird. Delhi haven't done it as much recently, but I think they can be good for it. And also Delhi just feeling good in general, right? I think Wham has also been pretty clean on the execution. The only thing that he sometimes runs into an issue with is kind of like a classic with the Canadians. Maybe it's just because it happened in a big game in the past. We notice it more with them than other players. Is sometimes they do maybe forget certain techs. It kind of goes by the wayside. But it doesn't happen that frequently anymore. What do Mongols do here, though? I theory crafted the Mongols can actually beat Delhi with the Deerstone Card Hunter builds. That was focused on the idea of long feudal, though. And because Delhi go for fast castle now, when things look bad, it doesn't really hold up the same. But if you can force a player to play long feudal, let's say they go for a tower victory build, the advantage you get is Deerstone. Deerstone with Yam, and then the extra attack range means that you can kite machine gun archers of the Delhi indefinitely. But once again, you'd have to first nerf Dome of Faith to get them back into that tower victory vibe. Villager is going to get found and chased back here, so good move there by Wham to make sure he can't hang around here for additional. Fishing is a little bit slower for Shuckle, though. 4 fishing boats compared to 2. Shuckle, in theory, should get a fast attack timing, but it doesn't really feel like it here. The reason is because he went for an Uvu. However, what he could do to make up for that is he could start double producing the villagers. Unlikely considering in this matchup the Mongol player has to be aggressive, but it would at least be an option if he felt like he was falling behind. Yeah, and we've seen some high-level players do that before, right? I think most notably, was it Cal Garnath that used to do it a lot? I think it might have been Garnath that used to frequently do the 2 villies. I feel like it was Cat, actually. We had plenty of games of it, especially on Gorge. B didn't do it that much. It was actually one of the other 3D clan members that we watch frequently on Gorge do this. But Shuckle decides to just save up the stone, so we'll be going for the H2. Lightly going to be looking at Akashic opening, and this is your moment. We theorized around the Tower Victory build, and that's what Wham's going for. Very different approach. Okay, so this is going to be intriguing to watch. Because in theory, the way Mongols win is you scale infantry. A lot of them. Archers, spears, you go. If it's only cavalry, which is not going to be a Tower Victory, you could just win with Keshiks. But if you're flooding a lot of infantry, and you force your opponent into infantry, Delhi suck because they can't reach you. That's the logic, at least, behind it. But it is a very micro-intensive matchup. You have to scale to big blobs, and then you also have to extend an aura, because the idea of like Deerstone giving you that edge to kite is great for a screen. Once you're past that screen, which when you're a big blobbed army could be 5 or 6 range units difference, then it's gone. So you have to kind of have like 2 or 3 outposts to claw your way back to. The dock drop now coming in from Wham. Khan is here though, and that Khan just got a damage buff, so that villager's dead. Yeah, you're not going to be able to protect him. Scout is coming in, but it doesn't matter. Shuckle should just be able to micro-chase this and won't lose the Khan either. Does need to make sure he pauses on the attacks. He's kind of screwing it up a bit though. Shiv out as well. No, no, come on, this is the one. Shuckle. He should be able to get that final tap. So good micro there in the end. Does mop up the kill. We'll be able to shuffle away. But there is now a dock griefing him here. And he has no counter dock play to do the same to Wham. Shuckle is going to be opening the archer ship. But that gives a winning opportunity for Wham. Could go for the Springald. I mean, realistically, I think you want to actually mirror archer ship here and then go Springald because your opponent can then go demo. However, Shuckle for the time being is actually adding in the Keshiks as well. Wham should be going Ghazi, but it's going to be a combo meal here. Ghazi plus the spears makes sense against Keshik play. How did you guys vote in the end? What was the gamble like? I'm curious now. Oh, 46% on Shuckle. Damn. People believe in the Mongol ways. It's interesting because And do I take credit? Did you guys all buy into that because of me? So now if he loses, it's my fault. I think that's how it works. But if he wins, it's not my fault. So the interesting thing is, historically, Mongol versus Delhi sucks for Mongols. Because back in the outpost rushing era, Mongols used to take a crap on Delhi until Delhi players quickly realized, oh, I have a monk. And villagers' stab damage is good. So if I get outpost rushed, I'll just stab them. These days, though, the outpost rushes just don't really matter. Instead, what Mongol players do is play for that age 2 and start either blobbing Keshiks only versus Ghazi only, or go for the infantry comp eventually. I really think the Khan Hunter buff may have given Mongols hope in this matchup, whereas before that buff, you could not really play age 2 against Delhi. Not with Tower Victory. So Keshiks need to ride and find some targets. For the time being, it's not going to be ideal, though, and this is even worse. Guys, no. Fishing boats are even better at defending themselves now. Fishing boats used to be inaccurate, but what happened recently is Delhi, their fishing boats went from 7 damage to 6, which is a nerf, but actually they were buffed because now they can't miss. They used to be able to miss. So yeah, you can't even try to poke raid them. You need to get enough archers to insta-kill them, or you're just going to start losing over time. Pretty brutal as well. Like, it's another way that Delhi can trade efficiently into you because, of course, they have that healing. Healing on the boats, healing at home. The Civ has it all. Now push coming in on the east side. Shuckle has shuffled back for a backup dock. Archership is at least going to try and defend this. However, great read. Wham! He gathered stone for the emplacement, hence why the retreat was forced. Oh no. Shuckle not microing away quite quick enough here. He gets sunk. Greedy play there. Tried to hang around and min-max it. Pays the price. Now, he has got the Keshiks here, but with Spears already being at play and then being Tower Victory, you're not really going to contest this. Wham has already done the perfect split to guarantee he can't be demoed either. Spears are going to rally. Scout goes down. Actually not bad, a freebie for Shuckle. Does delay the torch timing on the dock as well. Has got a fishing boat coming up here, weirdly enough. I think that was a miss rally? Yeah, I think it had a behavior drop-off before the dock completed. Archers are now on the way, though, so he bought enough time here. The Spearman will be buffed away. Shuckle does have enough Keshiks to contest with the Ghazi also. Oh, however, wham! Goes in. God, I love how Potato aim these puts up. He has his own emplacements here. So well played there. Shuckle just mirroring the play. Needs to kind of get in with the archers to defend him here, right? Doesn't have a backup naval arrow slits on this one as well. Who's winning this? I mean, Shuckle's doing a good job of kind of mirroring the plays, right? He's not getting outpaced this early on, which is really important against Delhi. You aren't in the hardest spike yet. That's now coming. Sacred Sites. First one being locked in. Second one a bit more hard. But even with one, it's going to be an economy lead for the Delhi. So you have to find a way of denying it. And the only way you're going to be able to deny it here, folks, is if you get into blacksmiths and go for a ram. Because this dock area, you're not going to like going into it. We just talked about those fishing boats. They can defend themselves. Range, also decent, right? Slightly lower than archers, but with the movement speed difference. If you go in for an attack, they can gap close and poke you back. Not to mention, if you get an archership, well, Mongol archers are just going to lose that. Diving into the Scholar. Looks like he's going to try to deny the Sacred Site, but hey! Great use of the garrison. Remember, Scholars can shuffle inside these. By doing so, he also produces ships quicker. It's actually why Wham had the fishing lead so early, is because if you don't open a mosque at home, your first monk spawns in the dock, which is incredible on this map, by the way. I love that we're seeing this, because I think we talked about the potential for this when they made the change and buffed it. But there hasn't been that many maps that really benefit from it. Kalauga is probably one of the best maps, because you have fish right next to the Sacred Site, and it's on the water. So even when we try to make a map that isn't good for Delhi, we end up making a map that's good for Delhi. And the wall in now to guarantee that Shuckle can't get counterplays on the water. In the meantime, Keshiks are going to stab on the back, but Ghazi count is looking good for a fight here. Yeah, you can't take that. It's 9 versus the 5, right? If you had 6, it would feel quite clean, but when your opponent has those numbers, he can whittle you down, pull away. You also don't know where the spears are, right? Most key factor. Shuckle has got Steeled Arrow in the way. Other side of this, Undermesh is already there. Steeled Arrow is coming through. The Wham is continuing to scale his archers. 2 Sacred Sites locked in. It's going to force Shuckle to start making moves soon. And I'm not sure he's really there yet. On top of that, we do not have a Khan Hunter, so no extra range for him. Those boats miss a lot for not being able to miss. What, you mean the archer ship? The archer ship can. Fishing boats cannot miss. Fishing boats are like archers, whereas archer ships, i.e. galleys and whatnot, are kind of like mangoes now, right? They potato aim a lot. Actually, they're kind of worse than mangoes, I feel like. At least on a moving target. Wait, what? What? Wait. Shuckle? Oh my god, that's so dirty. That is actually vulgar. Wham! He puts demos on here, so when you have to come decap, you have to kill it. If you don't have archers, if you send the Keshiks, you're basically killing them. Aw, that is cruel. I mean, I'd do it again. Build another demo, right? When he comes back, the Keshik's gonna die. The only way that's ever an okay trade for Shuckle is if it's like 2 Keshiks. Because the idea is that you'll heal the damage off through attacking, because the demos don't die quick enough. But when you have like 6 Keshiks, the more Keshiks you have, the worse of a trade it is. Not just because the demos hit more, but because you're healing less. Now this injured Keshiks have to commit to a fight they're not ready for. Ghazi's starting to break through already. No Spearman in the mixer. He only has 3 in total. Make that 2. Attack speed arrow gets activated, but it's too little too late. Shuckle, he's going to lose the front line. He's going to lose access to the gold. Access to the ability to build Keshiks. From there, curtains closed. It looks like he was saving wood maybe for a TC, or it's just a missed macro, but either way, that's game. Wham still with Sacred Sites. A huge military advantage. And Shuckle has nowhere to go. His journey is going to end here in the round of 32. Yeah. There's really no easy playback from here, right? Like, food is limited. He's building into pastures now. Fishing isn't going to last very long. Your opponent has extra fishing you play into. He's doing that right now. I mean, just clean execution by Wham, right? Beautifully leveraged the dock sides. Really emphasized how much it matters on this map for the Delhi, because by getting control of that, it gives you a very fluid move into locking in those sacred sites, which, of course, classic Delhi is their win condition. What could Shuckle have done different? Opening Keshiks, raiding Eco, probably. Biggest thing that comes to mind. Wham wasn't playing Pro Scouts because it's not your atypical timing with Dome of Faith, so more likely that he's going to be out on the deer elsewhere, right? I think instead, Shuckle kind of panicked over the fishing boats, tried to focus them too often, but didn't go for a ram timing. If he wanted to get rid of the fish, it needed to be a ram. Nothing else is going to work here. So if you want to play Keshiks, my advice, just go for the villager kills. You're never guaranteed to get them, but idle time is a benefit, and over time, you should find a few picks. Probably he's just scared of the Delhi threat, right? Like the bloat that they get, the fact that if you send only 1 Keshik and there's 4 Ghazi there, they will kill you. Wham, doesn't skip a timing here. Ram's now coming in. If he sits on the sacred site, sure, he could win the game, but he also gives another attack opportunity for Shuckle. And if Shuckle does realize the only way back in is raiding, finds, say, 10 worker kills, all of a sudden Shuckle over time can win. So, Wham, not looking to give him that luxury, is ready to start going in. Those patches on the front side are brutal. 150 wood each. He just built these. Oh, no. That is more than what you'd spend on a new TC. And it won't last very long either. In fact, he ignores them. He goes deeper. He's diving in. The man makes his last stand. He tries to make it look grand, but there's nothing stopping the Canadian here. An opening series win, as would be expected. Commiserations to Shuckle. Sure, many lessons learned. More that I hope we'll see him using in future versions of Midweek Muster. Whoa. Jesus, what is with my community? Can you guys win? First cow, now Shuckle. I send you guys in there to embarrass the pro. GG's, mate. Ugh, so yeah, Wham taking the Swift 2-0. God, do I do another series? I shouldn't. We're at like, what? 5 hours? I should probably rest up my throat. Alright, choose outcome. There you go, Wham. Jesus. 220k points were gambled on that. Team from the movie Dodgeball? Bro. You know you're part of this community. At least they participated, berries. So, I'm looking at scheduled series, just in case. So there's replays, or I end. Yo, what's up, Great Nug? Thank you very much to Prime Sub, mate. Welcome to Swarm. Thank you, thank you. Appreciate everyone who's dropping in those primes. Keep them coming. We are at 333 subs for the month. 2 days left. Let's crack that 350 barrier. That's the goal I set myself for the first month, and we're very close. I can smell it. But looking at the opportunities of what we can cast, of what's been scheduled so far. I mean, there's a replays from Voldemar versus Mahodo that happened earlier. I think I said SAS versus Trackor is beginning in like 10 minutes as an option, potentially. I feel like I should just let my throat rest. This is like the rough part when you're like a content creator. The rough part, like, oh, the please feel sorry for me. No, basically you're like, oh, I need to be on online longer because then averages are higher. So then like the stream is like at least in line with the other ones, right? It's a dangerous slope though. But I think we'll probably get ready to round out now. But before I go, big favor you can do me. Easy things, free things to do. ! Discord. Join the Discord, it's free. That's an easy way you can know I'm online. Make sure you follow me here. YouTube as well, where a lot of the best games get uploaded. Outside that, the thing you can do this week that is absolutely crucial, the free thing is clicking that link that just came up. The AMD link, we're doing a campaign right now with them. They're sponsoring me for the week. They are looking to get eyeballs on their latest product, their 9800X3D, which is 100% worth purchasing, by the way. Click through that link. Go have a look. Just looking actually helps me a lot, right? Helps them a lot because an awareness campaign is all about having people look at it. So, to reward AMD for believing in my little LoL stream and our wonderful community, show them that you appreciate the support and click on that link. If, however, you are also looking to buy something from them, I highly recommend their line of CPUs. The 9800X3D is the best gaming CPU on the market, full stop now. It's undisputable. If, however, you want to get your hands on some of the best meal replacements, if you want to get your hands on some of the best protein bars you can get your hands on, if you want to get your hands on a delicious array of wonderful treats, as well as one of the best ways to get your hands on your multivitamin dosage for the day, you know where I'm going to send you. ! Protein Works. We're coming to an end of our sponsorship. We're going to be probably talking to them in the next week or two about whether they want to renew for 2025. So to up the chances of doing so and potentially up the money they want to do it for, this is the time to buy. And for you guys in particular, because right now, look at that. Up to 91% off on the sales. This is the time to buy. It is Black Friday. Go pick yourself up some of these goodies. Let me know if you need recommendations. We've got some phenomenal ones here. My partner is going to be chugging down the caramel lattes that they've been sending me. I'm not a coffee fan, but she'll swear by them, I know. I love the matcha lattes. They are bangers. Outside of that, we have got the meal replacements. We have got bags upon bags upon bags of these. They are glorious. We are actually having the Bueno today. Banana is my favorite. Banana is goated. I also can wholly recommend the pancake mixes. I think slap. They're incredible. Get the pancake mixes and then get yourself some loaded nuts, right? Not going to make a sexual joke about that. I've got new flavors to try. I've got the salted caramel, and I've got the toffee biscuit. That one sounds incredible. I'm going to be looking forward to trying them with pancakes once my taste buds are fully back and operational, because I've had the deep chocolate, which is dark chocolate, with pancakes before, and it was brilliant. And I'm not a pancake person, so yeah. Exclamation mark protein works though. Check them out. And my code right now, by the way, if 91% up to 91% off is not enough, my code, which usually gives 10% today, is going to give you 15% off of this already discounted price. So instead of it being you getting like whatever, was this like, I think that's like 70% off, 60, 70% off. It'll end up being, so you take this price and add another 15% off, right? So like if we go, boom, quick buy, add to basket. And then we go through and we use code KillerPigeon. Yep. Look at that. Look at that. Oh, even bigger savings. From what was that, 11 down to £10.63. Cha-ching. Easily done. And also free shipping all across Europe past, I believe it's 65 euros. If you are in the Americas, you can get the shipping cost to scale down based on what you spend. But folks, it has been an absolute pleasure. That's going to be the final stream of the week for me. I will be live on EGC with the team games on Sunday alongside Crackety. And the next stream will be Monday here. So remember, we stream every Monday, Tuesday, Thursday, Friday. Mark it in your calendars. This is the place to be. If you like esports action, if you like tournament games, and you want to see them, this should be the channel you're just tuning into every single one of those days. We will be doing the round of 16 and potentially some quarterfinals on Monday. And then we will be getting quarterfinals and hopefully semifinals for the Tuesday. And then, of course, Thursdays is when we do our grand finals. If one of the semifinals does happen on Wednesday, we'll cast that before grand finals on Thursday. If we get the semifinals done in time, what we'll look to do is schedule the losers of the semifinals into a third place match before the grand finals on the Thursday, to make the game a little bit longer, day a little bit longer. Have you casted me versus Scatter? I didn't even see you guys scheduling. Did you schedule? Oh, sorry. Yeah, you guys scheduled very early. I think at the time we'd done core Dragevann, and then we'd hopped into... I'm trying to remember what it was, chat. There was someone else you hopped into. So no, I didn't see you versus Scatterbrain. Sorry. I would have probably went back for it now, but like I said, you know, I want to try to play it safe. My throat's still not there. We're 5 hours in, so I'm trying to be responsible for once. Even though my streamer brain is like, you must stream more hours. I'm trying to be self-caring. But I'm going to end the YouTube stream now. Thank you, YouTubers. Make sure you tune in on the Monday when we should be going live. Probably about, we aim usually for on Mondays, 1 p.m. my time, so 2 p.m. Central Europe.